Chapter 1481. The Golden Energy Mountain Crushed the Void. That was an incomparably enormous force that frightened countless people. This was a powerful combat technique. It was ferocious and unyielding. The Crown Prince was like a god of war. As one of the top geniuses of Genius Prefecture, the strength of the Crown Prince had never been doubted. Those elders of Inner Prefecture couldn't help but nod their heads when they saw the Crown Prince's performance. Almost everyone thought that King Fan was absolutely no match for the Crown Prince. After all, there was still a gap between their cultivation base. Both of them were early Immortal Emperor, but the difference between a newly advanced early Immortal Emperor and a peak early Immortal Emperor was like a half-step intermediate Immortal Emperor. Honglong. The huge golden energy mountain let out a tide-like rumbling sound, pressing down on Yongbufan with incomparable momentum. Countless rays of energy light were emitted from the mountain. The light interweaved into a huge net, completely locking on Yongbufan's chi, trying to enshroud him. This was a powerful combat technique. After locking on to the opponent could only choose to face it head-on. In the face of such a powerful attack from the Crown Prince, Yongbufan's face didn't change in the slightest. His entire being was calm to the extreme. That was a kind of tempering of mind. Only those who had experienced great storms and waves in life and death could show such calmness. Of course, the basic condition of calmness wasn't psychological quality, but formidable strength. Yongbufan had this strength. A beam of light appeared above his head, swaying like a flood dragon. All the energy in his body was instilled into the shadow of the flood dragon. Very quickly the flood dragon materialized. He grabbed the tail of the flood dragon and flung it at the energy mountain. Honglong. Both the Crown Prince and King Fan were using powerful combat techniques. When the two different combat techniques collided, the sky turned dark, the sun and the moon dimmed. Huge holes were created one after another in the sky. Even the overlapping space was trembling. In the face of such a battle, no one could remain calm even if they were not involved in it. Many people's facial expression changed. They believed that if they were in such a battle they would be killed immediately. Even if they were close to the battlefield they would most likely be destroyed and torn into pieces by the destructive energy. In the next 3 minutes the Crown Prince and Yongbufan were locked in a fierce battle. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. This was the pinnacle battle between the young generation of Great Qian Empire. Everyone's blood was boiling. Obviously the Crown Prince was only a foil in this battle, even if he didn't lose. It was because the battle between the Crown Prince and Yongbufan had always been a draw. When people didn't think highly of a person but the outcome was unexpected, that person would always be the focus of attention. The opponent was just a tool to make him shine. The current Crown Prince was the tool to make Yongbufan shine. King Fan is so powerful. His cultivation base is obviously weaker than the Crown Prince, but he's able to fight the Crown Prince to a draw. One should know that the Crown Prince is one of the top geniuses in Genius Prefecture. It seems that King Fan's talent is even higher than the Crown Prince. No wonder the Emperor and Prefecture Master of Great Qian Empire think so highly of him. That's right. Such a result is also beyond our imagination. King Fan has just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, but he already has a combat strength comparable to the Crown Prince. His future achievement is destined to be limitless. As a matter of fact, the real genius is Zhou Xian. He can fight experts who are a few levels higher than him. It's a pity that he was framed by Elder Hu Yao. No wonder King Fan is so angry. After all, Zhou Xian is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Plus, a genius like Zhou Xian will surely be of great use in the future. No one wasn't shocked. If the first time King Fan fought the Crown Prince to a draw was due to luck, then now that the battle had gone on for more than 100 rounds, it was no longer a matter of luck but strength. Everyone had seen King Fan's strength with their own eyes. After the fierce battle, both the Crown Prince and Yongbufan stopped. Both of them looked at each other. The Crown Prince's eyes were still filled with astonishment, while Yongbufan's eyes were still surging with battle intent, thinking that he had recognized his own combat strength. Subsequently, the battle intent in Yongbufan's eyes vanished, because he knew that there was no point in continuing the battle. It was still a draw. As for Hu Yao with the Crown Prince here today, it would be somewhat difficult to kill him. Hu Yao, consider yourself lucky today, but this matter isn't over yet. If Zhou Xian can walk out of the valley safely after 1 month, then it's fine. If Zhou Xian can't come out at that time, Let alone the crown prince, even the heavenly emperor won't be able to save your life. Yang Bufan left a ruthless remark to Hu Yao, then vanished like a ghost. As soon as these words were spoken, Hu Yao, who had already relaxed, tensed up again. He had the urge to spurt out blood. Now he was filled with regret. He regretted punishing Jiang Qin like this. He didn't expect that King Fan could advance to the immortal emperor realm so quickly, nor did he expect that King Fan would be this powerful. Even though he was an outer prefecture elder, King Fan still wanted to kill him. Now that King Fan had left a ruthless remark, and he absolutely knew that this wasn't a joke, would the crown prince still protect him after 1 month? Even if the crown prince would, could the crown prince protect him day and night? That was impossible, but given King Fan's ability, there would always be a chance if he wanted to kill him. I'm finished. Hu Yao felt that he was completely finished. His life wouldn't last much longer because he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Jiang Qin could walk out of the valley, but he knew very well that this was unrealistic. After such a long time, Jiang Qin must have died in the valley. There was no exception. Everyone who had entered the valley had died. If Hu Yao knew that Jiang Qin was still alive and well, he wouldn't be angry. Instead, he would be incomparably happy. After all, it was the crown prince's business to get rid of Jiang Qin. There was no need for him to risk his life. One should know that it wasn't easy for him to climb to his current position in Genius Prefecture. Elder Hu Yao is finished. That's right. Jiang Qin must be dead. Given King Fan's ability, he will die sooner or later. Who else can he blame? He can only blame himself. If it wasn't for him wanting to get rid of Jiang Qin, he wouldn't have ended up like this. A pitiful person must have something hateful about him. To Genius Prefecture, the existence of Jiang Qin is much more valuable than him. Chapter 1482. Deep into the night, Jiang Qin was sitting cross-legged on a big rock. The chilly wind kept howling. The buildings in the courtyard were making a buzzing sound. Such an atmosphere was very scary. It could easily cause fear in one's soul and cause one to get lost. However, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog had already adapted to it. They didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Jiang Qin's black hair fluttered along with the chilly wind. It was very dark here. One couldn't even see their own fingers, but the darkness couldn't stop Jiang Qin's bright eyes. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He was waiting for the arrival of his target. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog had no idea about what was happening in the outer prefecture. It was as if no one knew about their situation here. This valley seemed to be completely covered by some kind of secret technique, cutting off the connection with the outside world. Although this wasn't a spatial zone, it was no different from a sealed space. The Huang dog was lying there, his head constantly looking around. He knew that Jiang Qin was going to make a ruthless move tonight. He was going to kill that half-step immortal emperor living corpse. Hoo-hoo. Midnight had arrived. Jiang Qin began to exercise his shackles. He shook his neck, making cracking sounds. In this gloomy place, any sound would sound horrifying and ear-piercing. Jiang Qin stood up and moved his body. He knew that the living corpse was going to appear soon, unless there was no accident. Jejia. Along with a burst of sinister laughter, the living corpse appeared once again. No accident happened. Just like usual, the living corpse would appear at this time very punctually. Swoosh. As soon as the living corpse appeared, he immediately stretched out his sharp claws, aiming at Jiang Qin's heart. Both of them were old rivals, so there was basically no need to say anything. The living corpse had already attacked Jiang Qin habitually. Boom! Jiang Qin punched out with his dragon fist, tearing the void apart. This punch contained all of his energy and was enough to shatter a mountain. Jiang Qin didn't hold back with this punch, and it collided with the living dead. The living dead was sent flying and smashed into a large rock. Because Jiang Qin's strength was constantly increasing, the living dead was no longer a match for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's body flickered as he once again used the 9 phantom wolves. His entire body was like a whirlwind, moving at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the living dead. 9 Jiang Qins surrounded the living dead and simultaneously launched their attacks. How could the living dead resist such an abnormal attack? One of its arms was torn off by Jiang Qin in an instant. Unfortunately, no one knew how long this living dead had been dead. There was no longer any blood in its body. The living dead let out an unpleasant roar. Under the astonished gaze of Zhou Xian, the living dead leaped up. According to its previous habit, even if the living dead leaped up, the next thing it would do would be to continue attacking Zhou Xian. But this time the living dead didn't attack Zhou Xian. Instead it turned and fled. Such a scene stunned Zhou Xian and De Huangdog, especially Zhou Xian. He had been fighting the living dead for half a month. From intermediate immortal king to half-step immortal emperor, these living dead were killing machines. There had never been a situation where they fled, but now this living dead actually chose to flee. What surprised Zhou Xian even more was that when the living dead disappeared in the past, it would vanish without a trace, as though it had integrated with the void. But now, the living dead was fleeing with a destination, vanishing from the room ahead in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 3 rooms in this courtyard, but because the rooms were incomparably dilapidated, Zhou Xian had never stepped into any of them. But now Zhou Xian chased after the living dead without hesitation, followed by De Huangdog. Zhou Xian and De Huangdog's movements were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already rushed into the room. They saw the living dead leaning against the wall, staring at them with a pair of hollow eyes, emitting a cold light. Then the living dead smiled. That's right, it was a very strange smile. This was the first time Zhou Xian had seen the living dead smile. Regardless of this, Zhou Xian only wanted to kill the living dead. He took a step forward and punched the living dead with his dragon fist. But this time the living dead didn't even dodge, allowing Zhou Qian's fist to hit it. Just as Zhou Qian's fist was about to hit the living dead's body suddenly vanished. This time it was no longer invisible. Rays of light appeared behind the living dead, forming a passageway. Then the living dead vanished into the passageway. Zhou Qian stopped attacking and began to search for the living dead's tracks. Little Qianzi, look, there's a mark on the wall. It's a mark of a network. It looks like a pattern. De Huangdog's eyes lit up as he looked at the wall. It was the place where the living dead had disappeared. Zhou Qian looked over and sure enough he saw a lot of marks on the wall. These marks seemed to have existed for a very long time, but he could still clearly recognize them. They were runes formed by some mysterious runes, and if he took a closer look he would find that they looked like living beings. That living being raised its head and roared at the sky. It raised its fists high, looking incomparably majestic. Although the living being's eyes weren't very clear, one could still feel the insufferably arrogant aura from it. It looks like an ape, Zhou Qian said. As soon as Zhou Qian's voice fell, the network began to tremble. Rays of light rushed out from it again, forming an invisible passageway with a very strong spatial aura. The passageway became clearer and clearer, but no one knew where it led to. It's the passageway where the living dead disappeared. So this is where the living dead really came out from. We didn't pay attention to this room at all. I didn't expect the real secret to be hidden here, Zhou Qian said. Since the first day they entered the valley, he and Big Yellow hadn't paid any attention to this shabby room, because it was just too shabby. Who would know that the real secret was hidden here? If they had come here earlier, they would have definitely found the mark here. Big Yellow, do you want to go in? De Huangdog looked at Zhou Qian. There's another world here, but it's definitely very dangerous. Today it's obvious that the living dead deliberately lured us here. Moreover, this passageway was opened on purpose to deal with me. Zhou Qian frowned. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could understand everything. He knew that his performance during this period of time had attracted the attention of the hidden forces. But the secret of this valley is here. If we want to explore it, we have to go in. But you can imagine how dangerous it will be. De Huangdog said. Their purpose in coming here was to find the secret of this place. Now that the secret was right in front of them, it was up to them whether they had the courage to go in or not. Chapter 1483. Zhou Qian and De Huangdog both stared at the tunnel of nothingness in front of them. The tunnel was constantly drifting, showing no signs of disappearing. It could be seen that this tunnel was prepared for Zhou Qian, waiting for Zhou Qian to enter. I'm guessing that the hidden energy inside can't really walk out due to certain reasons, so it can only use the living dead to kill people. I didn't expect that you would encounter a setback. The power inside might be controlling even more powerful living dead, but your performance has probably alarmed that power and attracted its attention. Therefore it wants to lure you in and deal with you personally, said De Huangdog. Big Yellow said. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard for him to know all these. Zhou Qian nodded. Obviously, what De Huang Dog said was also what he was thinking and also what he was hesitating about. He was considering whether to enter or not. How about it? Do you want to enter? Asked De Huang Dog. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of expectation. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen nodded, he would directly enter. It was definitely dangerous inside, but there was no place in this world that De Huang Dog didn't dare to go. Enter. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had experienced too much in both his previous and current lives. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation art, the thing he didn't know the most was to retreat. There was a subconscious in the depths of his soul that guided him to continuously move forward. Moreover, he had experienced too many trials and tribulations, but he had never been afraid. The unknown was always the most attractive. For the sake of the secret of this valley, Jiang Chen took the initiative to enter. He had already explored for half a month and now the secret was right in front of him. As long as he stepped into this tunnel, he would know everything. At this time, if he retreated because of fear, it wouldn't be Jiang Chen's style at all. It also wasn't Jiang Chen's style of doing things. If outsiders knew what Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were doing at this moment, they would definitely be so depressed that they would directly roll their eyes. These two fools really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This was clearly a stupid move. Even if they could go in alive, they might not be able to come out alive. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at each other and smiled. One man and one dog turned into two rays of light, directly flying into the illusory tunnel and disappearing. The moment Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered, the entire tunnel disappeared as if it had never existed. Shua. After Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered the tunnel, they only felt that the space was extremely distorted. However, this kind of distortion only appeared for a moment. When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog reacted, they had already appeared in another space. In front of them was a huge palace. Behind them was a door, but it was tightly shut. In other words, when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came in, they were directly inside this palace. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were shocked to find that this huge black palace was not built with materials at all. It was energy. The whole palace was formed by interweaving terrifying energy. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were experts in formations. They could feel that there was an incomparably mysterious formation in this energy. This was an extremely ancient formation. Moreover, the formation was incomparably mysterious. It had completely integrated with the energy. If one wasn't an expert in formations, he wouldn't be able to discover the existence of the formation here. What is this place? Jiang Chen was puzzled. This is a different spatial zone. Judging from the structure of this spatial zone, it must have been created by at least a late immortal venerable expert. I have never thought that there would be such a spatial zone in Genius Prefecture. The one who created this space must be a supreme expert. De Huang Dog spoke with astonishment. Jiang Chen was also a little surprised. How terrifying was a late immortal venerable expert? That expert was already very close to the half-step sovereign realm. Even in the entire East Xuanyu, it was afraid that there wouldn't be a late immortal venerable expert, let alone a half-step sovereign. According to De Huang Dog, this spatial zone was created by at least a late immortal venerable expert or even a half-step sovereign expert. No wonder the experts of Genius Prefecture couldn't discover its secret. Jejia. All of a sudden, sinister laughter drifted out and hovered in every corner of the entire palace. Even Jiang Chen couldn't identify the source of the laughter, because it was everywhere and he couldn't pinpoint its origin. Jejia. The laughter grew louder and louder. It was filled with demonic qi, turning into traces of sound waves that rushed into one's soul. It was very terrifying. Even with the temperament of De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen, they were still affected by the laughter because it sounded like the laughter of thousands of devils. This laughter is very demonic. I can't hold it any longer. Jiang Chen said and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned somewhat pale. On the other hand, De Huang Dog behaved very well. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, turning a deaf ear to the laughter as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but give De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Sure enough, this dog wasn't simple. He must have a great secret. Huh. All of a sudden the laughter stopped. A voice sounded in the dark. I've never thought that there would be an unexpected harvest. This dog is actually able to block my demonic voice. Not bad, not bad. Someone spoke in the dark. It was an incomparably hoarse voice. It seemed like the person hadn't spoken for a very long time. Come out. What's the point of hiding? De Huang Dog spoke. Swish. Just as the voice of De Huang Dog faded, a black light flashed in front of the palace as a huge throne appeared. There were many runes engraved on the throne. One look and one could tell that it was a peerless immortal weapon. On top of the throne an ape was seated. The ape's entire body was pitch black. The black fur on its body was like sharp weapons. It was incomparably majestic and had a pair of jet black eyes. A single glance at it would cause one to feel as though they had fallen into hell. One couldn't see through the cultivation base of this devil ape, but one could very well imagine how powerful it was. Upon seeing this devil ape, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog finally understood what the runes in the room represented. So it turned out that the runes on the runes were none other than this devil ape. Powerful. That's right. The feeling this devil ape gave Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog was powerful, insurmountable. Jiang Qin had a feeling that this ape could kill him with just a glance. If this ape wanted to kill him, it only needed to lift a finger. A heaven-devouring devil ape. There's actually a heaven-devouring devil ape hidden here. De Huang Dog almost exclaimed. Brat, you've really surprised me. You actually managed to kill so many of my puppets. The devil ape didn't seem to want to kill Jiang Qin so quickly. Its gaze landed on Jiang Qin, sizing him up with interest. Its tone sounded like it was chatting, but Jiang Qin had a feeling that this bastard wasn't chatting with him out of goodwill. It had been a long time since it spoke, and it had also been a long time since it saw a living human. Therefore it wanted to chat a little more. Chapter 1484. Jiang Qin felt a sense of suffocation the moment he was stared at by the devilish ape. He felt a little better after the Zulong Tower was activated. This devilish ape was truly terrifying, but it seemed to have been imprisoned here. Jiang Qin had no idea who had the ability to do so. Heaven-devouring devil ape? Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. Apparently, De Huang Dog was more knowledgeable than him. He could tell the origin of the devilish ape at first glance. In ancient times, there were two heaven-defying existences in the ape race. One was the battle saint ape and the other was the heaven-devouring devil ape. Comparatively speaking, the bloodline of the battle saint ape is more precious and powerful, but the true bloodline of the battle saint ape has already vanished with the passage of time. Even the heaven-devouring devil ape has basically vanished. The one in front of us is the heaven-devouring devil ape. Rumor has it that once this devil ape's cultivation reaches the grand completion stage, it can devour the heavens. Although it's a little exaggerated, it also shows how terrifying this devil ape is. I never thought that a heaven-devouring devil ape would appear here. Big Yellow transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin, explaining the basic situation of this devilish ape to him. He spoke very carefully because he knew that this devilish ape was extremely terrifying. At this time, Big Yellow felt somewhat regretful. If he knew that there was such a terrifying creature in this place, he wouldn't have come in even if he was beaten to death. He thought that it was no different from courting death. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. It seemed impossible for him to retreat now. Although he had the ancestral dragon pagoda to rely on, he was still somewhat worried because this devil was just too scary. He couldn't see through the devil's cultivation. It was very likely that the devil was a mighty venerable. Jiang Qin was worried that the 35 floors of the ancestral dragon pagoda might not be able to withstand the attack of a mighty immortal venerable. Jiang Qin raised his head to look at the heaven-devouring devil ape and asked, "Did you kill those living corpses? There's no enmity between us. Why did you kill them?" "Because I am happy," the heaven-devouring devil ape said casually. Jiang Qin could only smile bitterly at such a reason, because it was indeed a good reason. "That's why I'm happy," Jiang Qin said. "Brat, you actually have the bloodline of 3 divine beasts in your body, and this dog is also a powerful divine beast. The heavens are really helping me. As long as I eat the 2 of you, I will be able to break through. At that time this place will no longer be able to imprison me, huh?" The devil ape stared at Jiang Qin and laughed heartily. All these years he had been killing geniuses who entered this valley, eating their hearts and absorbing their yang qi, all for the sake of breaking through to the next realm and leaving this place. However, those geniuses were too inferior, none of them were powerful. Until today, when the appearance of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog gave him hope. Especially Jiang Qin, he was shocked to find that Jiang Qin had the bloodline of 3 divine beasts, which made him ecstatic. So powerful. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The devil ape was really terrifying. He could see through Jiang Chen with just a glance. He did have the bloodline of 3 divine beasts in his body, but these bloodlines still couldn't escape the devil ape's eyes. This could only mean that the devil ape was too powerful. In addition to the bloodline of the true dragon, Jiang Chen also had the bloodline of the white tiger and the bloodline of the Qilin. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen's bloodline had a fatal attraction to any demon beast in the world. 300 years, it's been 300 years. I finally have the day to show my face. Yang Junlong, you've imprisoned me for 300 years. When I leave this damned place, the first thing I'll do is to destroy the Great Qian Empire and kill all the people in the empire. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. The heaven-devouring devil ape looked extremely excited. When he mentioned Yang Junlong, he gnashed his teeth and his eyes emitted substantial anger. The void was about to be burned. It could be seen that his hatred for Yang Junlong had reached a certain degree. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog glanced at each other, then turned around and flew out of the palace tacitly. They knew the secret of this place, but if they had known it earlier, they wouldn't have come in even if they were beaten to death. Originally, they thought that they could get some benefits by coming in, but now it seemed that it was good enough to keep their lives. There was nothing to hesitate about. As for who Yang Junlong was, what kind of grievances existed between him and the heaven-devouring devil ape, and why the devil ape was imprisoned here, it was no longer their concern. No matter who Yang Junlong was, it was more important to escape. Since the palace was completely formed by energy, the formation inside the energy was specially built to imprison the devil ape. Therefore, if Jiang Chen and the others wanted to escape, the energy in the formation wouldn't stop them at all. Do you still want to go out after coming here? The devil ape burst into laughter. In his eyes, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were like clowns. In front of him, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were like ants. They were too weak. He could kill them with a casual blow. The devil ape waved his hand and a black light drifted out. Then the entire palace disappeared, and the scene changed into a black mountain range. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog flew over the mountain range. They were very fast, but no matter how they flew, they couldn't fly out of any of the mountains. Not good. This place is controlled by some secret technique. We are no match for the devil ape at all. No matter what we do, we are still in the same place. The Huang dog said in a very solemn tone. I didn't expect to encounter such a big guy. How unlucky. Jiang Chen was speechless. Although the heaven-devouring devil ape was imprisoned, he was still the absolute master of this spatial zone, controlling everything here. Jiang Chen felt very depressed. Finding out such a secret wouldn't bring him any benefits at all. You two little ants. Even after coming here, you still want to escape from this lord's palm? You're simply delusional. The devil ape appeared. He was still sitting on the throne with a relaxed look on his face. His eyes were filled with playfulness. In his eyes, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were just playthings. What do you want? Asked Jiang Chen. He had already prepared himself. If there was really no other choice, he would have to use the Zulong Tower. He didn't know if the Zulong Tower could stop the powerful devil ape, but he was very clear about one thing. Without the Zulong Tower, he and a Huang dog would die for sure. Even if they used all their strength, they would never be able to escape from this spatial zone. What do I want? Naturally, I want to eat you too. The devil ape said in an incomparably relaxed manner. Chapter 1485. The eyes of the devil ape were full of ridicule. In his point of view, these two were his prey, the food that was already at the edge of his mouth. Usually, he wouldn't be in a hurry to eat the things that he was about to get. He liked to see the fear and despair of people before they died. That kind of feeling was intoxicating to him. Humph. Heaven-devouring devil ape, I'm afraid that your teeth aren't strong enough to eat us. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. His divine sense filled every corner of the spatial zone, trying to find a way to escape, but in the end there was only despair. No matter how the scenery changed, whether it was the Black Palace or the Black Mountains, they were all created randomly by this spatial zone. He couldn't find a way to escape. He knew that the devil ape couldn't walk out of this place, but this place had already been completely controlled by the devil ape. From the moment he and a Huang dog stepped into the passageway of nothingness, it was equivalent to stepping into a dead end. There was no turning back. My teeth aren't strong enough? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. My devil ape clan can even devour the heaven. Is there anything in this heaven and earth that I can't eat? The devil ape laughed aloud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the heaven and earth. The innate ability of the devil ape was devouring. Could devour everything. At its peak it could even devour the heaven, let alone humans. Brat, what should we do now? De Huang Dog looked at Zhou Xian. If you use the immortal execution sword, do you have the confidence to deal with this big guy? If I can refine this guy, my cultivation base will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and many more levels of the Zulong Tower will be condensed. Zhou Xian transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. Upon hearing that, De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Brat, are you kidding me? In my hand, the immortal execution sword is at most equivalent to an emperor weapon at its peak. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is infinitely close to being a half-step sovereign. Aren't you asking Master Dog to fight a mighty immortal venerable with this sword? It won't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. He had never thought that such a terrifying guy was hiding in the territory of Great Qian Empire. Not to mention them, even if the emperor and the old ancestors of Great Qian Empire came out together, they wouldn't be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of this heaven-devouring devil ape. If all else fails, we can only rely on the Zulong Tower. Zhou Xian shook his head helplessly. With a sway of his body, he reverted to his original appearance. In the face of the mighty heaven-devouring devil ape, he had no intention of fighting. There was no difference between his dragon form and his human form. At this time, the only thing he could rely on was the Zulong Tower. But what worried Zhou Xian the most was that the trace of the Zulong Tower would be discovered by the ape. If that was the case, the danger would be great. He couldn't predict how powerful an immortal venerable who was close to the half-step sovereign realm could be. Therefore, if he made a mistake, even the Zulong Tower would be destroyed. I've been eating hearts all these years and I'm almost sick of eating them. It seems that my luck is not bad. I've actually waited for 2 guys with the bloodline of Divine Beast. The things on your bodies are much more precious than those low-level hearts. I'll definitely eat you up, not even leaving any dregs. The devil ape stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. As long as he could eat Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, he would be able to make a breakthrough and become a mighty half-step sovereign. At that time, he would be able to break the space here and nothing would be able to stop him. Half-step Emperor was an existence that had half a foot into the Emperor realm. It was a realm that countless venerables couldn't cross in their lifetime. Stepping into the Emperor realm wasn't determined by talent or strength, it was determined by luck. Every person who could step into the Emperor realm was a person with great luck. Alright, I'm not going to play with you 2 anymore. I'm going to eat you 2 now and then break through to that legendary realm. The heaven-devouring devil ape seemed to have had enough fun, and it seemed to be impatient. He suddenly opened his mouth. It was an incomparably huge mouth with a radius of 3 meters like a black hole. Ooh! A gust of wind with a fishy smell was breathed out from the heaven-devouring devil ape's mouth. It was like a raging storm engulfing everything. The invisible storm engulfed Zhou Xian and Big Yellow in an instant. This is the innate ability of the devil ape. It can devour everything in the world. Kid, hurry up and use the Zulong Tower or we'll be finished. De Huang Dog said. Not good. I've underestimated this guy's strength. His gust of wind has sealed everything here and can devour everything in this space. Even if we enter the Zulong Tower, he can devour the Zulong Tower as well. At that time we'll still die. Zhou Qian's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected this situation. All along he had been using the Zulong Tower as a magic treasure to escape during critical moments. Moreover, it was a tried and tested method. Every time it would produce an unexpected effect. However, Zhou Xian had never faced such a powerful expert before, so he couldn't make the corresponding judgment. Now it was useless to use the Zulong Tower. Damn you! De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. The powerful storm had already engulfed their bodies. Under this powerful storm, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were like a small boat in the sea, unable to exert any strength. Zhou Qian's divine sense was also sealed, so he couldn't use it to communicate with the Zulong Tower. To put it bluntly, this was the biggest crisis Zhou Xian had encountered in his life. It was an unprecedented crisis. Even if he exerted all his skills, he couldn't resolve it. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were completely out of control. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the mouth of the devil ape. Wakaka. The devil ape let out a carefree laugh which caused the entire space to ripple. For God's sake, Master Dog can't move. I don't even have the strength to use the immortal execution sword. De Huang Dog cursed, but it was useless. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen had the urge to spurt out blood. The feeling of complete despair made him very unhappy, but he had no way to deal with it. He was like a fish on the chopping block waiting to be trampled on. Was he going to die like this? Jiang Chen was unwilling. De Huang Dog was also unwilling. They still had a lot of things to do, but Jiang Chen still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. This hope came from the great divination art. Before entering this valley, he had used the great divination art to calculate that although this valley was dangerous, it was absolutely not fatal. He believed in the great divination art. Therefore he felt that there was still hope, but he really didn't know where this hope was. Hong Long. Just as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were about to enter the mouth of the devil ape, a sky-covering big hand suddenly fell from the sky. That big hand was like a cage grabbing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Chapter 1486. The moment they were covered by the big hand, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that the big hand had directly cut off the storm unleashed by the devil ape, allowing them to regain their freedom. The first thing that came to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's mind was that someone had saved them. Could it be that there was someone else in this space? Since the person who saved them could directly cut off the devil ape's devouring divine art, it indicated that the person's strength was not weaker than the devil ape's. A powerful venerable was in existence that was infinitely close to the half-step emperor realm. Today they actually encountered two of them. But for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, no matter who the other party was, why would the other party save them? Why did he have to save them? It was a good thing. The devouring storm unleashed by the devil ape was directly shattered by the big hand. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog clearly saw that the devil ape was bounced back by several meters. To be able to repel the devil ape, it showed how powerful the person who saved them was. At least it was beyond Jiang Chen's reach. The void collapsed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog saw the sky again. The man and the dog were shaken by the storm, but very quickly, a gentle force fell on them and helped them to stabilize their bodies. When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came to their senses, they saw an old man appear beside them. When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog saw the old man's face clearly, they were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and were speechless. You two bastards are really bold. How dare you break into any place? The old man said a little angrily, but his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Old liar. Jiang Chen exclaimed. The old man in front of him was dressed in rags and was covered in filth. Who else could he be but an old swindler? After killing young Master Futian, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were taken away by old man Bai Weng. They had never paid attention to the old liar's whereabouts. At first they just regarded the old liar as a passerby and had basically forgotten about him. But unexpectedly the old liar came to their rescue today and saved their lives. That day they had felt that this old liar was not an ordinary person, but no matter how hard they thought, they could not imagine that the old liar was actually this terrifying. Who is it? How dare you stop me? The devil ape was infuriated. A monstrous demonic energy was released from his body. Just now the food was already in his mouth, but it was snatched away by someone. This kind of feeling made the devil ape extremely angry. The demonic energy of the heaven-devouring devil ape was simply too dense. His gaze landed on the old swindler's body and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Clearly he could tell how terrifying the old swindler was. He was definitely not an easy opponent to deal with. Who are you? How do you know about this place? What's your relationship with Yang Junlong? The devil ape asked. Heaven-devouring devil ape, you were imprisoned here by Yang Junlong back then. It's been 300 years, yet your temperament is still so tyrannical. It seems that Yang Junlong was wrong to spare your life back then. The old liar spoke, putting away his usual frivolous demeanor and having the demeanor of an expert. Shut up. Back then, if it wasn't for that bastard Yang Junlong framing me, how could he have trapped me? He used a natural restriction to imprison me, but if he wanted to kill me, Yang Junlong wasn't qualified enough. The devil ape was incomparably furious. The name Yang Junlong could always make him angry at any time. It seems that this natural restriction is really good. In that case you can continue to stay here. The old liar chuckled, then wrapped Zhou Xian and a Huang dog with his aura. Let's go. Swish. As soon as the old liar's voice fell, the devil ape directly blocked in front of them. A huge demonic energy sealed the entire space. They belong to me. If you want to take them away, have you asked for my permission? Old man, I don't care who you are. If you leave now, I will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, after I refine the two of them, you will be the first to be killed, the devil ape said viciously. Zhou Xian and a Huang dog were his last hope, a hope that he had waited for 300 years. If they were taken away just like that, the devil ape would probably vomit blood. I want to take them away. Do you think you can stop me? The restriction here has been specially modified by Yang Junlong. It will only stop you, not others. The old liar laughed out loud. The might of a venerable completely erupted. His body emitted a dazzling light, making people not dare to look at him directly. The heaven-devouring devil ape roared in rage. Suddenly he stretched out his sharp claws. The spikes on the claws were 3 feet long. The void was directly shattered. If one was caught by the claws, they would definitely be torn into pieces. The two of you get out of the way. The old liar pushed Zhou Xian and a Huang dog far away. Then a long sword appeared in his hand with a clang. The instant the long sword appeared, the entire void turned cold. The long sword was filled with a ruthless aura. A casual move would be followed by the charm of the great Tao. This was a powerful venerable weapon that was endowed with spirituality. The old liar's sword was too fast. Not only was it fast, but there was also an indescribable aura within it. It emitted a sorrowful atmosphere that could easily make people sad. Zhou Xian clearly saw that when the old liar displayed the long sword, his eyes were like an abyss without any ripples. That was an incomparably sorrowful gaze. The long sword easily cut through the void and collided with the sharp claws of the devil ape. The indestructible sharp sword left a wound on the sharp claws of the devil ape, causing blood to flow out. Upon seeing this long sword, the devil ape seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed immediately. Sword of forgotten emotion. You are venerable forgotten emotion Xiao Wangqing? The devil ape exclaimed. The name of venerable Wangqing was famous in the immortal world back then, and the name of Xiao Wangqing was known by everyone. Seems like my reputation isn't weak. There are still people who remember me. The old liar smiled. Xiao Wangqing, everyone said that you severed all your emotions and forgot about the world. But in the end you failed to break through to the immortal emperor realm and died. I didn't expect that you are still alive and have become like this. The devil ape's eyes kept sizing up the old liar. Even though he was very arrogant, he couldn't help but take the old liar seriously after seeing the appearance of the sword of forgotten emotion. Forgotten emotion? I still can't forget it after all. The old liar shook his head. A trace of bitterness leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were very deep. That was the gaze of a manager who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He was a man with a story. Chapter 1487. Looking at the wound on his hand, the devil ape gnashed his teeth in hatred and roared towards the sky. No one could understand his current mood. When a person was in despair, despair would become a habit. At least, the devil ape had been used to it for 300 years and could continue to get used to it. It wouldn't be a problem for him to get used to it for another 300 years. But when a person in despair suddenly saw hope and then the hope was shattered, that feeling would be completely different. Right now the devil ape was feeling this way. He was strangely angry, but that was all. He was destined to not be able to walk out of this place, and he knew that he couldn't make Xiao Wangqing stay. Light flickered. Zhou Xian and a Huang dog walked out of that spatial zone and returned to the courtyard. At this time the sky had already begun to brighten. The old liar seemed to have returned to his original appearance. He casually walked to the boulder that the Huang dog often climbed on and sat down. Senior. Zhou Xian came to the front of the old liar and cupped his fists. Thank you for your help, Senior. Zhou Xian really shouldn't have been disrespectful to Senior. Zhou Xian wasn't someone who would easily salute, but the old liar felt that it was worth it. This was a life-saving grace. He understood very well what happened just now. If it wasn't for the old liar's timely appearance, he and a Huang dog would have been doomed. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. You brat, you suddenly became so polite. This old man isn't used to it. The old liar waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Xian didn't need to be so reserved in front of him. Old liar, you've hidden yourself very well. De Huang Dog came to the old liar's side and spoke in a casual tone. The old liar didn't mind this at all. If he did, he wouldn't have made himself look so filthy. The old liar was like a man who had seen through the world of mortals. You two are really audacious. You dare to go anywhere. If it wasn't for this old man's timely appearance, you two would have become that big guy's feces. The old liar's tone sounded somewhat reproachful, but there was still a strong sense of praise in it, especially towards Zhou Xian. There weren't many young people with such audacity. Senior, how did you find this place? Zhou Xian asked. With this sovereign strength, is it very difficult to find you? The old swindler glared at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was speechless. The old swindler was right. It was too easy for a powerful supremacy to find a person. However, Zhou Xian was still very puzzled. It was very easy for the old swindler to find the valley he was in, but it would probably not be easy for him to find that sealed space. You should know who Yang Junlong is, right? If I'm not mistaken, you should know Yang Junlong. Otherwise, how could you find that space? Zhou Xian said with a smile. Boy, you're really smart. That's right, this old man and Yang Junlong were best friends. Back then, that demonic ape was bloodthirsty and slaughtered an entire city, killing millions of humans. Yang Junlong lured it into a natural restriction that had existed for a very long time and had fused with the essence of heaven and earth. After being modified by Yang Junlong, he imprisoned the demonic ape. I knew about this matter, so I was able to successfully find that space. The old swindler said. Is Yang Junlong the old ancestor of the great Qian Empire's Yang clan? Zhou Xian said. This was his guess, but he reckoned that it wasn't far from the truth. Moreover, after listening to the old swindler's words, he admired Yang Junlong very much. Imprisoning the demonic ape could be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the human race. That's right, he's the old ancestor of the great Qian Empire. The old swindler nodded. There was nothing to hide about Yang Junlong's identity. Since that demonic ape was bloodthirsty, why didn't you kill him back then? De Huang Dog asked, puzzled. The old swindler shook his head. The heaven-devouring demonic ape isn't that easy to kill. Even if Yang Junlong and I joined forces, we definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. At most, we could only suppress him. The heaven-devouring demonic ape was right. If it wasn't for Yang Junlong's scheming against him back then, it would have been impossible to imprison him. Senior, is Yang Junlong still alive in this world? Zhou Xian continued to ask. This was the doubt in his heart. He had seen Yang Junlong's statue during the king-conferring ceremony in King Fan Prefecture. According to Yang Bufan, this old ancestor had disappeared for a very long time. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. That year, after Yang Junlong imprisoned the heaven-devouring demonic ape, he disappeared and never appeared again. However, I don't think Yang Junlong is dead. Given his ability, he wouldn't die so easily. The old swindler said. When mentioning Yang Junlong, his eyes turned solemn again. In any case, he and Yang Junlong were friends. Old swindler, Master Dog has a question to ask. You are obviously a powerful venerable and only a step away from the half-step sovereign realm. Why did you make yourself look like a bear? De Huang Dog asked curiously. This was also what Zhou Xian wanted to know. The old swindler didn't speak. He seemed to have fallen into contemplation. That's right. Why did he become like this? Even he himself didn't know. He had always wanted an answer in his heart, but this answer had never been proven. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog didn't speak, not wanting to disturb the old swindler's train of thought. After a long time, the old swindler stood up from the boulder. He lifted his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky as if he wanted to see through the sky. Venerable Wang Qing, Shao Wang Qing. I shall have pursued the pinnacle of cultivation all my life, but in the end I embarked on the Tao of Wang Qing. I wanted to use the Tao of Wang Qing to break through to the legendary Emperor realm. Unfortunately, some emotions are destined to be unforgettable. When I was young, I entered the Tao of Wang Qing with emotions and finally embarked on the Tao of Wang Qing. However, at the last moment when I used the Tao of Wang Qing to break through to the Emperor realm, I discovered that I still couldn't forget them. Therefore, I failed to break through to the Emperor realm and chose to live in seclusion. The old liar said. He had never said these words to anyone before, but today he had said it to Zhou Xian. It was a feeling. Zhou Xian couldn't help but sigh, feeling that the old swindler's life was very pitiful. He could tell that the old swindler had a lot of secrets. He was a sentimental person, yet he chose to walk on the Tao of Wang Qing. This in itself was contradictory. "Senior, there are some words that I don't know if I should say," Jiang Chen said. "Tell me about it." The old swindler looked at Jiang Chen with interest. "Senior, you are a sentimental person. Back then you even entered the Tao of Wang Qing with emotions. Later on, in order to break through to the Emperor realm, you chose to walk on the Tao of Wang Qing. At that time, you didn't know that this in itself was contradictory because you couldn't erase the shadow in your heart. Cultivation focuses on letting nature take its course. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Can a truly heartless person still be called a human? How can a person with emotions truly forget about them? Senior, why don't you abandon the Tao of Wang Qing and follow the guidance in your heart, walking on the path you want to walk?" Chapter 1488. Jiang Chen's words caused the old liar to sink into contemplation. His entire being seemed to have sunk into silence. He lowered his head in contemplation. His eyes flickered with a strange luster. His brows were knitted and relaxed. This state lasted for half an hour. During this half an hour, the courtyard was abnormally quiet. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog didn't say a word. They knew that the old liar was contemplating. Reaching the level of the old liar, one needed an opportunity. 300 years ago, the old liar tried to break through to the half-step sovereign realm using the Tao of forgetfulness, but ultimately failed. This matter was destined to leave a shadow in the old liar's heart. To most peerless venerables, they might only have one chance to break through to the sovereign realm in their lifetime. Once they failed, there wouldn't be a second chance. This was because it was very difficult for them to give up all their previous paths. The blow of failure was too great. Not only would it affect their temperament and state, it would also affect their luck. This could be seen from the old liar's 300 years of decadence. Jiang Chen's cultivation base was far from the old liar's, but he had different cultivation experiences from his previous life. He had his own unique understanding of the cultivation diagram. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees clearly. Right now, the old liar had fallen into a quagmire. He kept struggling but couldn't break free. In the end, he could only let it go. Jiang Chen hoped that his words would be able to help the old liar. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flickered in the old liar's eyes. Just these 2 rays of light were enough to illuminate the entire courtyard. He suddenly stood up from the rock and stared at Jiang Chen with a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars. After that, the old liar began to mutter to himself, "Forgetfulness, I can't forgetfulness. So it turns out that I'm destined to never walk the Tao of forgetfulness." The old liar seemed to have gained an epiphany. He had never thought about something that he had never thought about all these years. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen's words would be able to enlighten him today. The old liar suddenly saw a bright light in his dark world, emitting endless brilliance very quickly. "Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that I, Shao Wangqing, had been dispirited for hundreds of years, but in the end, it was you who enlightened me. Now I'm going to find back the feelings of the past. I entered the Tao through love, and now I'm going to sever the Tao of forgetting love and find the way to step into the sovereign realm again." The old liar walked up to Jiang Chen and reached out his somewhat dull hand to pat Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Senior, you just need to find yourself and find your original heart. As long as it's still there and your heart remains the same, breaking through to the Emperor realm is just around the corner." Jiang Chen said. He could sense the changes in the old liar. This half an hour was very significant to the old liar. It was much more than what he had comprehended in the past 300 years. As the saying went, a moment of enlightenment was better than 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Jiang Chen knew that as long as the old liar could find his past self, breaking through to the Emperor realm would not be a problem at all. "I'm going to leave soon. I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. If I can break through to the Emperor realm in the future, it will all be thanks to you, little friend. But before I leave, I'll bring you out of this valley first. Otherwise, the devil ape won't let this matter go." The old liar said. He was going to leave now to find his past self. However, he couldn't let Jiang Chen stay here alone. The devil ape wouldn't give up just like that. It would definitely look for trouble again. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog exchanged glances and nodded their heads. Their purpose in coming to the valley was only to find out the secret of this place. Now that they had found out the secret, There was no need for them to stay any longer. Besides, what the old liar said was right. The devil ape wouldn't let this matter go. They had witnessed how terrifying the devil ape was. Even if such a powerful venerable couldn't walk out from that spatial zone, he would still have other unfathomable means to deal with it. Any means that the current Jiang Qin and De Huang dog wouldn't be able to handle. With a flick of his robe, the old liar wrapped Jiang Qin and De Huang dog up. In the next instant, Jiang Qin and De Huang dog left the valley and appeared at the edge of the outer prefecture. By the time they reacted, the old liar had already disappeared without a trace, as though he had never appeared before. Given the old liar's strength, he could go anywhere in the world. Not to mention geniuses, he could even sneak into the imperial palace of Great Qian Empire without anyone noticing. Venerable Wang Qing Xiao Wangqing represented the same era as Yang Junlong. If the news of his reappearance was spread out, it would surely cause an uproar. If the master of genius prefecture Yang Zonqing knew that he would surely come out to greet him on his knees. Jiang Qin looked at the valley below and couldn't help but sigh. It was the feeling of surviving a calamity. This trip to the valley had a great impact on Jiang Qin. It allowed him to know what a true expert was. Existences at the level of the devil ape and Xiao Wangqing were unimaginable to him. A venerable of a generation already has such omnipotent abilities. What kind of existence is the legendary sovereign realm? Jiang Chen's eyes were full of longing. He thought of Yan Qinyu in the immortal burying coffin. After witnessing the terror of the old liar and the devil ape, Jiang Qin finally realized that he still had a long way to go in order to uncover Yan Qinyu's secret. This experience is a good thing for you. It will make you clear your goal and position, said De Huang dog. Big Yellow said. He knew that Jiang Qin was an arrogant man. Jiang Qin had his own goal, but he didn't know to what extent it was. After experiencing the valley and witnessing the scariness of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar, Jiang Qin finally understood the gap between them and his goal became clearer. Yes, I've reacquainted myself. Jiang Qin nodded. When he thought of the scariness of the heaven-devouring devil ape and the old liar, his heart suddenly pounded. That was the heart of a powerhouse. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Qin had long possessed the heart of a powerhouse. Now, the heart of a powerhouse had changed because of Jiang Qin's change, showing signs of metamorphosis. A buzzing sound rang out from Jiang Qin's body. Rays of light radiated from his heart. This was a kind of potential stimulation equivalent to an epiphany. De Huang dog's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the stimulation this time would have such a great impact on Jiang Qin, causing him to undergo a metamorphosis and awaken the heart of an expert. This fellow is truly blessed by the heavens, a peerless monstrous genius. The metamorphosis of the heart of an expert will allow his cultivation base to improve again. Even if he can't break through to the immortal king realm, it shouldn't be too bad. De Huang dog mused. Although he had experienced too many miracles with Jiang Qin, he was still somewhat surprised by the metamorphosis of the heart of an expert. Chapter 1489. In the depths of Jiang Qin's soul, a primordial dragon's roar resounded. The head of the ancestral dragon appeared and roared towards the sky. This was the second time Jiang Qin had heard the roar of the ancestral dragon. The head of the dragon seemed to be the only thing in the world. Just its posture was enough to make people want to worship it. It didn't seem to be a dragon but a race, a totem, a faith. In the depths of Jiang Qin's soul, there was a faith hidden. Jiang Qin was shocked. He knew that the appearance of the head of the ancestral dragon had something to do with the transformation of his heart of the strong. At the moment when the ancestral dragon appeared, Jiang Qin felt that he was the ancestral dragon, he was the faith, he had transformed into a totem, transcending the three realms, breaking away from the five elements. He was majestic, noble, powerful and supreme. The roar of the ancestral dragon and the head of the ancestral dragon disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had only appeared for a moment, but it had already made Jiang Qin's blood boil. Jiang Qin knew that the reason why the ancestral dragon appeared in his body was definitely related to the dragon transformation skill, just like when the Zulong Tower appeared. He didn't know what kind of connection or secret he had with the ancestral dragon, but there was one thing he was very clear about: it was definitely not a bad thing. The dragon transformation skill had made him who he was today. If he wanted to step onto the peak of cultivation, he had to rely on the dragon transformation skill. In other words, when the 100,000 dragon marks were formed, he had already completely transformed into a dragon. His body had the complete bloodline of a real dragon, and he had completely integrated with the dragon transformation skill. The Zulong Tower was a very good proof. Under the stimulation of the transformation of the heart of the strong, the head of the ancestral dragon appeared again, and new dragon marks were condensing. Jiang Chen's Qi was like a small world, and the whole small world was filled with floating dragon marks. Each dragon mark looked like a real dragon, and the scene was extremely spectacular. If outsiders were to see such a scene, they wouldn't know how shocked they would be. The small world seemed to have returned to the primordial era. In the distant ancient times, the roars of true dragons could be heard, causing people to exclaim in admiration. For Jiang Chen, the process of getting to know himself again was a process of epiphany. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stimulated by the heart of a powerhouse. De Huang Dog stood aside, not daring to disturb him. Jiang Chen's process lasted for an hour. At this time, the sky was already bright and the sun was shining brightly. Jiang Chen's qi had finally converged. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His body made cracking sounds. In this 1 hour, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased by 10,000, causing the total number of dragon marks in his body to reach 1,098,000. His cultivation base was infinitely close to the immortal king realm, and he was only 2,000 dragon marks away from the true immortal king realm. He could make the breakthrough at any time and become a true immortal king. This was the true peak of half-step immortal king realm. In a sense, Jiang Chen's current state had completely broken away from the half-step immortal king realm. Given his current combat strength, if he were to use his dragon transformation, he could kill any ordinary half-step immortal emperor. Even if he encountered those half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Genius Prefecture, he wouldn't be inferior to them. He might even have the chance to suppress them. This feeling is really good. Jiang Chen stretched his arms, raised his head to look at the glaring sunlight, then at the valley below. Suddenly he felt that the sunlight was really good. There was only a barrier between where he was standing and the valley below, but it was this barrier that had completely isolated the valley below, turning it into two completely different worlds. Where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked. I'm still going to the registration office to look for that old dog Yang Ling. My place of cultivation hasn't been allocated yet. Jiang Chen shrugged and strode towards the outer prefecture. He still didn't know that Yang Ling had been killed by Yang Bufan. Kaka. I wonder what kind of expression that old man will have when he sees us walking out of the valley alive. One should know that we are the first to walk out of the valley alive. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. To Genius Prefecture, being able to walk out of the valley unscathed was already a miracle. Perhaps it would attract the attention of the entire Genius Prefecture. At that time he would be able to act tough again. As a matter of fact, this idea of De Huang Dog was still a little weak, because the fact that they could walk out of the valley alive was like an earthquake to the entire Genius Prefecture. That day Hu Yao wanted Jiang Chen to go into seclusion in the valley for a month, but only a little more than half a month had passed. However, this deadline was meaningless to Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen didn't put Hu Yao in his heart. If it wasn't because of his interest in the valley, he wouldn't have gone to the valley even if Hu Yao wanted to punish him. So, walking out of the valley now had nothing to do with Hu Yao. If Hu Yao wanted to find trouble with him again, Jiang Chen had his own way to deal with it. He might not be able to deal with the heaven-devouring devil ape, but if an early immortal emperor like Hu Yao wanted to find trouble with him, he wasn't afraid at all. Jiang Chen had no idea that the current Hu Yao was already trembling with fear. He couldn't even sleep well at night. Even in his dreams he was praying that Jiang Chen could walk out of the valley alive. Jiang Chen was just too scary. He had no doubt that if Jiang Chen couldn't come out of the valley, he would only have one fate, death. Jiang Chen would never let him go. Even the crown prince wouldn't be able to stop him. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog swaggered out of the valley. Very quickly they attracted the attention of people. When someone saw Jiang Chen, his eyes and mouth widened. By God! What am I seeing? There must be something wrong with my eyes. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Someone rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe such a scene. It's Jiang Chen. It's really Jiang Chen. He has actually walked out of the valley alive. How is this possible? This is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. That's right. It's Jiang Chen. I've seen him and that dog when he created a ruckus at the registration office. It has been more than half a month. They have really walked out of the valley. It's a miracle. They have created a miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. This is a major event, the biggest event since the establishment of Genius Prefecture. Miracle. A miracle has happened. Everyone thought that Xianxia was dead. He has actually come back alive. He has stayed in the valley for more than half a month. How did he do it? Chapter 1490. Someone had successfully walked out of the forbidden area. This was a major event. Everyone found it unbelievable. Using the word unbelievable wasn't enough to describe it. Everyone was curious about what method Xianxia had used to walk out of the forbidden area. They were even more curious about what was inside the valley. Perhaps Xianxia knew something. More and more people came out of the forbidden area. Those who came out followed behind Xianxia, walking towards the direction of the registration office. After Dong Fei heard the news, he walked out at once and flew towards Xianxia. When he first heard the news, he absolutely didn't believe it. He felt that someone must be joking because no one had ever walked out of the forbidden area. However, looking at Xianxia standing in front of him unscathed, he had no choice but to believe it. Brother Jiang, you have really walked out of the forbidden area alive. Dong Fei seemed very excited. The excitement that came from the bottom of his heart couldn't be faked at all. Very soon a large group of people gathered around. These people were Dong Fei's friends. Each of them looked at Xianxia with eyes full of admiration. It was an admiration that they had never felt before. They had already witnessed Xianxia's ability. Now Xianxia had created another miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. They weren't fools. They knew that this was enough to prove that Xianxia was a man with great luck. I have said that I will come back alive. Xianxia smiled at Dong Fei. He had a good impression of this Dong Fei. Brother Jiang, you have created a miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. I, Dong Fei, have said that as long as you can come out alive, I will follow you for the rest of my life. From now on, I, Dong Fei, will be a member of King Fan Prefecture. Dong Fei clasped his fists at Xianxia. He had said this before, but he felt that he wouldn't have the chance. Unexpectedly, a miracle really happened. In his point of view, following a peerless monstrous genius like Xianxia was already something to be proud of. We will also follow senior brother Jiang and join King Fan Prefecture. I believe many people in Outer Prefecture will also be willing to join King Fan Prefecture. That's right. King Fan and senior brother Jiang are both men with great luck. We are willing to follow them. It's our honor. Everyone was talking at once with a solemn face. They had never joined any major power before, but now they had decided to join King Fan Prefecture and follow Xianxia from then on. They weren't blind. Naturally, they could see the potential of Xianxia and King Fan. With these two together, they would achieve great things sooner or later. Upon seeing this, Xianxia smiled and felt very satisfied. This was the result that he wanted. Expanding the power of King Fan Prefecture was one of his main purposes for coming to Genius Prefecture. He could see that these people were willing to follow him and join King Fan Prefecture. This was the first step to expanding the power of King Fan Prefecture. He believed that this was just the beginning. Alright, since all of you are willing to follow me and join King Fan Prefecture from now on, all of you are members of King Fan Prefecture. Xianxia's chi fluctuated as he spoke. He was very clear about the value of these people. Every one of them had the potential to advance to Immortal Emperor realm. Every disciple in Genius Prefecture was outstanding and would be the target of competition among the young kings. They had boundless potential. Grasping them was equivalent to grasping the future of Great Qian Empire. Senior brother Jiang, tell us what kind of terrifying thing is in the valley and how did you get out of it? Someone asked. Many of them came closer, seeming incomparably curious. It's better that you all don't know about the things in the valley. It won't do you any good. I'm going to find Yangling now and ask him to arrange a place for me to stay. Xianxia said. It was impossible for him to reveal the secret of the valley. If it was spread out, the entire Genius Prefecture wouldn't be able to have peace anymore. Brother Jiang, Yangling is dead. Dong Fei said. Dead? How did he die? Don't tell me he committed suicide after being humiliated that day? De Huang Dog was stunned. Upon hearing the news of Yangling's death, regardless of how Yangling died, De Huang Dog had already begun to feel happy. He was killed by King Fan. Yesterday King Fan advanced to Immortal Emperor and came to find you. When he heard that you have entered the valley, he was infuriated and killed Yongling on the spot. He also wanted to kill Elder Hu Yao but was stopped by the Crown Prince. King Fan even had a fierce battle with the Crown Prince. King Fan is truly terrifying. Someone spoke. When they recalled the scene of King Fan causing havoc in Outer Prefecture yesterday, they still felt their blood boiling. King Fan's strength had left an indelible impression on them. What? King Fan has advanced to Immortal Emperor? Jiang Qin was astounded. It was indeed surprising that Yang Bufan could advance to the Immortal Emperor realm so quickly, but at the same time he felt happy for Yang Bufan. At the same time Yang Bufan had caused havoc in Outer Prefecture, killed Yongling and fought with the Crown Prince. This touched Jiang Chen's heart. He could tell that Yang Bufan cared a lot about him and had completely regarded him as a brother. This kid isn't bad. That old bastard Yongling did a good job. If he didn't die he would have been beaten up again today. De Huang Dog shook his head and said, "Whoosh." At this time, a silhouette flickered and appeared in front of Jiang Qin. The incomer was none other than Hu Yao, who had been beaten up by King Fan yesterday. Elder Hu Yao was very well informed. He knew that Jiang Qin had walked out of the valley alive so quickly. At this moment when Hu Yao saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog appearing here unscathed, his heart felt very complicated. He had wanted to get rid of Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin had come back in one piece, creating a miracle. At the same time he felt very happy because Jiang Qin wasn't dead. His life was saved. "Jiang Qin, this is your key." 8th courtyard. Hu Yao threw out a key casually. Jiang Qin caught the key and saw an 8 engraved on the key. That was the symbol of the 8th courtyard. After handing over the key, Hu Yao turned and left. Such an action stunned Jiang Qin. He thought that Hu Yao would definitely make things difficult for him. After all, Hu Yao had forced him to face the wall in the valley for a month. Now that he had come back in advance, Hu Yao should have seized this point and continued to cause trouble for him. Who would have thought that Hu Yao would give him the key and arrange a very good place for cultivation? Why do I feel that this old man looks very happy? This isn't normal. Shouldn't he be flustered and exasperated when he saw us coming out alive? De Huang Dog was also stunned. Hu Yao's reaction was something he had never expected. "Brother Jiang, you still don't know about this. Yesterday King Fan left behind a message. If you can't come out alive, King Fan will definitely kill Hu Yao. Not even the Heavenly Emperor can stop him. You coming back alive is equivalent to saving his life." Chapter 1491. After listening to Dong Fei's words, Jiang Qin finally understood why Hu Yao did this. Yang Bufan was once the evil lord and had killed too many people. He had always been domineering. Even if he had returned to Great Qian Empire, his high and mighty king's prestige wouldn't change. "Dong Fei, go find King Fan and tell him that I'm fine." Jiang Qin spoke to Dong Fei. He knew that Yang Bufan must be worried sick. Since he had returned safely, there was no need to let Yang Bufan continue to worry. Moreover, Yang Bufan's advancement to the Immortal Emperor realm was also something worth celebrating. "All right, I'll go now." Dong Fei turned and left. He seemed very excited. How could he not be excited after witnessing a miracle with his own eyes? He was now a member of King Fan Prefecture. Naturally, he would listen to Jiang Chen's words. The news spread too fast. Before Dong Fei reached the place where Yang Bufan was, Yang Bufan already knew about it. Not only Yang Bufan, but in just a short period of 10 minutes, almost everyone from the outer prefecture to the inner prefecture knew about this miracle. Someone had walked out of the valley. The commotion it caused was too great. It was absolutely an earthquake in the entire Genius Prefecture. What? Jiang Qin came out alive? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No one can walk out of the valley alive. After hearing the news, the Crown Prince seemed incomparably excited. He couldn't believe it, but these words came from Hu Yao's mouth. He had no choice but to believe it. "Yes, Crown Prince. I've seen him just now. He's not dead yet," Hu Yao said. Even he couldn't understand how Jiang Qin could walk out of there alive. This couldn't even be described as a miracle. It had been a forbidden place for so many years and everyone who entered it died. Even Yang Zhanqing didn't know what kind of secret was hidden in the valley. It was hard to imagine how Jiang Qin did it. Damn it. Where did this freak come from? If this man isn't eliminated, he will surely become a great trouble in the future. The crown prince gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. If his performance in Qingfan Prefecture wasn't enough to arouse the attention of Zhou Xian, then now the crown prince had already deeply felt the threat of Zhou Xian. That kind of potential threat was much greater than Qingfan, because you would never know what kind of miracles a person who was good at creating miracles could create. On the other side, King Ping, who had never shown himself, was shocked after hearing the news. The reason why he hadn't shown himself was because he wanted to get rid of Zhou Xian with the help of the crown prince. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. King Ping had never looked down on Zhou Xian from the beginning. He knew how big of a threat Zhou Xian was. Now that Zhou Xian was able to walk out of the valley, it showed that his potential was unimaginable. This man is extremely dangerous. If we can't become friends, we must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. King Ping's eyes flickered with cold light. He knew how intense the battle between the princes in the imperial palace was. Although they were blood brothers, they were also mortal enemies. Once this kind of battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. King Ping had truly understood the scariness of Zhou Xian. It seemed that he was ready to take action. Just like what Zhou Xian had said before, this King Ping was far scarier than the crown prince. The crown prince's actions were always out in the open, while King Ping was extremely shrewd. It wasn't hard to imagine that King Ping wasn't a simple character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Outer Prefecture, in the courtyard where Zhou Xian resided. This was the key he had just obtained from Hu Yao. At this moment, more than a dozen people had gathered in the courtyard. They were the geniuses of Outer Prefecture who had just joined Zhou Xian's side. From now on, they were the people of Qingfan Prefecture. This was the first batch of forces of Qingfan Prefecture in Genius Prefecture, but it absolutely wouldn't be the last batch. The development of Qingfan Prefecture had just begun. Very soon Qingfan and Dongfei appeared at the same time. Seeing that Zhou Xian had really returned from the valley in one piece, the ecstasy on Yang Bufan's face couldn't be concealed. Haha. Brother, you are really amazing. You have created the greatest miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan was very excited. Regardless of his identity, he came up and gave Zhou Xian a bear hug to express his joy. Congratulations to King Fan for successfully advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. Zhou Xian smiled. It was also a great thing that King Fan could break through to the Immortal Emperor realm so quickly. After all, Zhou Xian represented King Fan Prefecture. If King Fan Prefecture wanted to grow stronger, King Fan had to grow stronger first. This was the most basic thing. Only when King Fan grew stronger would he be qualified to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. Greetings, King Fan. Under the lead of Dong Fei, more than a dozen geniuses bowed to King Fan at the same time. King Fan, these people have followed us willingly. From now on, they are the people of King Fan Prefecture. The force of King Fan Prefecture in Crown Prince's Prefecture has just begun. I believe that it won't be long before we are able to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. Zhou Xian said. Good. Our King Fan Prefecture is destined to become Genius Prefecture, a sharp sword of Great Qian Empire. I won't treat you badly if you join King Fan Prefecture. King Fan's eyes swept across these geniuses and nodded secretly. Every disciple of Genius Prefecture was worth roping in. They were all young immortal kings with immeasurable achievements in the future. We are willing to follow King Fan and senior brother Jiang until death. Everyone spoke in unison. Good. You all can leave now. I have something to say to Zhou Xian, said King Fan. He knew that the reason why these people could join King Fan Prefecture was all because of Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's success in walking out of the valley had shocked the entire Genius Prefecture. Everyone in Genius Prefecture could see the potential of Zhou Xian. Following such a person would surely bring them great achievements in the future. Yes, King Fan. Dong Fei left the courtyard with these geniuses. Brother, how did you walk out of the valley? What's the secret in that valley? After everyone left, Yang Bufan couldn't help but ask. The secret in the valley had affected everyone's heart, including him. King Fan, the secret in the valley is of great importance. If I tell you about it, you must never tell anyone else, not even Yang Zanqing, because once this secret is spread out, it may cause a turmoil in the entire empire. Chapter 1492. Yang Bufan's expression changed slightly. He had never seen Jiang Qin speak in such a solemn tone. In his heart, Jiang Qin was confident, powerful and proud. No matter what kind of things he faced, he could always maintain his composure. Even the evil abyss had never caused Jiang Qin's expression to change. But now he could sense the fluctuation of emotions from Jiang Qin's tone. This could only mean one thing. The secret in the valley was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that he had to be fully prepared before he could listen to it. Yang Bufan was almost certain that in the entire Great Qin Empire, Jiang Qin wouldn't reveal the secret of the valley except for himself. The secret must be huge, but it had also aroused Yang Bufan's interest. After all, the valley had existed for many years and had become the forbidden area of Genius Prefecture a long time ago. There's another universe in the valley. There's a mighty peerless demonic devil, a powerful heaven-devouring devil ape, and a terrifying peerless venerable whose cultivation base is infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. Jiang Qin told him everything that happened in the valley without concealing anything. This was the secret of Great Qin Empire. Yang Bufan was qualified to know about it. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Yang Bufan's body shook violently. Despite being fully prepared, he was still shocked out of his wits. A peerless venerable who was infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm and a peerless devil. He finally knew why Jiang Qin was so serious. Because once this news was spread out, the entire Great Qin Empire wouldn't be able to keep its peace. No wonder all the geniuses who entered the valley have never returned. Who could resist such a powerful demon venerable? If this peerless demonic devil appears, it will be the doomsday for the entire Great Qin Empire. Yang Bufan couldn't calm down. He was very smart. He knew what such an existence represented. Basically, the great sovereigns of the immortal world wouldn't come out. Every peerless immortal venerable was a legendary existence. Great Qin Empire was naturally incomparably powerful and had powerful venerables, but it absolutely wouldn't have a peerless immortal venerable like the heaven-devouring devil ape. King Fan, you don't have to worry too much. The heaven-devouring devil ape has been imprisoned for 300 years. As long as no one touches the natural seal, the heaven-devouring devil ape won't be able to get out. Jiang Qin spoke. He could understand how shocked Yang Bufan was right now. In that case, the heaven-devouring devil ape was imprisoned by our ancestor Yang Junlong. Unfortunately, our ancestor had no way to destroy the heaven-devouring devil ape. He could only imprison it. I just don't know if our ancestor is still alive. Yang Bufan said. His face was full of worship and respect when he mentioned his ancestor Yang Junlong. As a descendant of Yang family, he naturally felt proud to have such a powerful ancestor. Unfortunately, Yang Junlong had disappeared for too long. No one knew whether he was still alive or not. Senior Yang Junlong has just disappeared. Given his cultivation base, even if he failed to break through to the sovereign realm, it's impossible for him to die. It's very difficult for someone who has reached his level to die. I believe that Senior Yang Junlong is still alive. Jiang Qin said. He had no doubt about this because the old liar was still alive. One should know that once one reached the immortal venerable realm, one would have at least 10,000 years of lifespan. If there was no accident, one wouldn't die. By the way, brother, you said that you have entered that spatial zone. How did you come out alive? Yang Bufan suddenly thought of the most crucial point and asked. One should know that Jiang Qin was facing the heaven-devouring devil ape. Given Jiang Qin's current cultivation base, he was just like an ant in front of the heaven-devouring devil ape. Yang Bufan would never believe that Jiang Qin didn't have any fortuitous encounter. Although Jiang Qin was a freak, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from the heaven-devouring devil ape even if he used all his strength. This is all thanks to the old liar. Jiang Qin said. His heart was filled with gratitude at the mention of the old liar. He felt that his luck was really good. Who would have thought that a shabby and filthy old man outside Futian Manor was a peerless venerable? Old liar. Yang Bufan was stunned. He had never heard Jiang Qin call him an old liar. When I first came to East Xuanyu, I met an old liar outside Futian Manor and became friends with him. The reason why I was able to escape from the heaven-devouring devil ape was because of the old liar. What I didn't expect was that this seemingly filthy old man turned out to be a reclusive expert. His name is Shao Wangqing. I wonder if King Fan has heard of him? Jiang Qin said with a smile. He was full of respect for the old liar. He hoped that the old liar could find himself again this time, enter the Dao through emotion and successfully break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Xiao Wangqing, Venerable Xiao Wangqing. I didn't expect this man to still be alive. There are many legends about Venerable Xiao Wangqing in ethereal immortal domain. Of course, I've heard some of them. He's a powerful peerless venerable who has a good relationship with the old ancestor of Yang family, Yang Junlong. I didn't expect that a reclusive expert would reappear in the world. Brother, you're really lucky. Yang Bufan's tone was full of shock and envy. Jiang Chen's experience was indeed enviable. A reclusive expert was willing to save him. Yang Bufan finally knew why Jiang Chen could walk out of the valley successfully. With the help of Venerable Xiao Wangqing, it was naturally a foolproof plan. Yes. Old Senior has left. I don't know when we will meet again. I hope that when we meet again, Old Senior has already unlocked the shackles in his heart and broken through to that legendary realm. Jiang Chen sighed. The old liar had been living in seclusion for 300 years, but Jiang Chen knew the bitterness in the old liar's heart. This matter is of great importance. It's true that we can't let others know about it. Otherwise, it will cause a great turmoil, but the existence of the heaven-devouring devil ape is a great threat to our empire. Yang Bufan knitted his brows. Although Great Qian Empire seemed to be incomparably prosperous on the surface, the heaven-devouring devil ape was the biggest hidden danger. His existence was like a time bomb that could explode at any time, bringing unimaginable disasters to Great Qian Empire. So we must grow stronger as soon as possible, strong enough to fight against the heaven-devouring devil ape. Jiang Chen said. His eyes sparkled. The heart of an expert in his body began to throb. It's easier said than done. Yang Bufan smiled bitterly. A peerless venerable was a powerful existence. There wasn't a single one in the entire Great Qian Empire, and he was merely an immortal emperor. That realm was just too far away for him. We shouldn't bite off more than we can chew. Just do our best for now. Since the secret of the valley has been hidden for 300 years, we can continue to hide it. Chapter 1493. Yang Bufan nodded. Both he and Jiang Chen were people who had experienced great storms. Even in the face of a powerful existence like the heaven-devouring devil ape, they wouldn't flinch. On the contrary, the existence of the heaven-devouring devil ape would stimulate their fighting spirit and stimulate them to keep improving and moving forward. Yang Bufan's body swayed all of a sudden, then he said to Jiang Chen, Little Chenzi, Master of Prefecture, has sent me a message just now, asking me to bring you to him. Alright, let's go then. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. Yang Zanqing was in charge of the entire Genius Prefecture and was a highly respected figure in Great Qian Empire. He was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. Naturally, he was most concerned about the matter in the valley. Now that Jiang Chen had successfully walked out of the valley, it had alarmed the entire Genius Prefecture. It was only normal for Yang Zanqing to have such a reaction. Under Yang Bufan's lead, Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen soon arrived at the highest place in Genius Prefecture, Yang Zanqing's cultivation place. This was a spatial zone created by Yang Zanqing himself. There weren't many people in the entire Genius Prefecture who were qualified to enter this place. Those who could be invited by Yang Zanqing were even fewer. Inside the palace, Yang Zanqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After sensing the arrival of Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan, he slowly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but nod secretly. He knew about the king-conferring ceremony. Even with his eyesight, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most heaven-defying monstrous genius he had ever seen. However, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was still weak, so Yang Zanqing didn't intend to summon Jiang Chen. He wanted Jiang Chen to cultivate on his own, but the fact that Jiang Chen had successfully walked out of the valley had astounded him. The secret of the valley was too tempting to him, so he had no choice but to summon Jiang Chen personally. Greetings, Master of Prefecture. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen clasped their fists at Yang Zanqing at the same time. They wouldn't dare to neglect this big shot of Genius Prefecture. Jiang Chen, I heard that you entered the valley and successfully came out, so I wanted to call you over to understand the situation. Yang Zanqing went straight to the point and directly asked about the situation in the valley. He was a straightforward person and hated beating around the bush. Reporting to Lord Manor Lord, that valley is indeed very strange. Some strange things have happened there. Jiang Chen said. What strange thing? Asked Yang Zonqing. He had once entered the valley, but as soon as he approached the edge of the valley, he sensed an extremely dangerous qi. So he immediately retreated. He had been in charge of Genius Prefecture for quite some time, but he had never entered the valley before. Therefore, everything in the valley was still a secret until now. I saw the genius disciples of Genius Prefecture who had entered the valley before. All of them are dead. They were controlled by a hidden force and turned into living corpses, puppets. During the half-a-month disciple was in the valley, living corpses kept appearing and trying to kill disciple. But disciple was lucky that he wasn't killed by the living corpses, because the cultivation law disciple cultivated is the nemesis of those living corpses. Jiang Chen said, recounting how he fought the living corpses. He didn't lie. After listening to Jiang Chen's narration, Yang Zonqing couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for those disciples who had entered the valley. In his heart, those people were all geniuses, the pillars of the country. They would become useful people in the future, but they had died in such a mysterious and strange forbidden place. It's indeed surprising that you could stay in there for half a month. But I want to know how you got out of there. You should know that no one who had entered the valley came out alive. Yang Zonqing looked at Jiang Chen with a different expression. This was the question he was most concerned about. Like the others, he was eager to know how Jiang Chen got out of the valley. Not long ago, a hidden power in the valley appeared and wanted to target me. However, when I was in the most dangerous situation, another power suddenly appeared. It was that power that saved me, allowing me to escape from the valley and walk out again. Jiang Chen lied with a straight face. He definitely couldn't tell anyone about the heaven-devouring devil ape or Shao Wangqing, so he could only make up such a lie. Yang Bufan, who was standing at the side, had a calm look on his face, but secretly gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This bastard lied as if he was telling the truth. One should know that no one would dare to lie in front of Yang Zonqing. A figure like Yang Zonqing would be able to detect any lies, but Jiang Chen's lies were flawless and flawless. He could only push the cause of the matter to the mysterious power in the dark. In this world there were too many mysterious things and there was no way to explain them. Just like the forbidden area of the valley, anyone who entered it would become a puppet of the living dead. This itself was very mysterious and no one could find out the secret inside for 300 years. According to what you said, there are actually two different types of energy in the valley. It's just that the energy didn't show up in the past. That's why all the people who entered the valley died. You were saved by that energy, that's why you managed to come out alive. Jiang Chen, it seems like you're a man with great luck. Yang Zonqing praised Jiang Chen. No matter what kind of secret was hidden in the valley, there was one thing that was certain, and that was Jiang Chen's luck. No matter what method he used, the fact that he was able to walk out of that place successfully proved that Jiang Chen was a man of great luck. A man of great luck. Thank you for your praise, Master, but that valley is really strange. I suggest Master to list it as a forbidden area and forbid anyone from entering it, said Jiang Chen. With the heaven-devouring devil ape inside, basically, anyone who entered that place wouldn't be able to return alive. That place was hell, a true burial ground. I understand. Bufan, Jiang Chen, both of you can leave now. Yang Zonqing waved his sleeves, signaling Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan to leave. The secret of the valley was still a mystery, but it was also a great thing that someone could walk out of it alive. Yes, Master of Prefecture. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen responded at the same time, then turned and left. Jiang Chen would never tell them the secret, because he didn't want to disturb the peace and stability of Great Qian Empire. Little Chenzi, I have just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. I still need some time to stabilize my cultivation base. You stay in the outer prefecture and manage it well. The development of King Fan Prefecture will be completely handed to you. King Fan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, then flew towards his cultivation place. He felt most at ease leaving the outer prefecture to Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Chapter 1494. In the next few days, the outer prefecture wasn't peaceful. It was getting more and more shaken. The news of Jiang Chen walking out of the valley had spread to every corner of Genius Prefecture. Even a mouse would know about it. Those who could enter Genius Prefecture had more or less luck. They had some understanding of luck. They knew that luck was an illusory thing, but it did exist. The fact that Zhou Xian could walk out of the valley was enough to show that his luck was incomparably vigorous. Plus, King Fan had advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm and fought to a draw with the Crown Prince. Everyone had seen King Fan's potential. Therefore, a large number of people wanted to join King Fan Prefecture, and Zhou Xian was the trusted aide of King Fan. The entire force of King Fan Prefecture was basically controlled by Zhou Xian. Therefore, people had been visiting Zhou Xian's residence these days. Numerous geniuses had requested to join King Fan Prefecture and serve King Fan and Zhou Xian. In just a few short days, the number of geniuses who joined King Fan Prefecture had already exceeded 80. This was undoubtedly an incomparably powerful force. One should know that each of these 80 geniuses was an immortal king genius. Any one of them could cause a sensation in a region when they walked out of Genius Prefecture. Many of them were geniuses who could cause a sensation in a region and were selected to join Genius Prefecture. The strongest forces in Genius Prefecture were still Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture. Now that King Fan Prefecture had gradually formed its scale, many of them believed that it wouldn't take long for King Fan Prefecture's force to contend against Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture. Where there was power, there would be competition. The relationship between King Fan, Crown Prince and King Ping had always been a competitive one. Now that the force of King Fan Prefecture had gradually grown to a certain scale, the competition between the disciples had also gradually intensified. This was inevitable and a common situation in Genius Prefecture. Damn it. The people of King Fan Prefecture are too arrogant. They actually dared to bully our Crown Prince Palace. In a corner of Outer Prefecture, a man was incomparably angry. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. It seemed like he had been beaten up by the people of King Fan Prefecture not long ago. There were a few disciples beside him. They were the people of Crown Prince Palace. All along it has always been the people of Crown Prince Palace bullying others. No one has ever dared to bully us. Now the people of King Fan Prefecture are really audacious. That Zhou Xian is too strong. We're no match for him. Come, let's go find Senior Brother Yu. Senior Brother Yu Hao has been cultivating in seclusion and should have come out by now. Let's let Senior Brother Yu Hao vent our anger for us. That's right. Senior Brother Yu is now a half-step Immortal Emperor expert. That Zhou Xian is certainly no match for him. Yu Hao was one of them. However, a half-step Immortal Emperor expert wouldn't appear in Outer Prefecture under normal circumstances. They had always placed cultivation as their priority. At their level, there was nothing more interesting than breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Once they successfully broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm, they would be able to enter the Inner Prefecture, obtain better cultivation resources and a higher status. Many of the pillars of Great Qian Empire, powerful generals and marshals were from Genius Prefecture. As long as they could become powerful immortal emperors, they would be able to leave Genius Prefecture and become a useful talent of Great Qian Empire, truly displaying their value. The three great empires of Eastern Xuanyu were constantly fighting against each other. As long as they could become powerful immortal emperors, they would be able to leave Genius Prefecture and become a useful talent of Great Qian Empire, truly displaying their value. In the courtyard, Yu Hao was clad in a green robe. He seemed to be in his late 20s. He had a sturdy body. Even the loose clothes couldn't hide the explosive muscles on his arms. His skin was a little dark and he looked very ordinary, but his strength was truly powerful and not to be underestimated. He had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. He was an extremely rare genius in Outer Prefecture. Moreover, Yu Hao looked refreshed. It seemed like the seclusion this time had brought him a lot of benefits. His cultivation base had become even more refined. Senior Brother Yu, you have to seek justice for us. In Outer Prefecture, no one has ever dared to bully the people of Crown Prince Palace. The disciple who was brutally beaten by King Fan Prefecture spoke in an aggrieved tone. The others were also talking at the same time, complaining about King Fan Prefecture. Senior Brother Yu, that Zhou Xian has instigated the people of King Fan Prefecture to act tyrannically. He doesn't put anyone in his eyes. The Outer Prefecture has already been stirred up by him. Someone said. It's that Zhou Xian who walked out of the Forbidden Land alive, right? Already know him. This man isn't simple, but his King Fan Prefecture has just started to develop. I'm afraid that he isn't qualified to ride on the head of Crown Prince Palace. However, the reason I came out of seclusion this time is for Dan Prefecture. In 7 days, Dan Prefecture will be recruiting disciples. You all should know that the standard of Dan Prefecture is extremely harsh. Every time the competition is incomparably fierce. When I successfully enter Dan Prefecture, my status will immediately be different. At that time I will help you all teach that Xianxia a good lesson. Yu Hao spoke. Dan Prefecture was the most important department of Genius Prefecture. The conditions for this department to recruit disciples were extremely harsh. Only one disciple would be recruited at a time. Apart from having superb alchemy skills, the disciple must also have incomparably powerful combat strength. To put it bluntly, the people that Dan Prefecture wanted were the extremely abnormal kind. Therefore, every person who participated in the assessment of Dan Prefecture must meet 2 conditions: alchemy and combat strength. Lacking either of them was unacceptable. Therefore, although the number of people in Dan Prefecture was very small, each of them was abnormal and an extreme genius of Genius Prefecture. Dan Prefecture possessed the best cultivation resources and countless high-grade spiritual herbs. It was the core department of the entire Genius Prefecture and even the entire Great Qian Empire, supporting the supply of high-grade medicinal pills to Great Qian Empire. Naturally, there were also many alchemists in Genius Prefecture. Among the countless geniuses, many of them relied on their superb alchemy skills when they were recruited. Being able to enter Dan Prefecture was their most important goal. It was also their dream goal because they knew very well that once they entered Dan Prefecture, they would soar to the sky with a single leap. They would have both status and glory. Entering Dan Prefecture is indeed a big deal. Compared to this, that Xianxia is nothing. However, it's very difficult to enter Dan Prefecture. Dan Prefecture only accepts 1 person at a time. I heard that Yang Ji of Qingping Prefecture has been preparing for a very long time. He is senior brother Yu's biggest competitor. Someone said. Although dealing with Xianxia was important, it was nothing compared to entering Dan Prefecture. If Yu Hao could successfully enter Dan Prefecture 7 days later, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Xianxia. Do you guys think that Xianxia will also sign up for the assessment of Dan Prefecture? Someone asked. Don't joke around. The first condition to enter Dan Prefecture is to possess an incomparably superb alchemy skill. If that freak Xianxia also knows alchemy, is he still human? That's right. Alchemy is very precious, and a high-grade alchemist is even rarer. Our Genius Prefecture has gathered all the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. That's why we have so many alchemists. How could that Xianxia be an alchemist? In their eyes, Xianxia was abnormal enough. A man like him should have spent all his time and energy on cultivation, and there was no way he could be an alchemist, because a true high-rank alchemist would need to spend most of his time and energy on alchemy. Some alchemists would spend their entire lives on alchemy, and only then would they be able to achieve great things. Humph. If Xianxia also participates in the assessment of Dan Prefecture, I will definitely make him lose all his face and teach him a good lesson. Chapter 1495. Of course, in the hearts of Yu Hao and the others, it was impossible for Xianxia to participate in the assessment of Dan Prefecture. Although almost all the geniuses of Great Qian Empire were gathered in Genius Prefecture and there were plenty of alchemists, the combat strength of many alchemists was basically weak. For a figure like Xianxia who had a tyrannical combat strength, it was obvious that he had spent all his time and energy on cultivation. How would he have the energy to concoct pills? How would they know that Xianxia was an alchemist ancestor in his previous life? With the blessing of the Great Soul Derivation technique, concoction was an incomparably simple thing to him. He could even concoct the 9-yang less rond pill. It was really hard to find a pill that he couldn't concoct in this world. On the other side, Xianxia's courtyard was unusually quiet. Xianxia was working hard to experience the Immortal King realm. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm, only a step away from the true Immortal King realm. He only needed the last 2,000 dragon marks to advance to the true Immortal King realm at any time. At this time Dong Fei walked in. Dong Fei, what's the matter? Xianxia asked. Senior brother Jiang Yu Hao of Crown Prince Palace and Yang Ji of Prince Ping Prefecture have come out from seclusion. Both of them are half-step Immortal Emperor experts. Recently, the friction between us and Crown Prince Palace and Prince Ping Prefecture has been very intense. I'm afraid that the two of them will harm you. Dong Fei said. It doesn't matter. If they dare to come looking for trouble, I will make them regret it. Jiang Chen smiled. Given his current cultivation base, it was enough to deal with half-step immortal emperor geniuses. The competition in the outer prefecture had always been very intense. Crown Prince Palace and Prince Ping Prefecture had been greatly oppressed by him during this period of time. It was time for someone to stand up. But as far as I know, they should have come out for the recruitment of disciples of Dan Prefecture, because both of them are powerful alchemists. Dong Fei said. Oh, where is Dan Prefecture? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. It seems that senior brother Jiang still doesn't know that Dan Prefecture is a special department of Genius Prefecture. It's high and mighty. Only powerful alchemists are qualified to enter Dan Prefecture. Every time Dan Prefecture recruits disciples, the quota is only limited to 1. Naturally, the selection criteria are extremely harsh. Those who participate in the assessment must not only have superb alchemy skills, but also powerful combat strength. They must have outstanding performance in these two aspects to be selected by Dan Prefecture. Dong Fei said. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the reverence and fear on Dong Fei's face when he mentioned Dan Prefecture. From this, one could see the status that Dan Prefecture occupied in Genius Prefecture. Only one spot at a time? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. He instantly had a strong interest in this Dan Prefecture. Just from the standard of recruitment, one could already see the terror and nobility of this department. If he could enter Dan Prefecture, he would be able to truly develop the force of King Fan Prefecture. The most important thing in cultivation was resources. Heaven and earth spiritual herbs and supreme saint pills were the best resources. The foundation of a major force was these. It was conceivable that Dan Prefecture was not only important to Genius Prefecture, but also to the entire Great Qian Empire. Any alchemist in Dan Prefecture was a powerful representative. Not only did they have first-rate alchemy skills, their combat strength was also extremely terrifying. As long as they came out of Genius Prefecture, they would be the pillars of the empire. Even if they didn't leave Genius Prefecture, they could still make great contributions to the empire by just relying on alchemy. To Jiang Chen, there were two benefits to entering Genius Prefecture. The first was to develop connections. Controlling the connections of Dan Prefecture was equivalent to controlling the best talents. It would be hard for King Fan Prefecture not to rise. The other benefit was, of course, to Jiang Chen himself. Jiang Chen's cultivation of dragon transformation skill was incomparably difficult. It required too many cultivation resources. Dan Prefecture was undoubtedly the department with the most abundant resources in the entire Genius Prefecture. This was almost unquestionable. Yes, senior brother Jiang. There is only one spot at a time. This has always been the only standard of Dan Prefecture. The number of people in Dan Prefecture is very small, but every one of them is distinguished. Dong Fei said. How long until the assessment of Dan Prefecture? Jiang Chen asked. 7 days, Dong Fei replied. Immediately he understood the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. His eyes immediately lit up. Could it be that senior brother Jiang wants to participate in the assessment of Dan Prefecture? Could it be that senior brother Jiang is also an alchemist? After saying this, Dong Fei's eyes widened because even he himself felt that it was impossible. After all, Jiang Chen's combat strength was too terrifying. Plus, he had never heard of Jiang Chen being an alchemist, nor had he seen Jiang Chen concoct pills. Why can't I be an alchemist? Since Dan Prefecture is recruiting disciples, I naturally have to compete for it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Dong Fei was stunned. After taking a deep breath, he said in shock, Oh my God! Senior brother Jiang is actually an alchemist. If this was spread out, I wonder how many people would be shocked. A monstrous genius with such abnormal combat strength is actually a high-grade alchemist? How can people live in this world? Dong Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't even keep his calm. An existence like Jiang Chen had completely subverted his previous understanding. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't lying because there was no need for Jiang Chen to brag. Dong Fei had to admit that there were many things in this world that couldn't be judged by common sense. Just like how he had never seen a half-step immortal king genius who could easily defeat an ordinary half-step immortal emperor. However, Dong Fei soon calmed down. In his point of view, if Jiang Chen could walk out of the Forbidden Valley alive, what else was impossible? The existence of this man was a miracle, which was why he could often create miracles. Dongfei, thank you for telling me this news. You can leave now. I'm going to meditate now. Jiangchen said. Yes. Dongfei clasped his fists at Jiangchen, then walked out of the courtyard. He now had incomparable respect for Jiangchen. Jiangchen had long become his idol. Sometimes respect originated from fear. Therefore, reverence was the most suitable word to describe Dongfei's feeling towards Jiangchen. Even if Dongfei was given 2 more guts, he wouldn't dare to delay Jiangchen's meditation. After Dongfei left, Jiangchen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, Dan Prefecture is really a good place. It seems like this trip to Genius Prefecture wasn't in vain. Jiangchen was still full of anticipation for the assessment of Dan Prefecture. He was looking forward to the resources of Dan Prefecture. Entering the prefecture meant that there would be endless benefits waiting for him. At the same time, Jiangchen was looking forward to colliding with those high-grade geniuses of Genius Prefecture. He was a man who would never be silent. 3 days later. Dong dong dong. Continuous knocks were heard outside the door of the courtyard, disturbing Jiangchen, who was in seclusion. Jiangchen opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out. He hated being disturbed the most when he was in seclusion. With a wave of his hand, the door of the courtyard opened automatically. 3 people walked in, led by Dongfei. As soon as they came in, they felt a chill all over their body, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. When they saw Jiangchen's murderous gaze, fear rose in their hearts. You'd better give me a good reason. Jiangchen said faintly. If these 3 didn't give him an explanation, he would surely break their legs. Here. Senior brother Jiang, the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire, is here. Dongfei said cautiously. What does it have to do with me? Jiangchen's anger hadn't subsided. He knew that there were 3 great empires in East Xuanyu. Great Cloud Empire was as powerful as Great Qian Empire, but the arrival of the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire had nothing to do with him. Sensing Jiangchen's anger, Dongfei hastily said, Senior brother Jiang might not know this, but the 7th prince is a peerless genius of Great Cloud Empire. He has already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm at a young age, which is on par with the crown prince and King Ping. Not only that, he is also a powerful alchemist. He has come here to challenge the alchemy of Dan Prefecture. To put it bluntly, he wants to humiliate Great Qian Empire with alchemy. Now the 7th prince is in Dan Prefecture. Many disciples of Outer Prefecture and Inner Prefecture have gone there to watch the show. 3 days ago, senior brother Jiang told me that you also want to enter Dan Prefecture. Upon hearing this, the anger in Jiangchen's eyes gradually subsided. He had to admit that this was indeed a major event. At least it was enough to attract Jiangchen's attention. Jiangchen had always been very interested in Dan Prefecture. This was a good opportunity for him to witness the power of Dan Prefecture. Moreover, the 7th prince had obviously come prepared. His purpose was to humiliate the alchemy of Great Qian Empire. As such, there was bound to be an alchemy competition. This was still worth watching. This was the first time that Jiangchen had seen a young immortal emperor alchemist. Dongfei and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Jiangchen wasn't angry anymore. Under the shroud of Jiangchen's anger, they felt that they were too insignificant, as though they could be suppressed by his anger at any time. Let's go and watch the show, Jiangchen said and stood up from the big rock. Whoosh. At this time, a ray of golden light rushed out of a room in the courtyard. It was De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had been in seclusion, absorbing the essence of the immortal execution sword. His cultivation base had been improving all the time. How can Master Dog miss out when there's a show to watch? De Huang Dog wagged his thick and sturdy tail. This guy loved to watch the show the most. Plus, the arrival of the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire was a rare event in Genius Prefecture. Under the lead of Dongfei, the group flew towards Dan Prefecture. They met many people on the way. All of them were rushing towards the direction of Dan Prefecture. It seemed like they were going to watch the show. Senior brother Jiang, Dan Prefecture is an important place of Genius Prefecture. Usually outsiders are not allowed to come close to it, but recently the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire has come to provoke us. That's why Dan Prefecture has opened it to all disciples. Any disciple can go and watch the show. If we keep it a secret, we will appear to be afraid of the seventh prince. Dong Fei said. Jiang Qin nodded silently. He understood Dong Fei's words very well. This was related to the face of an empire. In the face of such provocation, everyone in Genius Prefecture had the right to participate. Chapter 1496. Dan Prefecture wasn't located at the center of Genius Prefecture, but at the border of Genius Prefecture. There was a mountain overflowing with multicolored light here. That was where Dan Prefecture was located. Looking at this mountain from the outside, one could tell that it was extraordinary. The entire mountain was shrouded in multicolored light day and night. These multicolored light weren't real multicolored light, but the medicinal qi of different spiritual herbs. There were countless spiritual herbs here. Many of them had already gained sentience, making them priceless. Some of the rare treasures of the heaven and earth couldn't be measured by their value. At this moment, the place where Dan Prefecture was located was filled with people. Many of them had come to Dan Prefecture for the first time. They had been completely attracted by the scenery of Dan Prefecture. The spiritual herbs that covered the entire mountain had shocked them so much that they couldn't even close their mouths. Usually, Dan Prefecture had always been closed to the outside world. There was a layer of invisible seal outside the mountain, concealing everything here. Today the seal had been opened, allowing everyone to walk in. This was a feast for the eyes of countless disciples. Look, that's the iceberg snow lotus. This kind of spiritual herb only grows in cold places. I didn't expect it to grow here. This place was specially created by an expert who cultivated the ice attribute. There are a total of 9 iceberg snow lotuses here. Truly amazing. Look, that's the dragon ginseng. It's too precious. Oh my god, the Dan Prefecture is indeed the Dan Prefecture. There are precious and rare treasures growing everywhere here. Many of them only exist in legends. Many different environments have been created here, allowing countless spiritual herbs of different attributes to grow at the same time. This is really a big deal, really a big deal. Countless disciples were amazed. This was their first time coming to Dan Prefecture. They were all shocked by the magnificence of Dan Prefecture, especially those genius disciples who were proficient in alchemy. They were greatly stimulated. They secretly made up their minds to enter Dan Prefecture to cultivate one day. As an alchemist, it would be worth it if they could cultivate in a place like Dan Prefecture for the rest of their lives. One had to know that apart from the royal family and nobles of the Deqian Empire, most of these disciples were recruited from the various large sects of the empire. They were all well-known figures in their own sects, especially those alchemists, who were the most favored existences. In other words, with their previous identity and status, they had seen everything and had extraordinary knowledge. Now that even they were shocked to this extent, it showed how powerful the Pill Palace had become. At this time, Jiang Qin and the others had also arrived at the peak of the Dan Palace. Like the other disciples, they were also shocked by the spiritual herbs that covered the mountains and plains. They looked left and right like country bumpkins who had just entered the city. Today they had the opportunity to visit the Dan Palace. It could be said that they had really broadened their horizons. There are so many spirit medicines here. They are all precious spirit medicines. There are no ordinary ones at all. They are everywhere. It's too magical. I have never seen so many spiritual herbs before. The scene is really shocking. Dan Prefecture is indeed the supreme department of Genius Prefecture. Being able to cultivate here is simply the dream of countless people. Amazing! I didn't expect our Genius Prefecture to have such a powerful foundation. Dong Fei and the others were the same as the other disciples, expressing their current feelings with every word. That was called excitement. Both of their eyes were glowing. The fact that Genius Prefecture had such a powerful foundation made them feel very proud as disciples of Genius Prefecture. De Huang Dog didn't say a word. The frequency of his thick tail wagging increased. That pair of dog eyes was about to spurt out light. This guy looked left and right and then pounced towards the dragon ginseng that was as tall as a human. Jiang Qin reacted quickly. He grabbed the tail of De Huang Dog. He knew this guy too well. Therefore he had been paying special attention to De Huang Dog ever since he entered the mountain. If this dog was allowed to go down and wreak havoc, he was afraid that the higher-ups of Dan Prefecture would spurt out blood and skin this dog alive. Kid, why are you pulling Master Dog's tail? The Huang dog turned his head and gnashed his teeth at Zhou Xian. Damn dog, behave yourself for this, father. Zhou Xian slapped the Huang dog's head impatiently. The seventh prince had come to provoke them. At this time, all the people of Genius Prefecture had gathered here. If the Huang dog caused trouble at this time, he would absolutely be asking for trouble. Seeing that Zhou Xian was about to get angry, the Huang dog became much more well-behaved. However, his eyes were still scanning the area below, almost spurting out his saliva. Fortunately, the Huang dog knew the severity of the situation. He knew that this was indeed not the time to cause unnecessary trouble. So many spiritual herbs. There's still a long way to go. The Huang dog licked his lips. It seemed that he had already taken note of these spiritual herbs. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peak was filled with people. When Zhang Chen saw Yang Bufan at the forefront, he immediately flew over and came to Yang Bufan's side. Little Chenzi, you're here too. Yang Bufan greeted with a smile. How can I not come to watch such a big event? What's the situation now? Zhang Chen asked. His eyes shifted to the front. At the top of the mountain, there was a very imposing golden palace. In front of the palace was a square. Currently the square was filled with people. Some of them were wearing the same yellow Dan robe. They should be the people of Dan Prefecture. Standing at the forefront was an elder who seemed to be in his 50s. He had an imposing appearance and was in high spirits. Zhang Chen could tell at a glance that this was a powerful late immortal emperor expert. A powerful late immortal emperor absolutely had an unparalleled position in Genius Prefecture, let alone a member of Dan Prefecture. Beside the elder stood many genius alchemists of Dan Prefecture. All of them were dragons among men. In addition to their superb alchemy skills, their cultivation base had also reached the half-step immortal emperor realm. In front of them stood 7 to 8 people. Their faces were filled with arrogance, especially the one at the front. He seemed to be in his 20s, wearing luxurious clothes and a dragon crown on his head. The qi emanating from his body was incomparably powerful, no weaker than the crown prince and King Fan. His face was filled with provocation and boundless arrogance. It was the kind of arrogance that came from looking down on everyone. Needless to say, this was the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire. Those who came with the 7th prince were also powerful alchemists and half-step immortal emperors. These people almost represented the young generation of Eastern Profound Domain. Any one of them was a genius among geniuses and an outstanding genius among outstanding geniuses. At the same time, standing beside the 7th prince was a mighty late immortal emperor expert. With such an expert following him, it seemed that he was afraid that the 7th prince would suffer a loss in Great Qian Empire alone. Let me introduce to you first. That elder is the master of Dan Prefecture, Dongfang Yu, a late immortal emperor expert. His alchemy skill has reached the acme of perfection. He is in charge of the entire Dan Prefecture and has an unparalleled position in Genius Prefecture. Chapter 1497. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Dongfang Yu. He couldn't help but nod secretly. Such a figure was already a superior figure. If a late immortal emperor wasn't enough to make him receive enough respect, then the title of alchemist would make him completely different. To put it bluntly, Dongfang Yu's status in Genius Prefecture was at the same level as Yang Zhanqing. Even Yang Zhanqing had to address Dongfang Yu as his brother when he met him. The emperor of Great Qian Empire had to give Dongfang Yu some face. Moreover, the fact that Dongfang Yu could set the harsh recruitment standard of Dan Prefecture was enough to show that he was a big shot. It could be seen that not only his alchemy skill was amazing, but his combat strength was also incomparably powerful. Only such a big shot would have the courage and capital to set such a standard. Every move of his exudes a powerful qi. Calm and composed. He's an expert among experts. Zhang Chen spoke. This was his calmness towards Dongfang Yu. A good alchemist must first have a good temperament. Dongfang Yu had the kind of temperament that wouldn't change his expression even if the mountain collapsed in front of him. This was something that ordinary experts couldn't compare with. Of course, Dongfang Yu is very low-key usually, but he has a pivotal position in Genius Prefecture and even the entire Great Qian Empire. He's almost no weaker than Yang Zhanqing. Plus, his cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm, said Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan said. As the evil lord, he was undoubtedly very arrogant. There weren't many people who could catch his eye, and those who could earn his respect were even fewer. Yang Zanqing was one of them and Dong Fangyu was another one. That's the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire, right? Jiang Chen looked at the young man wearing the dragon crown and asked. That's right. That's right. This man is the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Zhangxiao, a famous genius in Eastern Profound Domain. He's as famous as the Crown Prince and King Ping. Additionally, his reputation is even higher than the Crown Prince and King Ping, because not only does he have strong cultivation base and outstanding combat strength, he's also an incomparably powerful alchemist. If his reputation can surpass the Crown Prince and King Ping, it must be because of his alchemy skills. Our Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire have always been at odds with each other. Yun Zhangxiao must have come prepared today. He wants to humiliate Great Qian Empire with his superb alchemy skills, which will affect the morale of Genius Prefecture. How could he not see through Yun Zhangxiao's intention? In a war between two empires, the most important thing was the morale. If one had the morale, one would have the upper hand. Yun Zhangxiao understood that the foundation of Great Qian Empire was Genius Prefecture. If he could strike a blow to the morale of Genius Prefecture and make them lose face, he would undoubtedly achieve his goal. In other words, striking a blow to the opponent's morale was a small matter, but improving one's own morale was a big deal. If Yun Zhangxiao succeeded in striking a blow to Genius Prefecture today, the geniuses of Great Cloud Empire would feel very superior when they see the geniuses of Great Qian Empire in the future. They would feel that they were very great and look down on the people of Great Qian Empire. This man is unruly and unruly. His eyes are constantly glittering with cunning light. Plus, he has a ruthless and merciless attitude. He can be considered as a character. Jiang Chen spoke. He rarely praised people, but this 7th prince was indeed a character. Those who appeared here today were all first-class geniuses of East Xuanyu. It could be considered as an eye-opener for Jiang Chen. One Line Sky was just too weak compared to East Xuanyu. They weren't on the same level at all. Look at the one beside Yun Zhangxiao. His cultivation base is similar to Dong Fangyu. Both of them are at the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm. His name is Yun Kanglin, a supreme expert of Great Cloud Empire. This time he came with Yun Zhangxiao not only because he has the confidence to watch us make a fool of ourselves, but also to protect Yun Zhangxiao's safety. After all, Yun Zhangxiao is very important to Great Cloud Empire, said Yang Bufan. Although he had been away for 10 years, he still knew the situation of East Xuanyu very well, especially those who had been famous for a long time. Since he has come, he must have done something. How's the situation now? Jiang Chen asked curiously. It seemed that Yun Zhangxiao had been here for quite some time. It was impossible for him to just stand here and stare at each other. Something must have happened. Have you seen those genius alchemists that Yun Zhangxiao has brought? Before you appeared, they had already competed with the genius alchemists of Dan Prefecture, but the winner and loser were still undetermined. Of course, this is just a warm-up. I'm afraid the real show has just begun. Yun Zhangxiao didn't come here with just a few disciples, because he knows better than anyone that the strength and foundation of Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire aren't much different. What they have, we have too. It's simply wishful thinking to bring a few random alchemists to humiliate and defeat Dan Prefecture. Yang Bufan said with a smile. It seems like Yun Zhangxiao is going to take action. He must have come here to challenge the genius alchemists of the young generation of Dan Prefecture. As for Dong Fangyu and those elders of Dan Prefecture, they aren't suitable to take action. I wonder if there are any geniuses in Dan Prefecture who can deal with Yun Zhangxiao. Jiang Chen asked curiously. There's one who can. Look at that man. He's called Xianxia, the current big brother of Dan Prefecture. He has a cultivation base of peak early Immortal Emperor. He usually keeps a very low profile, but he's the real deal. If we really fight, I won't be a match for him. This man's combat strength is terrifying and his alchemy skill is also first-rate. He's the future hope of Dan Prefecture. If there's anyone in the young generation of Genius Prefecture who can compete with Yun Zhangxiao in alchemy, it's undoubtedly him. Yang Bufan said. His eyes fell on the young man beside Dong Fangyu. This man looked very ordinary, the kind that wouldn't stand out even if he was thrown into a crowd, but if one took a closer look, they would find that he was a man full of demonic nature. There was an inexplicable attraction on his body, which made people couldn't help but pay attention to him. Just like what Yang Bufan had said, Xianzhong was the future hope of the entire Genius Prefecture. He was calm, indifferent, and expressionless. If there was anyone in the young generation of Genius Prefecture who could compete with Yun Zhongxiao in alchemy, it would be none other than Xianzhong. Master Dongfeng, the disciples of Dan Prefecture sure have a well-deserved reputation. Each of them is an elite. We have already competed 3 times in a row and there's no clear winner. However, the competition just now was just a warm-up. I wonder if there's anyone in Dan Prefecture who dares to stand out and compete with me? Chapter 1498. I wonder how 7th Prince wants to compete? Dongfeng Yu asked in an unfriendly tone. Of course, he didn't need to show kindness to his enemy. It's very simple. As long as someone in Dan Prefecture can concoct a pill of a higher grade than mine, you will be considered the winner. What do you think? Yun Zhongxiao said with a smile. His smile was full of confidence. This was the simplest and most direct way of the competition. There was basically nothing much to say. Sure. I wonder what kind of pill 7th Prince wants to concoct? Dongfeng Yu said. He had no reason to refuse. Since the other party had come to challenge him, Dan Prefecture would accept no matter what kind of method the other party proposed. Only in this way could the strength and momentum of Dan Prefecture be displayed. Yun Zhongxiao stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. He looked left and right with a condescending look on his face. That expression that was asking for a beating made many people want to rush up and beat him up. Of course, the people of Genius Prefecture also understood that the 7th Prince had the qualifications to be arrogant. After looking around, Yun Zhongxiao's gaze finally landed on Xianzhong. He opened his mouth and said, I think only Xianzhong is worthy to be my opponent in your pill palace. I wonder if Brother Xian dares to accept my challenge? Xianzhong was the only opponent that Yun Zhongxiao valued. To put it bluntly, apart from attacking the morale of Genius Prefecture, he also wanted to challenge Xianzhong. If he could defeat Xianzhong, this big senior brother of Dan Prefecture would not only attack the morale of Genius Prefecture, but also give him a great sense of superiority and pride. Defeating Xianzhong would give him the feeling of being invincible in the world. This feeling would build his unprecedented confidence, which would bring him great benefits. Perhaps he would be able to break through his cultivation base and reach the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Xianzhong took a step forward, walking away from Dongfeng Yu's side. His face was expressionless as he looked at the 7th Prince. His eyes couldn't help but reveal blazing light. Obviously, Xianzhong's strong fighting spirit had been aroused. All geniuses had the desire to win, but what they lacked the most was an opponent. Whether it was Xianzhong or Yun Zhongxiao, there was a feeling of loneliness in the young generation when it came to alchemy. Yun Zhongxiao regarded Xianzhong as his opponent, and so did Xianzhong. In his opinion, it was a dream to be able to compete with an expert like Yun Zhongxiao. I accept your challenge. One should know that he was not only representing himself, but also the entire Genius Prefecture and even Great Qian Empire. Because Yun Zhongxiao was the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire, he could also represent the empire. Therefore, at this moment Xianzhong was carrying the dignity of the entire empire, not just himself. Dongfeng Yu and the elders of Pill Palace nodded inwardly. They had nothing to say about Xianzhong except for admiration. They had watched Xianzhong grow up, so they naturally had an incomparable understanding of him. They were fully aware of how terrifying Xianzhong was. Sending him out to fight against Yun Zhongxiao was the most suitable choice. Moreover, as Yun Zhongxiao had said, in the entire younger generation of Pill Palace, only Xianzhong was Yun Zhongxiao's opponent. Whether Pill Palace was willing to admit it or not, this was a fact. Good. Senior brother Xianzhong's qi is extraordinary. He isn't any weaker than the 7th Prince. I hope senior brother Xianzhong can defeat the 7th Prince and raise the prestige of Genius Prefecture. The 7th Prince isn't easy to deal with, but senior brother Xianzhong is also very strong. It is said that senior brother Xianzhong possesses the psychic beast fire, an incomparably powerful flame that can assist in concocting pills. Furthermore, senior brother Xianzhong's cultivation base is the same as the 7th Prince's, the peak of early immortal emperor realm. In our Pill Palace, only senior brother Xianzhong can fight the 7th Prince. I don't think it's that simple. This seventh prince has obviously come prepared. He won't be easy to deal with. If senior brother Xianzhong loses, it will be a huge blow to Pill Palace and the entire Genius Prefecture. This is the seventh prince's purpose. If he succeeds, it will undoubtedly boost the morale of Great Cloud Empire. At that time it will seem that we are inferior to them. Many people spoke. Those who knew Xianzhong had strong confidence on their faces, especially those geniuses of Pill Palace. They knew Xianzhong's ability and felt that he would definitely win, but regrettably, they only knew Xianzhong and didn't know much about the seventh prince. Most of the people had a worried look on their faces. They couldn't help but worry. Facing the seventh prince who came prepared, even with Xianzhong's presence, it didn't seem safe. Once they failed, it would be a huge blow to the Genius Prefecture and Pill Palace. In that case, let's begin. I wonder what Brother Xian is going to do? You can choose a kind of pill, such as the pill that you are most proficient in, the one that you think you have the most confidence in defeating me. The seventh prince looked over at Xianzhong. His words were full of provocation. He was too confident and fearless, as if there was no pill in this heaven and earth that he couldn't concoct. No matter what pill Xianzhong chose, he would be able to concoct it perfectly and suppress his opponent. The seventh prince has come from afar. I think it's better for you to choose, Xianzhong said. Such a decision was very magnanimous and admirable. This was the magnanimity that represented the entire Pill Palace. It must be perfectly displayed. All right, in that case this king won't be polite. With your and my alchemy skills, it's already very difficult to determine the winner with ordinary pills. Since we want to compete, let's make it difficult. This king knows a kind of pill called the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Why don't we compete with this kind of pill? Yun Zhangshao said. When he mentioned the words Holy Flame Emperor pill, a strange light flashed in his eyes. What? Holy Flame Emperor pill? That's a legendary pill. It's extremely difficult to concoct. The Holy Flame Emperor pill is a peak Emperor grade pill, which is comparable to ordinary Venerable grade pills. Furthermore, this pill isn't easy to concoct. Apart from the precious herbs required, the concoction process is also incomparably complicated. It requires a very strong control over one's soul force. More importantly, the flame is the foundation of this pill. The reason why this pill has the word Holy Flame is because it absorbs the essence of the flame and fuses it with the medicinal strength of the pill, pushing the grade of the pill to the maximum. In other words, without the support of a powerful flame, it's impossible to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The Holy Flame Emperor pill has the effect of cleansing one's marrow. Even if a trash consumes it, he can still become a genius. The medicinal strength of the pill itself can change one's physique. The energy contained in it is also very beneficial. Most importantly, the essence of the holy flame inside the pill can't be absorbed directly, but once it's fused with the pill, it can be absorbed into the body and used to temper one's physique. Can be said to be perfect. If a half-step Immortal Emperor expert has the chance to consume a Holy Flame Emperor pill, there's an 80% chance that he will advance to the Immortal Emperor realm. The psychic beast fire in senior brother Xianzhong's body is also an incomparably powerful flame. It should be able to support the concoction of the Holy Flame Emperor pill, but I don't know what grade it will be. If there's a slight carelessness, it may turn into a useless pill, wasting a lot of valuable herbs. This is also the reason why ordinary alchemists don't dare to try concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. They can't afford to waste those precious herbs. As soon as the words Holy Flame Emperor pill came out of the seventh prince's mouth, it immediately caused an uproar, especially among those genius alchemists. They were very familiar with this legendary emperor-grade pill and knew how difficult it was to concoct it. Many people felt that Yun Zhangshao had indeed come prepared. He definitely had the confidence to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pellet. That was why he dared to participate in the competition. However, while they were shocked, many people were also filled with anticipation. To be able to personally witness two genius alchemists concoct the legendary Holy Flame Emperor pellet at the same time was a scene that they would never be able to witness in their lifetime. It seems like the seventh prince has the confidence to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, said Dongfang Yu. He still looked calm, but there was still a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. He knew very well that Xianzhong had never tried to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, let alone have the confidence to do so. It's just a try. As an alchemist, if we don't even dare to try, wouldn't we be looking down on ourselves? Besides, given the strength of Brother Xian and me, what's the point if we don't create some difficulty? Don't you agree, Master Dongfang? Yun Zhangshao said with a smile, giving Dongfang Yu no reason to refuse. All right, let's concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Xianzhong's chi fluctuated and agreed. It could be seen that he was still full of anticipation for this competition. Xianzhong, do you have the confidence? An elder of Dan Prefecture asked. He knew that this competition was related to the honor of the entire Genius Prefecture. I don't have the confidence, but we have to give it a try. Furthermore, the 7th prince has proposed it. If we refuse, it's no different from admitting defeat. Xianzhong said. A figure like him wouldn't admit defeat. It was even more impossible for him to give up without a fight. Elder Lu, go and prepare the herbs for the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yu said to an intermediate immortal emperor elder beside him. Just like what Xianzhong had said, since the 7th prince had proposed it, they had no reason to refuse, because there was no difference between refusing and admitting defeat at this time, and it was even more humiliating than admitting defeat. Little Chenzi, what do you think? Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Chen. Xianzhong may lose. Jiang Chen said. How can you be so sure? Yang Bufan asked. Yun Zhangshao obviously came prepared. He must have concocted the Holy Flame Emperor pill in private before, and it must be a high-grade one, but this is obviously Xianzhong's first time concocting this legendary pill. Plus, the conditions for concocting this pill are very harsh. It requires the support of powerful flames and soul force. If there are no accidents, Xianzhong won't win. Chapter 1499. Jiang Chen was only guessing that Xianzhong would lose, but his guess was obviously well-founded. Without knowing the true strength of Xianzhong and Yun Zhangshao, Jiang Chen's guess was based on Yun Zhangshao. No one would believe that this man came to Great Qian Empire from Great Cloud Empire without any preparation. Everyone knew how difficult it was to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If Yun Zhangshao didn't have great confidence in concocting it, he wouldn't have proposed to compete with this pill. If he failed, he would be seeking humiliation. Yun Zhangshao didn't look like a person who liked to seek humiliation. Little Chenzi, it sounds like you also have some knowledge in alchemy. Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Chen with a little surprise. He had been in contact with Jiang Chen for a long time. From the beginning to the end, the impression that Jiang Chen had left on him was that Jiang Chen was extremely powerful and abnormal, but Jiang Chen had never concocted pills in front of him. Therefore, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen was also an alchemist. If I say that I'm also an alchemist, you certainly won't believe me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said half-jokingly. Then he turned his eyes to the square. The show was about to begin. Not long after, Elder Lu returned. He came to Xianzhong's side and waved his hand. A dozen kinds of spiritual herbs floated in front of Xianzhong. These spiritual herbs emitted different colors and luster. The fragrance of herbs pervaded the air in an instant, making people feel refreshed. Look, that's the mysterious yellow grass. It's too precious. The conditions for its growth are extremely harsh. It can't grow in ordinary places. Mysterious yellow grass, exquisite fruit, 7-colored immortal Ganoderma, human king ginseng. My God. Are these the herbs needed to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill? Isn't this too precious? Many of the herbs here are legendary. It's as difficult as ascending to the sky to see them. Extravagant. This is definitely extravagant. In the entire Great Qian Empire, I'm afraid only the Pill Palace could take out so many elixirs so easily. Of course, if we can't even gather all the ingredients for the Holy Flame Emperor pill, wouldn't we be laughed at and ridiculed by the 7th prince? It's just that these spiritual herbs are too precious and the conditions for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill are extremely harsh. Once we fail, all these spiritual herbs will be wasted. The price is just too high. Seeing Elder Lu taking out the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, many people rubbed their palms in excitement. Some of their palms were even sweating. This was too extravagant. The value of these spiritual herbs was unimaginable and immeasurable. It was almost impossible to see them on normal days. What made people feel distressed was that these spiritual herbs were used to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If the concoction failed, All the spiritual herbs would be wasted. It was a reckless waste of God's gifts. Looking at the spiritual herbs in front of him, Xianzhong's calm face revealed a hint of excitement. Even though he was the big senior brother of Dan Prefecture, it was hard for him to touch these spiritual herbs. Today he was trying to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. It would be a lie if he said that he wasn't excited at all. Xianzhong, just do it. I believe you can succeed, said Dong Fengyu. He didn't seem to feel any heartache for these spiritual herbs at all. Of course, even if he felt heartache, he couldn't show it at this moment. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by the people of Great Cloud Empire. Yes, master. Xianzhong will certainly do his best. Xianzhong clasped his fists at Dong Fengyu. To him, today was a major event in his life. For God's sake. It would be perfect if Master Dog ate these spiritual herbs. De Huang Dog licked his lips, drool flying everywhere. His pair of bright dog eyes were staring at those spiritual herbs, unable to move away. This scene made Jiang Chen grimace. This was too shameful. He wanted to stay away from this dog and pretend that he didn't know him, but he was afraid that this dog wouldn't be able to control himself and fly away. One should know that this dog was lawless. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. Damn dog. Can you not fucking embarrass me? Jiang Chen's face was full of disgust. On the square, the seventh prince's expression didn't change much when he saw Dan Prefecture easily taking out the herbs required for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. This was within his expectation. If the dignified Dan Prefecture of Great Qian Empire couldn't even take out these precious spiritual herbs, it would be a real joke. He didn't intend to humiliate Genius Prefecture with this. Alright, Brother Xian. In that case, let's not waste any more time. You and I will start concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill in front of everyone now. With a senior like Master Dongfang here, I believe Master Dongfang will be able to tell which grade of our pills is higher at a glance. Yun Zhangshao spoke. His chi fluctuated. The aura of an immortal emperor was unleashed. It was like a dazzling sun, immediately becoming the focus of attention. Yun Zhangshao flicked his finger. A large row of spiritual herbs drifted out and floated in front of his face. These spiritual herbs were exactly the same as Xianzhong's spiritual herbs. They were the necessary spiritual herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Yun Zhangshao carried them with him. Clearly, he had prepared them beforehand and was fully prepared. Let's begin. Xianzhong spoke, waving his hand and striking out a piece of flame. His flame was pure white like a lotus flower. After it appeared, it kept jumping in the void. The color of the flame was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. However, after the flame appeared, the temperature of the void began to change. It was a very obvious change, as if the void was about to be scorched. Xianzhong's flame is the psychic beast fire. It's a fire seed obtained from a psychic beast. It's very powerful, Yang Bufan said. Although the psychic beast fire is extraordinary, I'm afraid it's still not enough to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which has a high requirement for the flame. Today the match between Xianzhong and the seventh prince will be decided by the flame. I wonder what kind of flame does the seventh prince have? Jiang Chen spoke. When it came to flames, he was afraid that no one in the entire heavens and earth could be compared to him. The True Thunder Fire, True Dragon Fire and Qilin Saint Fire were the three most powerful flames in the heavens and earth. How powerful was that? It was the strongest flame for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Compared to Jiang Chen's flame, Xianzhong's psychic beast fire was simply too weak. In the battlefield, after Xianzhong cast out the flame, he pointed his finger lightly. A seven-colored immortal Zhou fell into the flame. Immediately, a vigorous soul force penetrated into the flame and began to refine the herbs. Pai pai pa pa. The medicinal ingredients gave off crackling sounds in the flames. This was the first step of concocting pills. They had to be extracted one by one before they could be fused. Xianzhong had a relaxed expression as he continuously sent out seals towards the sea of flames. His technique is not bad. His soul force is also not bad. His control of soul force has also reached the point of perfection. He's indeed the big brother of Dan Prefecture. Xianzhong has already met the conditions to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. As long as there's no accident, he will be able to concoct the complete Holy Flame Emperor pill. However, due to the grade of the flame, Even if the Holy Flame Emperor pill is successfully concocted, its grade won't be too high. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. As soon as Xianzhong made his move, he had already seen through the depth of his opponent. Even with his eyesight, he had to admit that Xianzhong's concoction technique was indeed superb. Xianzhong's concoction was done in an orderly manner. One look and anyone could tell that he was extremely experienced. His technique was so skillful that Dongfang Yu and some elders of Dan Prefecture couldn't help but nod in approval. He was indeed the future hope of Dan Prefecture. This is what a true expert is like. He's indeed the big brother of Dan Prefecture. Just this technique alone isn't something that ordinary people can possess. Senior brother Xianzhong is a true genius. His technique can be said to be perfect. Plus, he has an excellent temperament. He's neither arrogant nor rash. It seems like it's effortless for him to successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Don't be happy too early. The 7th prince hasn't made his move yet. He's very famous in the entire East Xuanyu. Since he dares to challenge us today, he must have sufficient strength. After seeing Xianzhong's technique, many disciples of Genius Prefecture couldn't help but praise him. Even Yu Hao and Yang Ji, who wanted to enter Dan Prefecture, couldn't help but admit their inferiority. As the saying went, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. Xianzhong obviously didn't have an undeserved reputation. Of course, they couldn't be happy too early. After all, the 7th prince hadn't made his move yet. Looking at Xianzhong's technique, the 7th prince nodded. It seemed like he was quite satisfied with this opponent, but there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. Instead, there was only strong confidence. Just when everyone's eyes fell on the 7th prince, waiting for him to make his move, the 7th prince finally made his move. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of flame leaped out. The flame was like a small dragon, then exploded with a bang, turning into a sea of fire. The 7th prince's flame was pale yellow, mixed with a trace of chaotic flame. It didn't look very eye-catching, no different from an ordinary flame. However, this flame gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. Only an expert would be able to see the terror of this flame at a glance. Great Earth Heartfire. Seeing the flame cast out by Yun Zhongxiao, even Dongfang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Damn it! How can this guy have such a powerful flame? No wonder he dares to propose the Holy Flame Emperor pill for the competition. The Great Earth Heartfire is the fire of heaven and earth. It's contained in the earth's core and formed after absorbing the mother chi of heaven and earth. It's the dream of every alchemist. Although Xianzhong's psychic beast fire isn't bad, it's still a beast fire after all. It's not on the same level as the fire of heaven and earth. The essence of the flame is the prerequisite for the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. It's almost certain that if Xianzhong and the 7th prince succeed in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill at the same time, the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by the Psychic Beast Fire will certainly be weaker than the Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by the Great Earth Heart Fire. This is almost certain. The elders of Dan Prefecture were shocked. They had never thought that the 7th prince would have such a powerful Great Earth Heart Fire. Comparing the Psychic Beast Fire and the Great Earth Heart Fire, they were on a completely different level. Chapter 1500. The emergence of the Great Earth Heart Fire stirred the people of Genius Prefecture. Everyone's face was filled with worry. Sure enough, the 7th prince came prepared. At this moment, those people of Great Cloud Empire had a smile on their faces, whereas the people of Dan Prefecture had an ugly expression as though they had been cheated. This bastard actually has the Great Earth Heart Fire. Little Chinzi, it seems like you are right. It will be very difficult for Xianzhong to win. Yang Bufan said, but he didn't show too much surprise. After all, the 7th prince had come prepared. It was only normal for him to have some trump cards. On the other side, Xianzhong was obviously affected by the emergence of the 7th prince's Great Earth Heart Fire. The controlled flame began to jump. He knew very well that the key to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill was the flame. If the 7th prince had the Great Earth Heart Fire, he would have lost more than half of the battle. Control your mind and successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. You haven't lost yet. Don't be affected by the opponent. Dongfang Yu's voice rang in Xianzhong's ears just in time. Although the gap between the two flames had led to a slim chance of victory, It didn't mean that there was no hope at all. If Xianzhong's mind was seriously affected, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was very likely that he would be crippled. In that case, not only would he lose those precious herbs, but also his confidence. Xianzhong was also a genius among alchemists. He had an excellent mind. After being reminded by Dongfangyu, he hastily withdrew his mind and no longer paid attention to the seventh prince's situation. He understood the situation he was in, but to him there was no way out at all. What he needed to do now was to successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. No matter what the final outcome would be, it would be the biggest improvement for him if he could successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Xianzhong's flame calmed down very quickly. The second and third spirit herbs were thrown into the sea of fire one after another, concentrating on the concoction of the pill. He was no longer affected by the seventh prince. Upon seeing this, Yun Zhangxiao couldn't help but nod. Based on this point alone, Xianzhong was qualified to be his opponent. If Xianzhong was intimidated by the flame alone, then he would be too weak. Yun Zhangxiao would feel incomparably disappointed. It was true that he wanted to crush the morale of Genius Prefecture, but he also hoped to meet an opponent to have a good fight. As the two experts began to refine the pellets, the originally restless scene began to calm down. No one spoke and everyone's eyes fell on the seventh prince and Xianzhong. Although the seventh prince's earth core flame had a great advantage, people still had some expectations in their hearts. Maybe a miracle would appear, even if they knew that such a miracle was very unlikely. Soon the two of them had completed the first step of purification. Moreover, they had done it perfectly. The essence of all the herbs had been extracted. For experts like them, this first step was always easy. If they couldn't even complete this step perfectly, then they wouldn't be considered as experts. Next was the second step, fusion. This was also the most crucial step in alchemy. This step was the real test of an alchemist. An alchemist needed to have an extremely precise control of soul power and flame in order to fuse the essence of different herbs together. One should know that different herbs had different attributes. It was easier to fuse herbs with the same attribute, but herbs with different attributes would always repel each other. In order to fuse the essence of various herbs together, one would need an extremely precise control. Having a strong soul power was only one aspect. Being able to accurately control the soul power was the most crucial aspect. Obviously, whether it was the seventh prince or Xianzhong, their attainments in alchemy had destined them to have absolute precise control. In other words, the second step of fusion wouldn't be too difficult for them. The most critical moment has come. Xianzhong and Yun Zhangxiao's alchemy skills are equally matched. Both of them are very skilled. If they can successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, then the key will be to absorb the essence of the flame. The essence of the psychic beast fire and the earth core fire will directly determine the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Jiang Qin said faintly. He could predict that experts like Xianzhong and the seventh prince could successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. After they succeeded, it would be the difference in grade. Little Qinzi, are you really an alchemist? Yang Bufan stared at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he could still tell the difference between an expert and a layman. Jiang Qin's evaluation was obviously from an expert. It wasn't something that came out of his mouth. Of course. Jiang Qin grinned at Yang Bufan. Concocting a pill like the Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't an easy task. The steps were too complicated. So even the seventh prince and Xianzhong would need at least a few hours to complete it. The process of concocting the pill was dull and boring, but now all the geniuses were watching intently. They didn't feel the slightest bit of boredom. They couldn't even feel the passing of time. Just like the person involved, they were completely immersed in it. To them, it was an incomparably happy thing to be able to witness such a competition between geniuses. If it wasn't for the seventh prince's provocation today, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to witness such a level of confrontation in their entire lives. 3 hours passed by quickly. Xianzhong and the seventh prince's alchemy was coming to an end. At this time, everyone began to feel nervous. In the two seas of fire, the embryonic form of the dawn had already appeared. A medicinal fragrance began to diffuse in the air. Although the dawn hadn't been completely formed yet, the medicinal fragrance was unstoppable. It made people feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Amazing. Seems like they are about to succeed. Now let's see whose grade of Holy Flame Emperor pill is higher. Who do you think has a higher grade? I think the 7th prince has a higher chance of winning. After all, his flame is stronger than senior brother Xianzhong's. Let's see. The result will be out soon. According to the grade of the Holy Flame Emperor pill, as long as one can concoct a 5th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, it won't be considered a failure. The value of those herbs won't be wasted. Many people began to feel nervous. The result would be out soon. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 2 C's of fire. All of a sudden Xianzhong and Xianxia roared at the same time. They retracted their flames at the same time. A reddish-gold pill leaped out of the sea of fire. The pill emitted flames and danced in the air. It was incomparably mystical, as if it had a certain spirituality. Success. Chapter 1501. This was the most critical moment. Everyone held their breath. The whole scene was incomparably quiet. There was only the faint sound of the wind caused by the 2 pills flying in the sky. Everyone's eyes fell on the 2 pills. Even the laymen were attracted by the qi emitted by the pills. The Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by Xianzhong had clear lines on its surface. Those were pill veins. Only high-grade pills would have pill veins. Ordinary pills wouldn't have pill veins. The Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by Xianzhong looked full of spirituality. There was a transparent flame wriggling inside the pill which looked very mystical. The Holy Flame Emperor pill concocted by the 7th Prince Xianxia was also covered with pill veins, but it was slightly different from the one concocted by Xianzhong. His pill had an extremely stable qi. The chaotic yellow flame intertwined with the viscous essence of spiritual herbs, giving people a different feeling. These 2 pills look incomparably high-grade. Just by looking at the surface, I really can't tell which one is better. Someone commented. Now that the pills had been successfully concocted, the next thing to do was to compare the grade of the 2 pills and see which one was better. Little Chenzi, can you tell the grade of these 2 pills? Yang Bufan looked over at Jiang Qin. Although his cultivation base was strong, he wasn't an alchemist. He could only distinguish the quality of a pill, but he really couldn't tell the grade of a pill from its appearance. Since Jiang Qin said that he was an alchemist, he would like to see if Jiang Qin could tell the grade of the pill at first glance. Xianzhong still failed. His Holy Flame Emperor pill is only 6th grade, while the 7th Prince's Holy Flame Emperor pill has reached 8th grade. There's no difference in their alchemy skills. The only difference lies in the grade of the flame. This prerequisite itself has doomed Xianzhong's failure. For a pill like the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it has already shown its value by being able to concoct 5th grade. It's already very good for Xianzhong to be able to concoct 6th grade on his first try. At least the value of this pill has already surpassed the value of those dozens of herbs. I've already said that the 7th Prince came prepared, but I have to say that this man has real talent and is a truly powerful alchemist. As far as I know, due to the limitation of conditions, even a super powerful alchemist can only concoct 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at most. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill is very unrealistic, because a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill has already reached the level of Venerable grade, surpassing the Emperor grade. Jiang Qin spoke word by word. Given his eyesight, he could accurately see the grade of the 2 pills even if they were far apart. Yang Bufan was shocked, staring at Jiang Qin in disbelief. If Jiang Qin wasn't a fool, then Jiang Qin was a true alchemist. Really? Yang Bufan was skeptical and still couldn't believe it. Jiang Qin smiled and didn't speak, because the result was about to be revealed. He believed that Dongfang Yu could also see the grade of the pills in their hands at a glance. On the square, Xianzhong and the 7th Prince kept their pills at the same time. The 7th Prince's face was beaming with joy and was as confident as ever. When he looked at Xianzhong again, he couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, he already knew the result. He knew that he would be defeated for sure. To him, this was no small blow. The only gratifying thing was that Xianzhong succeeded in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill for the first time. The fact that Brother Xian can successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill is enough to prove his ability, but there must be a winner and a loser in a competition. Master Dongfang, come and see who will win and who will lose. I believe that with your eyesight, there won't be any problem in seeing the grade of these 2 pills at a glance. The seventh prince spoke. With a flick of his finger, the pill in his hand turned into a stream of light and flew towards Dongfangyu. Dongfangyu received the pill. At the same time he held Xianzhong's pill in his hand. With his eyesight he had already seen through the grade of the pills. At this moment he raised the two pills at the same time. The pills floated above his palm, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Master Dongfang, hurry up and announce the result. Everyone is waiting. Yun Kanglin stroked his beard and said happily. Countless eyes fell on Dongfangyu, waiting for him to announce the result. After all, the competition between Xianzhong and the seventh prince represented two empires. The meaning of the outcome was still very great. The seventh prince is indeed a genius in the field of alchemy. Xianzhong's Holy Flame Emperor pill has reached the 6th grade while the seventh prince's Holy Flame Emperor pill has reached the 8th grade. The seventh prince has won this competition. The Holy Flame Emperor pill is an emperor-grade pill that is extremely difficult to concoct. Even if I personally concoct it, I can only concoct a 9th-grade pill. I can't concoct the legendary 10th-grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfangyu announced loudly. The result was right there. A loss was a loss. It wasn't that Dan Prefecture couldn't afford to lose. After listening to Dongfangyu's words, Yang Bufan couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen again. It seemed that the loss of Dan Prefecture wasn't as shocking to him as the loss of Jiang Chen. Good kid. I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. Yang Bufan sighed. Dongfangyu's words were exactly the same as what Jiang Chen said just now. Who was Dongfangyu? He was a leading figure in the field of alchemy, the master of Dan Prefecture, who had devoted his whole life to alchemy. Jiang Chen was able to judge the grade of the pill with just a glance from a distance. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It's a pity that senior brother Xianzhong still lost. That seventh prince has obviously come prepared. Senior brother Xianzhong didn't lose in alchemy but in flame. What's the point of saying so much? A loss is a loss. It's his ability to possess the great earth heart fire. The result was out. Many disciples of Genius Prefecture felt that it was a pity. After all, this was their own territory. It would be very shameful to lose, but a loss was a loss. Xianzhong had already tried his best. There was nothing more to say. Master Dongfang is right. As far as I know, a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill is already in the category of Venerable Grade pill. Only a powerful immortal venerable alchemist can successfully concoct it. I've concocted an 8th grade pill today. There's still room for improvement. The seventh prince spoke loudly. His tone sounded very humble, but in fact, it was boundlessly arrogant. He actually compared himself with Dongfangyu, totally not putting the other people of Dan Prefecture in his eyes. Haha. Our seventh prince's alchemy is unparalleled in the world. I'm afraid that he won't be able to find an opponent in the younger generation. Can be said that the experts are lonely. That's right. The dignified Great Qian Empire doesn't even have a single alchemist who can be on the stage. It's really shameful. Don't say that. Can Great Qin Empire be blamed for this? It's our seventh prince who is too powerful. A loss is a loss. Why is he still the big brother of Dan Prefecture? In my opinion, this department of Dan Prefecture can be abolished directly, so as to avoid making a fool of themselves. Chapter 1502. The people of Great Cloud Empire were too complacent. Yun Kanglin squinted his eyes slightly with a bright smile on his face. He didn't show any signs of stopping the situation. The same was true for the seventh prince. His personal performance was incomparably humble, but he allowed his subordinates to mock and ridicule him. It seemed like this was the effect he wanted. He wanted to use this method to strike a blow to Genius Prefecture and the morale of the entire Great Qian Empire. Damn it. These bastards have gone too far. How dare they come to Dan Prefecture to humiliate us? This is intolerable. What a hateful face. It's a pity that we have lost, giving them the chance to humiliate us. Damn it. I really want to rush up and beat them up. Don't be impulsive, brother. The seventh prince has come for Dan Prefecture after all. It's useless for us to be angry. In the end, we still have to see how Dan Prefecture deals with this. In the face of the sarcasm from Great Cloud Empire, the disciples of Genius Prefecture were incomparably angry. There was no way they wouldn't be angry. As a member of Genius Prefecture, they had always been high and mighty. Every genius had pride in their heart. Who would dare to humiliate them? Genius Prefecture was the face of Great Qian Empire. This was the first time they had been humiliated, and they had no way to refute it. Compared to the other disciples of Genius Prefecture, the ones who were really angry and depressed were the disciples of Dan Prefecture. They were all alchemists, powerful alchemists. This identity had always made them very proud. Now, in the face of such unpleasant sarcasm, it would be a lie if they said they weren't angry. The disciples of Dan Prefecture had the urge to rush up and fight with them. After all, apart from being first class in alchemy, the combat strength of the people of Dan Prefecture was also incomparably terrifying. However, their dignity prevented them from doing so because the humiliation originated from their failure. At this time, the only way to regain their face was for someone to stand up and use the same method to defeat them. At that time, they would be able to give them a taste of their own medicine. Unfortunately, even Xianxia had failed. There was no other young alchemist in the entire Dan Prefecture who could fight against the seventh prince. No one could concoct an 8th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Therefore, they could only keep their anger and humiliation in their hearts. If a fight broke out because of this, they would lose the last dignity of an alchemist. If this news spread out, Dan Prefecture would become the laughingstock of the entire East Xuanyu. Palace Lord, I'm sorry. Xianxia bowed to Dongfang Yu. His eyes were red, and it could be seen that he had suffered endless humiliation. You've tried your best. Dongfang Yu patted Xianxia on the shoulder. That's right, senior brother Xianxia. You have done your best. You are our pride. You succeeded in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill on your first try. That's right, senior brother Xianxia, your alchemy skills are not inferior to his at all. It's only because of the flame. Moreover, this guy must have already made preparations and secretly refined it countless times. I'm afraid that even with the help of the Earth Core Flame, he might not be able to refine a 6th grade pill the first time he refined it. Senior brother Xianxia, don't blame yourself. We all know how strong you are. Besides, you've already done your best. We don't blame you. The disciples of Dan Prefecture came forward to comfort Xianxia. Jiangchen saw all of this and couldn't help but nod silently. Dan Prefecture was indeed a very humane place. Xianxia had failed but was welcomed with a round of consolation. At this moment, everyone knew that Xianxia was the one who was suffering the most. He had been bearing tremendous pressure when he went to battle. He knew that he didn't represent himself. The defeat had left a greater pain in his heart than anyone else. It could be said that Xianxia was the one who suffered the most in the face of the sarcasm from Great Cloud Empire. Xianxia heaved a long sigh of relief. A trace of warmth had appeared in his heart. After losing the competition, the most disappointing thing wasn't the opponent's contempt, but being ridiculed by his own people. Now that the senior and junior brothers and elders of Dan Prefecture had come to comfort him, he felt much better. Haha. Palace Lord Dongfang, can't you find a genius who can concoct an 8th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire? If that's the case, it's really disappointing. Yun Kanglin laughed heartily. At this time, he naturally had to take the opportunity to humiliate his opponent. Otherwise, he would have come here in vain. Dongfang Yu's facial expression turned somewhat unsightly, but he couldn't say a word. Yun Kanglin's provocation had left him speechless. No matter what he said, he would be looked down upon by the opponent. As the Palace Lord of Dan Prefecture, he couldn't just admit that there was no one in Dan Prefecture. If he did so, not only would he be looked down upon by his opponent, it would also affect the morale of the disciples of Genius Prefecture and damage the reputation of Dan Prefecture. What was really embarrassing was that Dan Prefecture really couldn't find a second person to fight against the 7th prince. It was almost certain that no one in the younger generation could concoct an 8th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Palace Lord Dongfang, your Genius Prefecture has really disappointed me. You can't even find a decent genius while our Great Cloud Empire is prospering day by day. One day, Great Cloud Empire will trample your Great Qian Empire and Heavenly Jade Dynasty under our feet. The 7th prince said in a loud and clear voice. He had finally shown his wild and arrogant side. 7th prince, I don't think it's meaningful for us to continue staying here. 7th prince, your alchemy technique has already become unparalleled among the younger generation, Yun Kanglin said. Yun Kanglin said. The old and the young echoed each other and used different methods to humiliate the great Qian Empire. Hold on. At this moment a voice suddenly rang out. The source of the voice wasn't from the people of the Pill Palace in the square. Instead it came from outside the square. Everyone's gaze followed the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man in white walking out. He looked very young. One of his hands was placed behind his back. His messy black hair fluttered without any wind. He stepped in the air, walking towards the square step by step. His cultivation base was only a half-step immortal king, not even a true immortal king, let alone an immortal emperor. There was only one person with such cultivation base in the entire Genius Prefecture. It could be said that this was the lowest cultivation base. In such an occasion, a person with such cultivation base wasn't qualified to speak, but the words just now came from the mouth of this white-robed young man. Good kid. Seems like there's going to be a good show. I've misjudged you again. Looking at the back of Jiang Chen, Yang Bufan seemed very excited. He knew that he had misjudged again. He was basically sure that Jiang Chen was an alchemist and a very powerful one at that. Given his understanding of Jiang Chen, this bastard would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning, let alone humiliate himself in front of so many people. Yang Bufan's heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that another miracle would be born in Genius Prefecture today. Chapter 1503. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Sensing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, countless of them widened their eyes. It's Jiang Chen. This bastard has been causing a ruckus in Outer Prefecture recently. He's now a celebrity in Genius Prefecture. Being able to walk out of the valley alive has created the biggest miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. This man is a heaven-gifted genius. Although he's only a half-step immortal king, his combat strength is incomparably terrifying. However, today's scene doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. I wonder why he has come out at this time. Many of them recognized Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was now a celebrity. Almost everyone in Genius Prefecture knew him. Even if they didn't know him, they would have heard about him. Ever since the king conferring ceremony of King Fan Prefecture, until he walked out of the valley alive not long ago, it was hard for people not to know about such earth-shattering events. Dongfang Yu looked at Jiang Chen and knitted his brows. The people of Dan Prefecture also looked at Jiang Chen blankly, wondering what this bastard was doing here. A puny little half-step immortal king didn't even have the qualification to step into this mountain. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen came straight to the square and clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Disciple Jiang Chen of Outer Prefecture greets Master Dongfang. Jiang Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. From his face there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness. Even in the face of so many experts in such a grand scene, his facial expression didn't change at all. Master Dongfang, it seems like your Genius Prefecture really has no more talents. Even a half-step immortal king has been directly recruited. The threshold has been lowered. Plus, I'm going to compete with your Dan Prefecture today. What is this ignorant thing doing here? Is he trying to disgrace himself? The seventh prince laughed aloud. The sarcasm in his words became even stronger. As soon as these words came out, many people of Dan Prefecture glared at Jiang Chen angrily, as though they wanted to divert their anger. They were secretly cursing that this bastard didn't know the rules at all. He couldn't even see his own identity clearly. This wasn't a place where Jiang Chen should be. Didn't a puny little half-step immortal king think that Genius Prefecture had lost enough face by standing here? Dongfang Yu's expression was unsightly. He ignored the seventh prince's ridicule and said to Jiang Chen, I know you, but you better give me an explanation. Why are you standing here? Obviously, even Dongfang Yu was angry about Jiang Chen's actions. If Jiang Chen didn't give a reasonable reason, Dongfang Yu's anger wasn't something that ordinary people could bear. Disciple can concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The seventh prince has spoken arrogantly and insulted our Genius Prefecture. I can't swallow this insult and feel that it's necessary for me to take action. Jiang Chen said calmly. What? Alchemy? Holy Flame Emperor pill? Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone, but immediately, they understood why this bastard came out at such a critical moment. It turned out that he really wanted to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. He didn't come here to make a fool of himself but to make a fool out of himself. I'm dying of laughter. Kid, are you here to make a fool of yourself? Master Dongfeng, I didn't expect that your genius prefecture has fallen to such an extent. A random little shrimp dares to come out and make a fool of yourself. The face of your great Qian Empire is really worthless. The seventh prince laughed heartily. How could he let go of such a great opportunity to ridicule Jiang Qin? Originally, he couldn't find any reason to continue his ridicule. The appearance of Jiang Qin was simply helping him. Fuck. This bastard has forgotten his surname. He actually came out to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill and compete with the seventh prince. Isn't this a joke? This is too shameful. The Holy Flame Emperor pill is an emperor-grade pill. Jiang Qin is merely a puny little half-step immortal king. Even if he is an alchemist, it's absolutely impossible for him to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Could it be that there's something wrong with this bastard's brain? He has already lost enough face today. Now he still wants to come out and embarrass himself again. Idiot. This bastard is an idiot. Even senior brother Xianzhong has been defeated, but he still came out to make his presence felt. Many people of Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture were infuriated. Some of them resisted the urge to throw Jiang Qin out. Who was the one who said that the seventh prince was talking nonsense? Hehe. I thought it's a powerful figure, but it turns out that he's just an idiot. Yu Hao chuckled. In the beginning he had indeed regarded Jiang Qin as an opponent, but after witnessing Jiang Qin's performance today he no longer put Jiang Qin in his heart. In his point of view, a person with a brain like this wasn't qualified for him to pay attention to. Jiang Qin, this isn't a place for you to mess around. Get out of here. Dongfeng Yu waved his hand impatiently. He wasn't in a good mood right now. He didn't want to argue with Jiang Qin for the time being. Jiang Qin smiled and didn't mind it. Such a situation was within his expectation, but he believed that these people wouldn't laugh at him anymore. Today was an important opportunity for Jiang Qin. He had developed an incomparably strong interest in Dan Prefecture. Master of Prefecture, only disciple can save the face of Dan Prefecture today. Jiang Qin looked at Dongfeng Yu. He released his soul power unknowingly. Dongfeng Yu, who was initially impatient, suddenly changed his facial expression and looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. What a powerful soul power. It's almost comparable to Xianzhong's. Plus, this kid's control of soul power has reached such a level. Dongfeng Yu was shocked. He could feel that the soul power released by Jiang Qin just now was something that only he could feel. No one else could feel it. Such exquisite control was rarely seen in the world. Plus, the soul power that Jiang Qin casually released wasn't any weaker than Xianzhong. Moreover, Dongfeng Yu had also heard about Jiang Qin. This was a miracle of Genius Prefecture. He was also the only genius who was accepted by Genius Prefecture when he was only a half-step immortal king. Although he was only a half-step immortal king, his combat strength was terrifying. Even late immortal king geniuses weren't a match for him. What he didn't expect was that such a genius was also a powerful alchemist. Dongfeng Yu saw strong confidence in Jiang Qin's eyes. That kind of confidence came from the depths of his soul. It absolutely couldn't be faked. Jiang Qin, don't mess around. Elder Lu spoke bluntly. He still wanted to say something but was stopped by Dongfeng Yu. Are you sure? Dongfeng Yu looked at Jiang Qin and asked. I'm 100% sure. Jiang Qin's qi fluctuated. His confidence rose spontaneously. Dongfeng Yu narrowed his eyes. After a long time he finally made a decision. Alright, I'll let you try. Chapter 1504. What? Everyone in Dan Palace exclaimed, suspecting that their ears had gone wrong. Countless gazes fell on Dongfeng Yu. It was fine if that brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth came to make trouble, but as the master of Dan Palace, could it be that Dongfeng Yu was also going to make trouble? Everyone thought that Dongfeng Yu would definitely slap Jiang Qin away. Who would have thought that Dongfeng Yu would directly agree to let Jiang Qin concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill in front of everyone? What's going on? What is Master Dongfeng thinking? Why did he agree to let Jiang Qin concoct the pill? Could it be that the failure of Xianzhong and the humiliation of the seventh prince made him lose his mind? That shouldn't be the case. What kind of person is Master Dongfeng? It's impossible for him to be so reckless. One should know that the medicinal herbs needed to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill are too precious. They can't be wasted at all. Although Xianxia was defeated, he still managed to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill and brought out the value of those spiritual herbs. If Jiang Qin can't successfully concoct the pill, those spiritual herbs will be wasted. Moreover, how can a half-step immortal king like him concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill? Why do I feel that this Jiang Qin is just a joke? With his heaven-defying combat strength, it's impossible for him to be an alchemist. If he is, that would be too terrifying. Moreover, even if he really is an alchemist, it's impossible for him to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill with his current cultivation base. Everyone was stunned. The people of Dan Palace didn't understand why Dongfang Yu would agree to such an unreasonable request of Jiang Qin. The seventh prince sneered again. He originally planned to leave, but now he stopped. Since Dongfang Yu had agreed to let this half-step immortal king concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, he would stay and see how Jiang Qin and Dongfang Yu would continue to play. Since the other party wanted to humiliate himself, the seventh prince was naturally very happy. Mannerhead, why are you? Just as Elder Lu was about to speak, he was interrupted by Dongfang Yu with a wave of his hand. Jiang Qin's words were still lingering in his ears. His intuition told him that Jiang Qin wasn't a reckless person. That pair of eyes told him that this person wasn't simple. It was a pair of trustworthy eyes. Dongfang Yu was willing to gamble once, even if it was a gamble that he had no confidence in. Dongfang Yu knew that if Jiang Qin really came here to cause trouble and failed to refine the Holy Flame Emperor pill, what awaited Pill Palace would be an even greater humiliation. However, Dongfang Yu still decided to take a gamble. The fact that Jiang Qin could walk out of the valley alive showed that he was extraordinary. Extraordinary people could often create miracles. Also, if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that Jiang Qin would really succeed in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, even if the grade of the pill wasn't as high as the seventh prince's, it would still be too heaven-defying. At that time, the Pill Palace would undoubtedly have another peerless genius. Go, prepare another set of medicinal ingredients for the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Dongfang Yu said. Mannerhead, isn't this just nonsense? Elder Lu was infuriated. It seemed that if Dongfang Yu wasn't the mansion lord, he would have flown into a rage on the spot. Asking a half-step immortal king to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill and compete with a character like the seventh prince? Wasn't this child's play? When had the Pill Palace ever lost such a person? Not only was it a loss of face, but it was also the loss of those precious medicinal ingredients. Every medicinal ingredient used to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill was incomparably precious and priceless. Now that they were wasted and ruined as a senior of the Pill Palace, how could Elder Lu feel comfortable in his heart? I'll go, Xianxia said. He darted a glance at Jiang Qin, then turned and left without saying a word. Not long after that, Xianxia returned with more than a dozen kinds of herbs. They were exactly the same as the ones he used to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Edited by Lifer Fingerfoxite. Seeing Xianxia handing over the medicinal ingredients to Jiang Qin, Elder Lu sighed, thumping his chest and stamping his feet. The faces of the other people in the Pill Palace were also incomparably ugly. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Qin furiously. They couldn't understand why Dongfang Yu, the manor head of the Pill Palace, who was usually such a shrewd figure, would make such a mistake. Shameful, this is really shameful. The people of the Pill Palace shook their heads and sighed. If it wasn't for Dongfang Yu personally agreeing to let Jiang Qin concoct the pill, many of them would have rushed up and directly throw Jiang Qin out of this place. Jiang Qin, are you ready? Dongfang Yu asked. I don't need to prepare. Jiang Qin smiled. Dongfang Yu gave him a good impression. Only a decisive person could achieve great things. Handing the Pill Palace to Dongfang Yu was an incomparably correct choice. If Dongfang Yu still didn't dare to let him try after he released his soul force, Jiang Qin would definitely turn around and leave, never stepping into the Pill Palace again. Fortunately, Dongfang Yu didn't disappoint him. He was a decisive person, a person who dared to gamble. Senior brother Yu, I didn't expect this brat to be an alchemist. This is really unexpected. Do you think he can concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill? Beside you, how? Someone from the Crown Prince Palace asked. They were still incomparably shocked by the fact that Jiang Qin was an alchemist. After all, they were all too clear about Jiang Chen's combat strength. A guy with incomparably terrifying combat strength was actually a powerful alchemist. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. That's the Holy Flame Emperor pill we're talking about. He's just a puny half-step immortal king. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to concoct it. I don't know where he got the courage to stand out and humiliate himself. If he fails, all those precious herbs will be wasted, and the people of the Genius Prefecture and even the Empire will be lost. At that time, the people of Pill Palace will definitely not let him go. This brat is finished. There's a saying that you won't die if you don't seek death. What a pity. Yu Hao sneered. He was also an outstanding alchemist and a half-step immortal emperor, but if he was asked to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, his opponent was the powerful 7th prince. He didn't even have the courage to stand out. On the other side, in the camp of King Ping Prefecture, a young man also had a sneer on his face. His name was Yang Ji, the biggest competitor of Yu Hao in Pill Palace. Not only was Yang Ji's cultivation base strong, but his alchemy skill was also superb. He was also a descendant of Yang family, which gave him an extraordinary status. Is this the high and mighty Jiang Qin that you all have been bragging about? He doesn't seem like much. He's just a piece of trash who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Originally, I wanted to meet him after my seclusion, but now it seems like he's really disappointing. It's already a miracle that such a person can walk out of the valley alive and create a miracle. Chapter 1505. This kid is too arrogant. Although his combat strength is strong, there's something wrong with his brain. Naturally, he can't be compared with senior brother Yang Ji. Look, the herbs have been prepared. He's going to start concocting soon. I really can't bear to see him make a fool of himself. AI. What a waste of God's gifts. Those spiritual herbs are all rare treasures. If they were given to me, I would absolutely get endless benefits. Now they're going to be scrapped. What a pity. The outer disciples who followed Yang Ji all felt that they had overestimated Jiang Qin. A man who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, no matter how strong his combat strength was, he was still just a brute. His future achievements were bound to be limited. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just them. Many disciples on the scene felt that Jiang Qin had overestimated himself. This was a reckless waste of precious herbs. The disciples of Dan Prefecture had been gnashing their teeth in hatred towards Jiang Qin. They had to restrain themselves from rushing out and giving this bastard a good beating. Kid, let's begin. I also want to broaden my horizons. I want to see how a half-step immortal king is going to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The 7th prince crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with interest. 7th prince, he's just a jumping clown. There's really nothing worth watching. Scope. Yun Kanglin said. He seemed very bored and had no interest in Jiang Chen's concoction at all. Uncle Kanglin, don't be in such a hurry. We have an agreement just now that there's someone in the younger generation of Genius Prefecture who can defeat me. Since this kid wants to make a fool of himself, we have to fulfill his wish. The 7th prince said, not taking Jiang Qin seriously at all. In his point of view, describing Jiang Qin as a jumping clown was already thinking too highly of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't speak. The smile on his face had vanished. His qi rushed out of his body like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire square. Putting everything aside, this qi alone had changed the facial expression of many people. What a powerful qi. How can a half-step immortal king have such a powerful qi? The 7th prince was also a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Qin a few more times. Of course, just this aura alone wasn't enough for the 7th prince to pay attention to Jiang Qin, because a powerful aura and alchemy were two completely different things. Countless gazes fell on Jiang Qin, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Only one person was relatively calm, and that was De Huang Dog. No one understood Jiang Qin better than him. To him, concocting pills was an incomparably simple thing. The most crucial part of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was the flame. What kind of flame in the heavens and earth could be compared to the fusion of 3 kinds of saint flames? Looking at the incomparably relaxed expression of De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen's confidence, Yang Bufan's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't believe it, he still felt that Jiang Qin could create another miracle. Jiang Qin was ready to make his move. Over a dozen medicinal herbs floated in front of him. He flipped his palm and the true thunderbolt fire immediately appeared. The powerful flame was like a thundercloud with crackling lightning flashing inside. As soon as the flame appeared, the entire scene turned silent. What a powerful flame! It's the true thunderbolt fire. My God! This kid actually has such a powerful true thunderbolt fire. This is a flame extracted from the lightning tribulation. It's the purest and purest yang flame, a fire of the heavens and earth. Its level is even higher than the seventh prince's great earth heart fire. True thunderbolt fire. It's really the legendary true thunderbolt fire. This abnormal monster actually has such a trump card. This is too shocking. It seems like he wasn't just talking nonsense. Turns out that he has a powerful trump card. The true thunderbolt fire is indeed one of the purest and purest yang flames in the heavens and earth. Its level is higher than the great earth heart fire, but Jiang Chen's cultivation base is still weak. Even if he's an alchemist, he's still not a match for the seventh prince. The appearance of the true thunderbolt fire caused an uproar. Countless gazes that looked at Jiang Chen began to change. The sarcasm in their eyes immediately lessened a little. Dong Fangyu nodded secretly, feeling a little relieved. He had already witnessed Jiang Chen's soul power. Now that he saw Jiang Chen using the true thunderbolt fire, he was both surprised and delighted. Damn it! How can such a powerful true thunderbolt fire appear in the hands of such a puny figure? What a waste! If I can obtain this true thunderbolt fire and merge it with my great earth heart fire, my cultivation base will immediately advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Additionally, my alchemy technique will be improved to an extremely terrifying level. The seventh prince couldn't help but curse. He was envious of Jiang Chen's true thunderbolt fire. In his point of view, a figure like Jiang Chen wasn't qualified to possess such a good flame. Only a high and mighty noble like him could control the true thunderbolt fire. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this situation, but this was just the beginning of their shock. Just when everyone was attracted by the true thunder fire, Jiang Chen stretched out his other palm. A similar flame shot out from his palm. It was a scarlet red fire dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail. After it appeared, it immediately turned into a sea of fire, and dragon roars could be heard coming from within the sea of fire. What's that? My God! It's another kind of powerful flame. This bastard actually has two different kinds of flames in his body. What kind of flame is that? Feels so powerful. There's a shadow of a true dragon and its grade isn't any weaker than the true thunderbolt fire. How is this possible? It's the true dragon fire. According to the legends, only a true dragon could trigger the heart fire. Jiang Chen has a transformation skill that allows him to turn into a half-human half-dragon. I never thought that he could control the powerful true dragon fire. This bastard is just too abnormal. He actually possesses both the true thunderbolt fire and the true dragon fire. Innumerable exclamations rose and fell like waves. If the previous true thunderbolt fire had brought great shock to them, it was no longer as simple as that. It was an uncontrollable shock. The ancient true dragon fire has actually appeared, and it's an incomparably pure true dragon fire. Dong Fangyu burst into laughter. This was the first time he laughed since the beginning. Putting aside whether Jiang Chen could successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill or not, just these two kinds of flames alone had earned enough face for Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture. One could tell just by looking at the astonished expression of those people from Great Cloud Empire. Elder Lu's mouth was wide open in shock. The anger on his face was slowly disappearing. He wasn't an idiot, and with his unique eyesight he could naturally tell that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary man. How could a man who could fuse the true thunder fire and true dragon flames be ordinary? Chapter 1506. Jiang Chen released two powerful flames. However, the shock wasn't over yet. Just when the seventh prince's face turned ashen and everyone thought that Jiang Chen was going to use these two flames to concoct pills, Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and spat out the third flame. A powerful sacred breath immediately pervaded the entire Dan Prefecture. The third flame appeared. It was sacred and powerful. Jiang Chen deliberately concealed the qi of Qilin, making this flame even more mysterious. Under the sacred aura, no one could guess the origin of this flame. What? The third flame? Motherfucker. Is this bastard still human? My little heart can't take it anymore. What kind of flame is this? Heavens, what a divine smell. Its level is not any lower than the true thunder fire and the true dragon fire. Is this guy trying to defy the heavens? How did he do it? He's not human. This guy is an evildoer, a peerless evildoer. He's not human. This guy is a monster, a peerless monster. No one can fuse three kinds of flames, and they are all supreme flames. Each of these flames is the dream of alchemists. Countless high-level alchemists can't even get one in their lifetime. He actually fused three of them into one. How can he let people live? At this moment no one dared to mock Zhou Xian anymore. All those who scolded Zhou Xian for being a fool had now shut up. Such an evildoer was a fool, then they were the biggest fools. Even if Zhou Xian couldn't concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill today, he had already earned enough face for Dan Prefecture. 3 types of flames, 3 types of flames. Is this kid here to be a joke? Dong Fangyu was also excited. Even with his temperament he was actually trembling because it was too shocking. Dong Fangyu had seen everything. He had come into contact with countless powerful and abnormal alchemists in his life, but it was his first time encountering someone like Zhou Xian. The fusion of 3 types of supreme flames was a miracle in itself. It was something that was impossible to happen, but now it had really happened. Sigh. Xianzhong shook his head and sighed. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. He had spent his entire life pursuing these 3 kinds of flames. If he had possessed any of these 3 flames, then he wouldn't have lost to the 7th prince. However, Xianzhong wasn't jealous. He had a calm heart. He was even somewhat grateful to Zhou Xian. After all, because of him, Dan Prefecture, Genius Prefecture, and even the Empire had suffered a loss of face. If Zhou Xian could make up for this loss, he would feel much better. Elder Lu was completely speechless. Like Dong Fangyu, he was shocked out of his wits and trembled all over. Damn it. The 7th prince gritted his teeth. He was deeply jealous. Cold killing intent was revealed in his eyes. He had secretly prepared himself to get rid of Zhou Xian if there was a chance in the future and obtain Zhou Qian's flames. It was hard for the 7th prince to imagine how terrifying his strength would be if he could get his hands on these 3 flames. Don't worry, prince. This kid's cultivation base is too weak. No matter how many flames he has, it's impossible for him to successfully concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. A young alchemist of Great Cloud Empire spoke. In the field, Zhou Xian began to move. Under his control, the 3 flames rapidly fused together. It was a perfect fusion. There was no sign of rejection between the 3 flames. After the fusion, the level of the flames became higher, at least surpassing the original level. To put it bluntly, the flame in Zhou Qian's hand was the most powerful flame in the heavens and earth. It was impossible to find a second flame that could be comparable to it. Seeing Zhou Qian finally starting to concoct the pill, many people became nervous. After all, just like what the alchemist said just now, there was still a gap in their cultivation base. No matter how many flames he had, he might not be able to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Under countless horrified gazes, Zhou Qian raised his finger and gently flicked at the dozens of herbs. All of them were thrown into the sea of fire. At the sight of such a scene, many people staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn, what the hell is this guy doing? How can he concoct pills like this? Doesn't he know that the attributes of these herbs are different? Does he have to extract the essence one by one? If he just threw all of them into the sea of fire, they will probably be wasted. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Even Master Dongfang wouldn't dare to do this. Does he really think that his soul control has already reached such a level? I've never seen such a fucking concoction technique. I'm beginning to doubt whether he actually knows how to concoct pills. If he doesn't, why did he come here to embarrass himself? If he doesn't, the 3 supreme flames will be wasted. Countless people had the urge to spurt out blood, but the experts who truly knew alchemy were shocked. Dong Fangyu's eyes brightened up as though they were about to spurt out light. He could feel the powerful soul force and incomparably precise control of Zhou Xian. Thunder and fire raged. More than a dozen kinds of medicinal herbs were refined in an orderly manner in the sea of fire. The essence of each medicinal herb was extracted quickly. There was no sign of waste at all. Compared to the 7th prince and Xianzhong's alchemy, The speed was much faster. In just 3 minutes, the essence of more than a dozen herbs had been completely extracted. Moreover, the extraction was perfect without any waste. In 3 minutes, the people who said that Xianxia was funny could no longer speak. There were many experts present. Even if they were not alchemists, they had seen people concoct pills. However, this was the first time they had seen Xianxia's concoction technique. Impossible. How is this possible? The seventh prince was agitated. It was as though someone had stepped on his tail. He was unwilling to believe such a fact. Although the step of extracting the essence was simple, it took him and Xianzhong a full hour. Compared to Xianxia's 3 minutes, it was on a completely different level. It could be said that there was no comparison at all. Heavens, how did he do it? He extracted the essence of more than a dozen kinds of elixirs in just a few minutes, and it looks like he didn't waste any of it. Such a shocking alchemy technique, I have never seen or heard of it before. Awesome. This is heaven-defying. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful. We have really underestimated him just now. The first step can be completed so easily. It shows that his soul force is powerful and his control is extremely precise. I think the second step won't be a problem. If he succeeds in concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it will be a miracle. Chapter 1507. Everyone was stimulated. Many alchemists on the scene, especially those geniuses of Dan Prefecture, were so shocked that they couldn't even close their eyes. To them, this wasn't just a miracle but also a blow. They were all the best in the field of alchemy. They had high attainments in the Tao of alchemy and were proficient in all kinds of alchemy techniques. However, even Dongfang Yu, who was at the Doyen level, had never seen such an abnormal method of alchemy. Miracle. This kid is a miracle. Even if I study it for another 1,000 years, I still won't be able to achieve such a level of alchemy. Dongfang Yu couldn't hide his astonishment. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he had seen all kinds of geniuses, but this was his first time seeing an abnormal person like Xianxia. Moreover, he felt like he was dreaming. Like everyone else, he was now full of expectations for Xianxia. He was looking forward to Xianxia successfully concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The scene suddenly became strangely quiet. All the ridicule and contempt from before had vanished. Countless eyes fell on Xianxia, filled with anticipation. At this moment, no one would look down on Xianxia anymore. Many disciples who treated Xianxia as a fool suddenly felt that they were the fools. Xianxia had slapped their faces with practical actions. The first step of refining and purification had ended. Next was the second step of fusion. This was also the most crucial step in alchemy. Although Xianxia possessed 3 powerful flames and had perfectly completed the first step of purification, this wasn't the only step in alchemy. Before the Holy Flame Emperor pill was completely concocted, any accidents might happen. After all, Xianxia's cultivation base was still weak. It was still unknown whether he could truly concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill or not. De Huang, do you think he can succeed? Yang Bufan looked over at De Huang Dog. He was incomparably excited because Xianxia's performance was too dazzling, completely beyond his expectation. Now he was looking forward to Xianxia's success more than anyone else because he knew what Xianxia's success indicated. It indicated that Xianxia would become the hero of Dan Prefecture, Genius Prefecture, and even the entire empire. Moreover, with such a terrifying alchemy technique, Xianxia would surely be accepted by Dan Prefecture unconditionally. Once Xianxia entered Dan Prefecture, the strength of King Fan Prefecture would be elevated. Dan Prefecture was a very important department in Great Qian Empire. It had always been the target of all the young kings, but Dan Prefecture had its own pride. It wouldn't be used by anyone. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping wouldn't let Dongfang Yu take a second look at them. However, Xianxia was different. Yang Bufan believed that as long as he entered Dan Prefecture, everything would change. Putting aside the strength of Dan Prefecture, Xianxia alone was a huge asset. Such an incredible alchemist would be fought over by all the major powers. As long as he takes action, there's no possibility of failure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken action. De Huang Dog glanced at Yang Bufan and spoke with incomparable arrogance. No one knew better than him how terrifying Xianxia was, especially in the field of alchemy. In the field, Jiang Chen's soul power kept flowing like tidal waves, penetrating into every corner of the sea of fire. The essence of the dozens of herbs began to fuse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, it was fusing at the same time, not in pairs. Damn it! What kind of alchemy technique is this? If he can succeed in this, then this man is too terrifying. The seventh prince's face had become incomparably solemn. He no longer had the slightest contempt for Jiang Chen. It wasn't just him, every alchemist on the scene had fallen into a deep shock. They had never seen such an abnormal alchemy technique of Jiang Chen. Even the word shocking wasn't enough to describe it. The first step of purification was already very terrifying, but the most crucial second step, fusion, was actually so abnormal. One should know that for an ordinary alchemist, the first step of fusion was to fuse the essences of two herbs that were closer to each other, then gradually fuse them one by one until all of them were fused together. Only then would a pill be formed. Fusing the essences of dozens of different attributes like Jiang Chen was something they didn't even dare to think about. Each herb had its own fusion point. To fuse the fusion points of two herbs together at the same time already required a very precise control. To fuse more than a dozen different fusion points at the same time, it was simply unimaginable how precise the perception must be. Can such an alchemy technique really succeed? It's hard to say. This guy is a super abnormal person. He has the ability to extract the essences of dozens of herbs at the same time. Maybe he can fuse the essences of dozens of herbs at the same time. I think he has an 80% chance of success. If he really succeeds, that will be too terrifying. There's no one else in the entire Dan prefecture who has such a shocking alchemy technique. However, I still don't dare to believe that he can succeed. His cultivation base is only at the half-step Immortal King realm. Half-step Immortal King realm. Every step of Jiang Chen would cause countless exclamations. Even if they were already numb from the shock, they still couldn't control their emotions. The disciples outside of Dan prefecture only felt that Jiang Chen's alchemy technique was very good, much better and more handsome than the seventh prince and Xianxia. As for those alchemists, they had a different feeling. They were alchemists themselves, so they knew how terrifying such a technique was. Under countless horrified gazes, a buzzing sound came from Jiang Chen's sea of fire. The speed at which the essences of dozens of herbs fused was very fast. In just a dozen minutes, the embryonic form of a pill had appeared. This pill had absorbed the essences of 3 types of flames, looking extremely gorgeous. If I add the 9 solar saint water into the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it can improve the quality of the pill, making the effect even better. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He took out some 9 solar saint water and quietly infused it into the pill. The pill was about to take shape. To Jiang Chen, this wasn't a difficult thing. The whole process was easy and casual. The pill is about to be formed. Jiang Chen is about to succeed. Damn it. He really succeeded. From the start till now, he only used 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Is this real? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. He successfully concocted the Holy Flame Emperor pill in 20 minutes. Moreover, he only has the cultivation base of a half-step Immortal King. Compared to him, the 7th Prince and Xianxia are just too weak. Now let's see what grade the pill will reach. I think 80% of the grade won't be low. At least it won't be lower than the 6th grade. Perhaps, it will be comparable to the 8th grade of the 7th Prince. If that's the case, it will be too powerful. The face that Dan prefecture lost previously has been regained by Jiang Chen. Chapter 1508. No one could remain calm. In just a short period of 20 minutes, it had brought too much shock to them. Each shock was greater than the previous one. By now they had already become numb to it. Looking at Jiang Chen's relaxed look, anyone could tell that Jiang Chen had succeeded. A half-step Immortal King had successfully concocted the legendary Holy Flame Emperor pill, creating a miracle. The scene quieted down once more. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the pill appeared. No matter what grade of Holy Flame Emperor pill Jiang Chen could concoct, it was no longer important. Even if Jiang Chen could only concoct a 5th grade pill, the 7th Prince wouldn't mock him anymore. No matter how great an alchemist was, he had no right to mock Jiang Chen. Dragon transformation skill, great soul derivation technique and 3 kinds of terrifying flames had made pill concoction an incomparably simple and easy thing for Zhou Xian. He could even concoct the 9 yang less rond pill under such harsh conditions. What was this holy flame emperor pill? Bang! Very soon Zhou Xian let out a soft cry. A pill radiating reddish-golden light leaped out of the sea of fire. Immediately, the sea of fire vanished and was absorbed into Zhou Qian's body. Success. Zhou Xian had successfully concocted the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The reddish-red pill was fluttering in the sky, full of spirituality. On its surface, there was a flickering shadow of a dragon and lightning, making this pill extremely mystical. Countless gazes were directed at the pellet and they could sense the purity and power of the pellet. Even if they weren't alchemists, they could sense how precious the pellet was. At the very least, judging from the surface, it was more miraculous than the pellets refined by the 7th Prince and Xianxia. Seemingly attracted by the quality of the elixir, the elders of the Pill Palace rushed up at the same time and surrounded the elixir. Dongfangyu was among them. Their eyes were about to spit out flames as they stared at the elixir without blinking. When they felt the grade of the elixir, their breathing became heavy. How is it? Why are they so excited? Even Palace Chief Dongfang is excited. Could it be that the pill concocted by Zhou Xian is of a higher grade than the 7th Prince's? Could it be a 9th grade pill? Impossible. Even if it's Master Dongfang, he can only concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at best. No matter how powerful Zhou Xian is, it's impossible for him to concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Everyone was waiting for the result. Elder Lu stared at the medicinal pill that was constantly spinning in front of him. His voice trembled as he said, This is 10th grade. Elder Lu couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't even dare to say the words 10th grade, because he knew too well the meaning of these 2 words. All the elders looked at Dongfangyu. As a matter of fact, given their eyesight, they had already seen the grade of the pill, but they didn't dare to believe it. So they had to wait for Dongfangyu to confirm it. 10th grade. That's right. This is a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Plus, Zhou Xian seems to have added 9 solar holy water, making the grade of the pill even higher. This is the most perfect Holy Flame Emperor pill I have ever seen. This is a venerable grade pill which has completely surpassed the Emperor grade. Miracle. Zhou Xian has created a miracle. This is concocted by a half-step immortal king. Dongfangyu was extremely excited. The appearance of the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill made his mind go blank. He was glad that he had agreed to let Zhou Xian have a try. Otherwise he would probably regret it to death. The moment the words 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill came out of Dongfangyu's mouth, the entire Dan prefecture erupted in an instant. 10th grade pill. My God. It's actually a 10th grade pill. I've said 9th grade at the beginning, but I still underestimated it. This is too fucking terrifying. That's a 10th grade pill. Who in the world can concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in 20 minutes? Even Master Dongfang has to admit his inferiority. And Zhou Xian is merely a half-step immortal king. There's actually such a monstrous figure in the heavens and earth. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill has already reached the venerable grade, completely surpassing the Emperor grade. A half-step immortal king has concocted a venerable grade pill. Zhou Xian should be considered as a pioneer in the alchemy world. In the history of Dan Prefecture, Zhou Xian's name is destined to appear. The Holy Flame Emperor pill will also be crowned by Zhou Xian's name and symbol. The people who were already numb from the shock initially thought that no matter what kind of miracle Zhou Xian created, they wouldn't be too surprised. But now the emergence of a 10th grade pill had successfully pushed the shock to a new peak, causing them to be shocked out of their wits. No, this is absolutely impossible. The 7th prince was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. He strode forward and came to the front of the pill. He was also stunned by the sight of the pill. He couldn't believe and accept such a reality, but as a powerful alchemist, the 7th prince was very clear that this was a 10th grade pill. A true 10th grade pill was countless times stronger than the one he concocted. This was the difference between Emperor grade and Venerable grade. The value of the pill was at least 10 times higher or even more. 7th prince, take a good look. Are you satisfied with this pill? Dongfangyu said. He had an extremely bright smile on his face. Compared to his previous bitter face, Dongfeng Yu was really proud and felt that he had gained a lot of face. The dignified 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire has lost to a half-step immortal King Outer Prefecture disciple. I wonder how does the 7th Prince feel right now? Why don't you share it out loud? Elder Lu laughed heartily. After saying these words he felt great. All the gloomy feelings he had previously were released. A 10th grade pill versus an 8th grade pill. Moreover, Jiang Chen's concoction technique could be considered as one of the best. This was an absolute suppression, causing the 7th Prince to suffer a crushing defeat. 7th Prince, hurry up and share it with us. Weren't you very powerful just now? Why are you so listless now? Didn't you claim to be invincible among the young generation? It turns out that the #1 alchemist of the young generation of Great Cloud Empire is only at this level. It's not even 1/10 of Jiang Chen's. Funny. Can't you find someone who can compete with Jiang Chen in the entire Great Cloud Empire? Jiang Chen is just a half-step immortal king. Jiang Chen is the #1 alchemist of the young generation. I wonder if the 7th Prince will admit it or not. If not, we can have another competition. The disciples of the Pill Palace chimed in one after another as they mocked and ridiculed the 7th Prince. They were so happy that all the gloominess from before had been released. Chapter 1509. The atmosphere had completely changed. The situation had been reversed. The arrogant 7th Prince and the people of Great Cloud Empire were now ashen-faced, itching to find a hole to hide in. Even though they were incomparably angry, they couldn't say a word because there was nothing they could say. Just now they were even more arrogant than the people of Dan Prefecture, but the other party didn't say anything. It's very disadvantageous for us to have such a peerless genius in Great Qian Empire. Yun Kanglin whispered to the 7th Prince. In any case, they had already lost their face, but it wasn't a good thing for Great Cloud Empire to have such a genius like Jiang Chen in Great Qian Empire. I will kill him sooner or later. The 7th Prince swore inwardly. He had many reasons to kill Jiang Chen. Putting aside the fact that the flame on Jiang Chen's body had a fatal attraction to him, Jiang Chen's performance alone had given him enough reasons to get rid of him. This was the first time he saw someone concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill. Moreover, it was concocted by a half-step immortal king. This was something that he couldn't even imagine even in his dreams. He could see that it was absolutely not a coincidence that Jiang Chen could concoct a 10th grade pill. That kind of heaven-defying concoction technique and the 3 supreme flames all indicated that Jiang Chen had real capabilities. The 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't a fluke. Even if Jiang Chen was allowed to refine it again, he would still be able to concoct a 10th grade pill. The existence of such a genius in Great Qian Empire was a potential threat to them. The dignified 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire has been defeated by a nobody like me. I wonder if the 7th Prince is convinced of this? If not, we can compete again. I will accompany the 7th Prince to the end of whatever pill you want to concoct. Jiang Chen came to the front of the 7th Prince and issued a provocation. He knew that everyone in Genius Prefecture was in a state of excitement. Seeing the expression of the 7th Prince and the others, who looked like they couldn't take a shit, made everyone feel incomparably happy. After all, the 7th Prince was too arrogant just now, which had aroused the disgust of everyone, especially the people of Dan Prefecture. Since they were happy, then Jiang Chen would make them even happier. The 7th Prince came prepared to embarrass the Pill Palace. Since that was the case, then Jiang Chen would make the 7th Prince lose all his face. Humph. The 7th Prince harumphed coldly, his eyes glaring at Jiang Chen as if he was going to eat him alive. He had the impulse to kill Jiang Chen. At such a close distance, he had enough confidence to pinch a half-step immortal king to death, but his remaining rationality stopped him from doing so. He knew his situation very well. After all, this was the Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. If he really killed someone here, he would surely die here today. Even with an expert like Yun Kanglin following him, he still wouldn't be able to reach his destination. Humph. What do you mean? If you're not convinced, then fight again. Or has the 7th Prince been scared silly by me and doesn't dare to fight anymore? Jiang Chen spoke in a strange tone. He had never been a kind person. Today, no matter what, he would make the 7th Prince lose all his face and leave with his tail between his legs. Haha. Scared? The seventh prince of Great Cloud Empire is known as the #1 alchemist of the young generation of the empire. I have never thought that there would be a time when he is scared. That's for sure. This shows that the seventh prince is very self-aware. He knows that he's no match for Zhou Xian. No matter how they compete, he's bound to lose. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to challenge Zhou Xian either, because that's not just his own face, but the face of the entire empire. That's for sure. Let's not talk anymore. If the seventh prince commits suicide out of shame, we won't be able to explain it to him. Zhou Qian's alchemy skills are world-shaking. Not everyone dares to fight him. That's right. The people of Dan Prefecture usually looked aloof and didn't like to talk, but no one had expected that they would be so vicious at the critical moment. Every word of these humiliating words was like a steel needle stabbing into the seventh prince's heart. The seventh prince was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down. He almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it was in the past, if someone dared to provoke him like this, he would certainly stand up and fight with the opponent. But now, despite his anger, he shouldn't continue to accept Zhou Qian's challenge. As the saying went, one could tell at a glance whether one was an expert or not. As an expert alchemist, the seventh prince knew that he was absolutely no match for Zhou Qian just by looking at Zhou Qian's alchemy skills. No matter how they fought, the outcome would be the same. Even if he was unwilling, he had to accept the fact that he was defeated by a half-step immortal king. Seventh prince, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then hurry up and leave. Is staying here to continue to be humiliated a different kind of enjoyment? Zhou Qian completely ignored the seventh prince's anger and continued to speak impolitely. Bestard. No matter how good the seventh prince's self-restraint was, he was now infuriated. A powerful qi surged out of his body. He didn't conceal his killing intent towards Zhou Qian at all. Humph. Yun Zhangxiao, do you dare to fight Ingenious Prefecture? I'm here to fight you. A powerful qi rose all of a sudden. Yang Bufan had made his move. He appeared beside Zhou Qian like a ghost. He was worried about Zhou Qian's safety. Although he didn't know alchemy, he would absolutely accompany Zhou Qian to the end if Zhou Qian wanted to fight. If the seventh prince wants to fight today, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to walk out of here. Dongfang Yulungleng spoke. His mood was very high now. The way he looked at Zhou Qian was as though he was looking at a treasure. This was a rare treasure. With such a talent in Dan Prefecture, there was no need to worry that Dan Prefecture wouldn't rise. Whoever dared to attack Zhou Qian at this time, he would be the first one to object. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Yun Kanglin hastily stood out. Seventh prince, today's situation has exceeded our expectation. Let's retreat. There will be a chance for revenge in the future. Yun Kanglin spoke. He was afraid that the seventh prince was too young and impetuous. Once he attacked, the nature of the situation would change completely. At that time, he was afraid that just like what Dongfang Yu said, none of them would be able to escape. Humph. Zhou Qian, just you wait. I'll remember today's matter. The seventh prince harumphed coldly, uttered a harsh word at Zhou Qian, then left with the people of Great Cloud Empire. This group of people had come in high spirits, but now they had to leave with their tails between their legs. All of their plans had been disrupted by Zhou Qian alone. It was imaginable how angry they were feeling right now. Seventh prince, remember this clearly. The feeling of being remembered by others isn't bad. Zhou Qian's words came from behind. The seventh prince staggered and nearly fell from the sky. Chapter 15:10. Ha! The seventh prince had disappeared. After returning this time, he would probably be bedridden for a month. He had lost a lot of face this time. Initially, he had a plan to humiliate Great Qian Empire. Given the seventh prince's means, he had already defeated Xianxia. His goal was about to be achieved, but who would have thought that a half-step immortal king like Zhou Qian would appear and defeat the seventh prince, leaving him with a swollen nose and a swollen face, and was even scolded in public. It could be said that he had lost his face all the way to his grandmother's house. It could be said that he had lost all his face. Moreover, after this matter was spread out, the seventh prince would become the laughingstock of the entire Great Cloud Empire. One should know that Great Cloud Empire, like Great Qian Empire, was one of the 11 major powers in Eastern Xuanyu. The competition between the princes was equally fierce. The seventh prince originally wanted to use this opportunity to boost his popularity and status in Great Cloud Empire, but he didn't expect that it would backfire on him. Therefore, the person that the seventh prince hated the most was Xianxia. He had never hated someone so much before. If he was given the chance, he would certainly shred Xianxia into 1,000 pieces without showing any mercy. That's right. The atmosphere in Dan Prefecture had completely changed. Whether it was the disciples of Dan Prefecture or Genius Prefecture, all of them were in high spirits. It was a psychological sense of superiority. From Dongfang Yu to the ordinary outer prefecture disciples, everyone had a great sense of superiority, because Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire had been fighting each other for so many years. Both sides wanted to suppress the other. Although today's victory couldn't be said to be elated, it could be considered as a great victory. And the hero of this great victory was undoubtedly Xianxia. The way everyone looked at Xianxia had changed. There were envy, jealousy, worship and all kinds of complicated emotions, but everyone knew that after today's incident, Xianxia had become completely famous in the entire Genius Prefecture. Brat, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Even I don't know about you. Yang Bufan patted Xianxia's shoulder, his face full of arrogance. Although the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wasn't concocted by him, Xianxia was after all a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Plus, everyone in Genius Prefecture knew that Xianxia was a peerless genius that was unearthed by him. Xianxia. Dongfang Yu called out and walked to Xianxia with a group of elders of Dan Prefecture. Xianxia could clearly feel that the way these people looked at him was completely different from before. Each of their eyes was filled with gratitude. Xianxia could understand this kind of gratitude very well. If it wasn't for him today, Dan Prefecture would have lost a lot of face, which would have a tremendous impact on the reputation of Dan Prefecture in the future. Elder Lu had a smile on his face. This kind of smile had never disappeared since the day Xianxia concocted the 10th grade pill. There was no longer any contempt for Xianxia. When he recalled Xianxia's concoction technique, even an intermediate immortal emperor like him had to prostrate himself in admiration. Master. Xianxia clasped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Xianxia, you have made a great contribution today. Plus, your concoction technique is so shocking that even I have never seen it before. I would like to invite you to join Dan Prefecture. I wonder if you are willing to accept it? Dongfang Yu asked with a smile. He purposely used the word invite, which was enough to show how much he valued and cared about Xianxia. Amazing. Master Dongfang has even invited him directly. This is considered an exception. The assessment of Dan Prefecture is coming soon. Dan Prefecture will only recruit one disciple at a time, but the disciples who want to join Dan Prefecture have to go through a very strict assessment. It's really the first time for someone like Xianxia to be directly invited by Master Dongfang. That's for sure. Senior brother Xianxia is qualified to do so. Putting aside the others, just the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill alone, who in the entire Dan Prefecture can concoct it. Even Master Dongfang has said that he could only concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill if he tried his best. If it's me, I will also directly invite such a peerless genius. That's right. Today, Xianxia has made a great contribution to Genius Prefecture and severely damaged the 7th prince's face. It's expected that he would be invited to Dan Prefecture. Not only that, I guess Master Dongfang will also give him a great reward. Many disciples were envious. Xianxia was the first person to be personally invited by Dongfang Yu, but no one felt that this was abnormal. Being invited was based on one's strength. Obviously, Xianxia had great strength as his foundation. Yu Hao and Yang Ji's faces turned ashen and incomparably unsightly. They had been in seclusion for a long time just for the assessment of Dan Prefecture. They had never thought that it would end up like this. They were very clear about the rules of Dan Prefecture. They would only recruit one disciple every time. Now that Xianxia had been invited, there was nothing left for them to do. This was really depressing. One should know that in the past, even if they failed in the end, they would at least be tested. But now there wasn't even a test. This made them hate Xianxia even more, even though they were already enemies. Little Chinzi, you are awesome. You are the first disciple in the history of Dan Prefecture to be personally invited by Master. This is a great honor. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Yang Bufan was grinning from ear to ear. Now that Xianxia had joined Dan Prefecture, the power of King Fan Prefecture was destined to grow bigger and bigger. All right. I Xianxia am willing to join Dan Prefecture and serve the empire. Xianxia clasped his fists and spoke in a clear voice. He had seen the resources of Dan Prefecture very clearly. Such favorable cultivation conditions were exactly what Xianxia wanted. Xianxia, I hope you won't take it to heart if I have offended you with my words. Old Lu am an upright man. Your alchemy skill is astounding and I admire it very much. In the future we will be on the same side. We can exchange pointers in alchemy when we have nothing to do. Elder Lu laughed heartily. Such a scene looked very discordant. A dignified alchemy master, a supreme intermediate immortal emperor, was being so polite to a half-step immortal king, and even said that he wanted to exchange pointers with this half-step immortal king. This was something that should never happen, but when it came out from Elder Lu's mouth, it didn't feel strange at all. No one felt that this was degrading himself. Putting aside his cultivation base, Xianxia was absolutely a grandmaster in alchemy. Even in Dan Prefecture where experts were as numerous as the clouds, he would still be an expert. What are you talking about, Elder Lu? This disciple will still need Elder Lu's guidance in the future. Chapter 15:11. Elder Lu nodded secretly. His impression of Xianxia had changed dramatically in an instant. Xianxia was now very pleasing to the eye. A peerless genius like Xianxia was generally aloof and wouldn't put anyone in his eyes. If it was someone else who could concoct a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill at such a young age, that person might not even care about Elder Lu. However, Xianxia behaved very humbly and showed great respect to Elder Lu, which was very rare. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang. If it wasn't for you today, I wouldn't be able to raise my head in Genius Prefecture in the future. I Xianzhong still have to thank you. Xianzhong said with a smile. It could be seen that he was a very upright person who wouldn't beat around the bush. His gratitude to Xianxia came from the bottom of his heart. He was very clear about today's situation. After his failure, the entire Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture had been ridiculed by the 7th Prince and Great Cloud Empire. If it wasn't for Xianxin's timely action to save his face, even if Dongfang Yu and the fellow disciples of Dan Prefecture didn't blame him, he wouldn't be able to get over it. Therefore he was sincerely grateful to Xianxia. What are you talking about, senior brother Xianzhong? Your alchemy skill isn't inferior to the 7th Prince at all. He obviously came prepared and had a good understanding of the people of Dan Prefecture in advance. That's why he challenged you to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, which has an extremely harsh requirement on the flame. Therefore, senior brother Xianzhong doesn't need to take today's matter to heart. Xianxia said with a smile. These words weren't entirely to comfort Xianzhong. What he said was also the truth. He had seen the competition between Xianzhong and the 7th Prince clearly. In terms of alchemy, Xianzhong didn't lose at all. He lost because of the flame. Master, since you have invited Xianxia, what about the assessment that will take place a few days later? Elder Lu suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but ask. This was the first time such a situation had happened in the Pill Palace. Because the standards set by Dongfang Yu were very strict. Every time a disciple was selected, they had to pass a strict assessment. Even if they were a member of the royal family, they couldn't rely on their connections to get in through the back door because Dongfang Yu didn't care at all. The Pill Palace would never accept those who couldn't pass his standards. The rules can't be changed. This test will be cancelled, but the next test can be set for a month later. Dongfang Yu said coldly. His voice wasn't soft and directly spread out. At this moment the people of Genius Prefecture were everywhere in Dan Prefecture. It was hard not to hear it. Dongfang Yu had a dignified look on his face. In the Pill Palace he was the absolute authority. His words were everything. Nothing could challenge Dongfang Yu's authority. As soon as this was said, many disciples revealed looks of disappointment on their faces, especially Yu Hao and Yang Ji. They were already extremely nervous to begin with. Now that they heard this news they rolled their eyes and almost fainted. For this examination they had already made ample preparations. Who would have thought that something like this would happen just as the examination was about to begin? That damn Xianxia. Yu Hao couldn't help but curse. In his point of view, all of this was because of Zhou Xian. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, he believed that he would definitely be able to enter Dan Prefecture with his own ability. Zhou Xian is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Seems like I have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise he will be a great threat to King Ping in the future. Yangji's eyes flickered with cold light. His killing intent towards Zhou Xian had already been unconsciously revealed. Senior brother Yangji, I think this is a good thing. After all, the assessment has only been delayed for a month. It's not really cancelled. Senior brother can make more preparations in this 1 month's time. Besides, if Zhou Xian doesn't take action today, he will be the biggest threat. A disciple of King Ping Prefecture spoke. Yangji couldn't help but nod his head. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Zhou Qian's alchemy skill was far above his. If it wasn't for the 7th prince, he would definitely encounter Zhou Xian in the assessment of Dan Prefecture a few days later. At that time, with Zhou Xian as a stumbling block, he might not be able to enter Dan Prefecture successfully. Now that Zhou Xian had directly entered Dan Prefecture, there would be one less powerful competitor in the assessment a month later. This was indeed a good thing. After announcing the postponement of the assessment, Dong Fengyu's eyes fell upon Zhou Xian once more. A smile emerged on his face. He was holding the 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill that Zhou Xian had just concocted. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of desire. Although he had concealed it very well, Zhou Xian still caught it accurately. However, Zhou Xian also expressed his understanding. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was after all a venerable grade pill. Such a pill was of vital importance to Dong Fengyu. Currently, Dong Fengyu's cultivation base was at the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. If he could get a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he might be able to make a breakthrough and reach the half-step immortal venerable realm. Zhou Xian, you have made a great contribution to Dan Prefecture and Genius Prefecture today. I want to reward you. Since you have concocted this pill, I will give it to you as a reward, Dong Fengyu said and handed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Zhou Xian. Dong Fengyu said, then passed the Holy Flame Emperor pill to Zhou Xian. Although he really wanted to get the Holy Flame Emperor pill, this pill was still given to Zhou Xian as a reward. From this point alone, Dong Fengyu's temperament had already reached a level that ordinary people couldn't reach. Wow! Such a precious reward immediately caused an uproar. Everyone knew the value of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill had already reached the venerable grade, and it wouldn't be any weaker among the venerable grade pills. Such a pill couldn't be seen normally. Now that this pill was given to Zhou Xian, it was truly a great reward. It's really enviable. Some people clicked their tongues. Although they were envious, that was all. No one said anything. Of course, the reward was generous, but everyone thought that Zhou Xian deserved it. After all, this pill was concocted by Zhou Xian. Thank you, master. Zhou Xian immediately received the pill. He wasn't a pretentious person. He knew the preciousness of this pill better than anyone else. If he obtained it, his cultivation base would make another breakthrough, rushing straight to the early immortal king realm. Although he knew how to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it was impossible for him to get the required herbs. In other words, if it wasn't for Dan Prefecture providing him with the herbs, he wouldn't be able to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill no matter how amazing he was. Good. Zhou Xian, from now on, you are a disciple of Dan Prefecture. You can enter Dan Prefecture to cultivate and have your own independent cultivation place. Chapter 15:12. In Dan Prefecture, Dong Fengyu was the controller and the one who gave the orders. He was responsible for setting the rules of the assessment, but he would never come forward to observe the assessment of the disciples. Zhou Xian had made an exception. From the time he personally invited Zhou Xian to enter Dan Prefecture to the time he announced that Zhou Xian would become a member of Dan Prefecture, this was the first time. This should have been unexpected, but now no one felt the slightest bit surprised, because they knew very well that this was what Zhou Xian deserved. Today, Zhou Qian's contribution was enough to be recorded in the history of Dan Prefecture. Yes, master. Zhou Xian clasped his fists at Dong Fengyu. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He had never thought of using this method to enter Dan Prefecture, but it was obvious that this method was many times better than directly passing the assessment. It had directly established his position in Dan Prefecture. Most importantly, he had obtained a supreme-grade pill like the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Jiang Chen still had to thank the Seventh Prince. If it wasn't for the Seventh Prince, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. In order to join Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen had to pass the assessment a few days later. Elder Lu, arrange a place for Jiang Chen to stay and cultivate. The others are dismissed. Dongfang Yu made the arrangement to Elder Lu, then looked around and waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to leave. Dan Prefecture wasn't a place that anyone could visit. Today, it was because of the Seventh Prince's provocation that a precedent had been set. Dongfang Yu vanished with a slight sway. At his level, he could come and go as he pleased. As a late immortal emperor, his control of spatial force had already reached an incomparably skilled level. The excitement was over. The disciples of Outer Prefecture and Inner Prefecture began to leave Dan Prefecture in an orderly manner. They left in groups of 3 to 5. They didn't forget to discuss on the way. It could be seen that what happened today wouldn't be peaceful for many days. Additionally, this matter would spread to the entire empire in East Xuanyu, because this was something that could bring shame to Great Cloud Empire. Naturally, Great Qian Empire wouldn't miss this opportunity to strike their opponent's morale. He believed that it wouldn't take long for Jiang Chen's name to spread across the entire Eastern Profound Domain. He would become a real celebrity. A young alchemist with great talent was supposed to have a great reputation. Little Qinzi, you are going to be famous this time, but your current situation has aroused the jealousy of many people. Whether it's Genius Prefecture, Great Qian Empire, or the entire East Xuanyu, there are competitions everywhere. So you have to be careful. Of course, Dan Prefecture is the safest place for you. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. He could see the value and potential of Jiang Chen. Such a genius was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. Similarly, Yang Bufan felt very comfortable to see his brother grow so fast. Don't worry. There have always been many people who want to kill me, but I'm still alive and well. Jiang Chen smiled. These words weren't false at all. There had always been too many people who wanted to kill him, but all of them had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. All right. I'll take my leave first. Find me if you need anything. Yang Bufan turned and left. Dan Prefecture was an important place of Genius Prefecture. Even with his identity as King Fan, he couldn't stay here for too long. Everyone had left. The Dan Palace seemed to have become a sealed space. Everywhere was quiet. This place was filled with the fragrance of medicine and the dense immortal energy of heaven and earth. It was really suitable for cultivation. Even a pig would be able to achieve a certain level of success if it were to cultivate here. Jiang Chen, this old man will now bring you to the place where you live and cultivate. Elder Lu's face was full of smiles. Thank you, Jiang Chen said. Along the way, Elder Lu kept introducing the situation of Dan Prefecture to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen listened with a smile while pulling Da Huang Dog's ear. This guy's eyes were shining in all directions. His face was filled with greed as he stared at those spiritual herbs with saliva spurting out from his mouth. His behavior was really unbearable. One had to admit that the treatment of the disciples of Dan Prefecture was really good. Every disciple of Dan Prefecture had their own cultivation place and independent courtyard. Each courtyard was connected to the spiritual vein of Genius Prefecture to ensure the supply of cultivation resources. Of course, although there were only a few disciples in Dan Prefecture, every one of them was an expert. Apart from their superb alchemy skills, their cultivation base was at least at the half-step immortal emperor realm. Very soon, under the lead of Elder Lu, Jiang Chen arrived at his cultivation place. This was also a secluded and unique courtyard. On the surface, it looked similar to the Outer Prefecture, but in fact it was much worse. The heaven and earth immortal qi here was much denser than the Outer Prefecture. Moreover, there were a lot of spiritual herbs planted in the courtyard. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just this courtyard. Every place in the entire Dan Prefecture had spiritual herbs. Every inch of land here was suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. There were dozens of kinds of spiritual herbs in the courtyard where Jiang Chen stayed. Some of them had just been planted not long ago, while some had already grown for some years. Jiang Chen, you can distribute these spiritual herbs as you wish. Every disciple who enters Dan Prefecture will have their own spiritual herbs that they can use for concocting pills. Elder Lu pointed to an herb garden and said. Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He felt that the treatment of Dan Prefecture was too good. He even had his own herb garden. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that this herb garden alone was priceless. If he sold all the spiritual herbs here, he would certainly get a huge amount of wealth. Of course, only an idiot would sell the spiritual herbs here. Which disciple of Dan Prefecture lacked money? However, Jiang Chen was indeed short of money. He was afraid that he wouldn't have enough immortal meta stones after advancing to the Immortal King realm. At that time, he would have to think about how to get more immortal meta stones. The dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit. He didn't know when it would be filled. The treatment of Dan Prefecture is really good. Jiang Chen praised sincerely. That's for sure. Our Dan Prefecture is the final department of Deqian Empire. We control the herbs and pills of the entire empire. Don't you think it's amazing? Our people help the empire to nurture outstanding alchemists at all costs. Elder Lu smiled and said, All right, Jiang Chen, this old man won't disturb you any longer. You can rest now and familiarize yourself with the environment here. In the future, this old man will personally visit you and discuss alchemy with you. Chapter 15-13. After Elder Lu left, only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were left in the quiet courtyard. De Huang Dog suddenly broke free from Jiang Chen and pounced towards the herb garden like a dog eating shit. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, in the blink of an eye, half of the elixirs in the herb garden were swallowed into his mouth, and he started stuffing his mouth with food. Fuck. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He had an urge to vomit blood on the spot. This damn dog was really too fucked up. He didn't know how much wealth he had swallowed in one gulp. It was really distressing. Hee little Chenzi, you can't eat those elixirs from before. Now all these elixirs belong to us. If you don't eat them, why are you keeping them? De Huang Dog laughed mischievously. He turned around and pounced towards the remaining half of the elixirs. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He pounced forward and grabbed De Huang Dog's tail, pulling him out of the herb garden. Damn dog, what do you mean it belongs to us? Those are mine. You've already eaten half of them and you still won't stop? Jiang Chen had an urge to beat this dog up. He had to teach him a lesson and let him know that these elixirs weren't eaten for nothing. Even though Jiang Chen tried to stop him in every possible way, the remaining half of the elixirs still couldn't escape the fate of being eaten by the vicious dog. After eating it, De Huang Dog smacked his lips and ran into his room to cultivate in seclusion. This guy had obtained great benefits. He was probably going to level up again. This dog was extremely mystical and terrifying. Leveling up could never be estimated with common sense because you would never know when he would level up. Looking at the herb garden that was only left with the seedlings of the elixirs, Jiang Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. The wealth that he had just obtained was gone just like that. Gone. AI. Jiang Chen sighed but immediately chuckled. The elixirs were gone, but they weren't wasted after all. As long as they could improve the strength of De Huang Dog, it was worth it no matter how many elixirs were eaten. Plus, when De Huang Dog was eating the elixirs, Jiang Chen didn't intentionally stop him. Otherwise, given Jiang Chen's ability, De Huang Dog wouldn't even be able to eat a single strand of hair. Jiang Chen casually struck out a gust of wind, closing the gate of Jiang Chen's courtyard. Then he took out the Holy Flame Emperor pill and revealed a smile. This is the biggest harvest of coming to Dan Prefecture. After refining this pill, I will be able to break through to the early Immortal King realm and completely stabilize my cultivation base at the peak of the early Immortal King realm. To Jiang Chen, the Holy Flame Emperor pill was just too important and timely. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Even if Jiang Chen had the ability to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, it would still be useless if he didn't have the ingredients. If Jiang Chen were to search for those elixirs, God knows when he would be able to find them. Now that these elixirs were directly provided by Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen could easily concoct them. Jiang Chen struck out a ray of light, forming a restriction, sealing the entire courtyard. He was preparing to break through to the Immortal King realm. De Huang Dog was very likely to advance to the Immortal King realm as well. At that time it would certainly cause a great commotion. In order not to cause any commotion, Jiang Qin simply sealed the courtyard. At that time, no matter how big the commotion was, it wouldn't be spread out. Jiang Qin didn't enter the room. He casually found a large blue stone and sat down. Without any hesitation, he directly swallowed the Holy Flame Emperor pill. If it was an ordinary immortal king who wanted to refine a venerable grade pill, they would need at least a month to completely refine it. Not only that, they had to refine it bit by bit because they didn't have the strength to refine a venerable grade pill. For someone like Jiang Qin who directly swallowed the pill, the final outcome would be the explosion of the energy contained in the pill, causing his body to explode. Across the entire world, perhaps only Jiang Qin dared to do this because he was just too monstrous. The dragon transformation skill was already incomparably monstrous. In addition to that powerful physique of Jiang Qin, it was enough for him to withstand the endless impact of energy. Pong. The moment the Holy Flame Emperor pill entered his body, its medicinal power overflowed in all directions like tidewater, rushing towards every part of Jiang Qin's body. The energy was blazing and huge like a boundless ocean. Despite how monstrous Jiang Qin was under the impact of such energy, he couldn't help but let out a moan. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's Qi was 1,098,000. He only needed 2,000 more dragon marks to directly break through to the Immortal King realm. At this moment, under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense rapidly in his Qi. In just a blink of an eye, 2,000 dragon marks had been completely formed. So fast. Jiang Qin was ecstatic. He hastily took out a large amount of immortal meta stones from the Zulong Tower. These immortal meta stones were prepared beforehand. At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Immortal King realm. The effect of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was very great. Apart from the huge amount of medicinal power and energy it contained, it could also stimulate one's potential and strengthen one's physique. Jiang Qin's physique was already very strong. Now that he had been baptized by the Holy Flame Emperor pill, his physique became even more tyrannical. In other words, if Jiang Qin relied on the Holy Flame Emperor pill to advance, no matter what realm he reached, there wouldn't be any problem at all. It wouldn't affect his foundation. Therefore, he didn't need to worry at all and could advance boldly. Pong. An enormous qi suddenly rushed out from Jiang Qin's body. This was the movement of advancing to the Immortal King realm. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin sealing the entire courtyard with a restriction, such a movement alone would have alarmed the entire Dan prefecture. 2 rays of bright light shot out from Jiang Qin's eyes. The power of an immortal king burst out completely. From half-step immortal king to true immortal king, that was a qualitative sublimation. The true immortal king Jiang Qin was countless times stronger than before. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 1 million. Very quickly, his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the early Immortal King realm. However, the energy and medicinal power of the Holy Flame Emperor pill was still incomparably huge. In addition to the accumulated medicinal power of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, the impact of the sudden eruption was unimaginable. Therefore, after his cultivation base broke through to the Immortal King realm, the condensation of dragon marks in his Qi didn't stop. Instead, it became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 30,000, in just a few short minutes, more than 30,000 dragon marks had been condensed in his Qi, but there was still no sign of it stopping. By this time, however, Jiang Qin could already feel that his Qi had expanded a little. Jiang Qin wasn't a greedy person, so he immediately stopped. As for the remaining medicinal power, it was perfectly stored in Jiang Qin's body, stored in his limbs and bones. In the future he could extract it and refine it at any time. Jiang Qin exhaled a breath. His qi began to stabilize. At this time, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 13 million. His cultivation base had been completely stabilized. There were still 20,000 dragon marks left to reach the intermediate Immortal King realm. This was Jiang Qin's next goal. Chapter 15-14. 1. 13 million dragon marks. How powerful was that? Although Jiang Chen had retracted his qi, his black hair was still fluttering even though there was no wind. His eyes were glinting with golden light, which gave him an incomparably mystical look. Every move he made was filled with a domineering aura. That was the domineering qi of an innate king. When he didn't move he was like a mountain, but when he moved he was like a god of war. The current Jiang Chen's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times compared to before. Given his current cultivation base, he could instantly kill a late immortal king genius like Fu Wei even if he didn't use his dragon form. If he used his dragon form he could even kill a half-step immortal emperor expert. And this was based on the fact that he was a genius. It would be even easier for him to kill half of the cultivators. In his dragon form, Jiang Chen was already strong enough to fight an early immortal emperor. Of course, it was still impossible for him to kill an early immortal emperor. After all, there was a huge gap between an immortal emperor and an immortal king. In any case, Jiang Chen's combat strength had already stepped into the ranks of the immortal emperor realm. Although Jiang Chen was an early immortal king expert, his combat strength had already stepped into the ranks of immortal emperors. After tidying up his clothes, Jiang Chen stood up from the big green rock. From the moment he refined the Holy Flame Emperor pill to the moment he advanced to the early immortal king realm, Jiang Chen had only used less than half an hour. Such a terrifying advancement speed was spread out, countless people would be scared to death. Furthermore, Jiang Chen hadn't completely refined and absorbed all the medicinal strength in his body. There was still a part of it that he had stored which could be used at any time. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the room and found that it was extremely quiet. It looked like Big Yellow was still in secluded cultivation. This guy had eaten so many herbs in one go and he would definitely need some time to digest them. Furthermore, Big Yellow's way of digesting and absorbing the herbs was very abnormal. He would sleep. This was the only one in the entire world who had such an incredible ability. Voila! Jiang Chen waved his hand and removed the restriction in the sky. The courtyard returned to its tranquility once again. Accompanied by the tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard, Jiang Chen's heart also seemed to have calmed down. He raised his head to look at the full moon in the sky and suddenly discovered that the moon tonight was really very round. Jiang Chen leaped up and arrived on the roof. He lazily sat down and raised his head to look at the night sky. The night sky here was very beautiful. It was the most beautiful that Jiang Chen had ever seen. The full moon and the stars painted an incomparably resplendent picture in the starry sky. Gradually, Jiang Chen's heart also calmed down. When a person calmed down he couldn't help but think about some things, think about some people. Looking at the moon and thinking about his hometown, Jiang Chen somewhat missed his family. "Father, ninth brother, how are you?" Jiang Chen murmured. Sometimes the yearning only lasted for a moment. When that moment of emotion came, it was a kind of uncontrollable emotion. It was just like at this moment the full moon and the stars in the sky had evoked Jiang Chen's past. The yearning was like a tidal wave that surged into his heart. Yearning for Jiang Chen was a kind of happy feeling. In his previous life he was alone and had never known what it meant to yearn for someone. Now that he had been reborn he had everything. He was a real person with flesh and blood. There were many people that he needed to yearn for. Jiang Zhenhai, the most important person in his life, his only family. Jiang Chen recalled all the bits and pieces of the fragrant sky city. He thought about the battle with the Murong family, the Red City, the Misty Rain Tower, and his opponent, the Li family. There were too many things that had happened in the past. Many of them had already turned into dust and smoke. In Red City, Jiang Chen had De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu, the two most important people in his life. Leaving Red City, crossing Origin Mountain, Jiang Chen came to the Qi province and met his mortal enemies, the northern and southern dynasties. All the bits and pieces were like fragments that kept circulating in Jiang Chen's mind, then they were put together. This was his life, a legend. There were many people that Jiang Chen could think of. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiu, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, Nangong Wenyin, Wu Lang. There were many people. Jiang Chen guessed that some of them must have broken free from the shackles of Saint Origin World and ascended to the immortal world like him. It was just that he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Yearning was something that couldn't be controlled. Those people were the greatest wealth of Jiang Chen's life. Currently Han Yan's whereabouts were unknown, but Jiang Chen was very assured about Han Yan because he knew Han Yan's ability. The bloodline of Gu Tianma had destined Han Yan to be extraordinary. Tyrant had gone to White Dragon Temple, but Xianxia was still at ease. Tyrant had obtained the God Trembling Monument, an ancient divine weapon. Moreover, Tyrant was born with a deep affinity with Buddha. He was a rare genius. Xianxia believed that even if he went to White Dragon Temple he wouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu had been found. She was now cultivating with Old Man Bai Wang and the others in Qingfan Prefecture. Xianxia was also incomparably relieved. What worried Xianxia the most was Yanqinyu. She had already ascended for a long time, but there was still no news about her. The only news was about the immortal execution order and the immortal burying coffin. Xianxia didn't know the relationship between the woman in the immortal burying coffin and Yanqinyu, but he was sure that Yanqinyu must be inextricably linked to her. This was a secret that Xianxia desperately wanted to know, but it wasn't that easy to find out. The process of pursuing this secret was incomparably long. The legendary sovereign realm couldn't be reached by talent alone. However, Xianxia wasn't discouraged. He firmly believed that if Yanqinyu was related to the daughter of Immortal Execution King, at least her life wouldn't be in danger. As for what kind of secret was hidden, Xianxia would find out sooner or later. The most important thing now was his cultivation base. Only by constantly improving his cultivation base could he get closer to that realm and touch the secret faster. Xianxia, you seem to be in a good mood. At this moment, an untimely voice interrupted Xianxia's thoughts, pulling Xianxia back to reality. Xianxia smiled, then turned to look at the courtyard. He saw Dongfang Yu was already there looking at him with a smile. Xianxia quickly jumped down from the roof and cupped his fists at Dongfang Yu. Master. Xianxia had a very good impression of Dongfang Yu. May I know why Master has come to visit me in the middle of the night? Asked Xianxia. He knew that a figure like Dongfang Yu wouldn't visit him for no reason. Xianxia wouldn't believe that Dongfang Yu came to his little disciple in the middle of the night to have a heart-to-heart talk. Xianxia, I've come to you because I have something to ask of you. Chapter 15:15. If Master has any matter you can just instruct me. How is this a request? Xianxia spoke with a smile. If there were two people in Genius Prefecture that he respected apart from Yang Zanqing, it would be Dongfang Yu in front of him. A figure with means would always be powerful. The fact that Dongfang Yu had made Dan Prefecture so powerful already showed Dongfang Yu's capability. Dongfang Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. He seemed somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't easy to make a late immortal Emperor Supreme Alchemist so embarrassed that he even stuttered. Master is here to ask me to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, right? Xianxia spoke. Given his intelligence he could naturally guess the purpose of Dongfang Yu's visit. During the day when Dongfang Yu rewarded him with the Holy Flame Emperor pill, Xianxia could already see Dongfang Yu's desire for the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Today Dongfang Yu came to ask him for help in the middle of the night. Apart from asking for his help in concocting the pill, Xianxia really couldn't think of any other reason. Dongfang Yu possessed the herbs and the ability to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill, but the Holy Flame Emperor pill he concocted was only a 9th grade pill. Although there was only a grade difference between 9th grade and 10th grade, the difference in grade was like heaven and earth. One was an Emperor grade pill while the other was a Venerable grade pill. There was an essential difference between them. Given Dongfang Yu's current cultivation base, taking a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill wouldn't be of much use. But if it was a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill he could directly break through to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. This realm wasn't that easy to cross. Dongfang Yu had been working hard for this realm for many years. The emergence of Xianxia had given him a chance. Even if he had to sacrifice his face he had to come and beg Xianxia. Xianxia, you are truly a smart man. In that case I won't beat around the bush anymore. You are right. The reason why I visited you in the middle of the night is to ask for your help in concocting a Holy Flame Emperor pill. I think you should be able to see it with your eyesight. My current cultivation base has already reached the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. If I can get a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, it won't be a problem for me to break through to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm in a short period of time. Of course I won't ask you to help me for free. Just tell me what you want. This is a private deal between you and me. It has nothing to do with Dan Prefecture. Dongfang Yu spoke. Since Jiang Qin had already seen through him, there was nothing more to hide. He liked to chat with smart people and also liked to make deals with smart people. Master's being too serious. It's my honor to be able to help Master. Master's being too serious. It's Jiang Chen's honor to be able to help Master. How would I dare to ask for more? During the day, the Holy Flame Emperor pill was clearly in Master's hand. Master could have taken it for yourself and then given me some other rewards, but Master didn't do so. Jiang Chen really admired Master's temperament and courage. Master only needs to prepare the herbs for the concoction of the Holy Flame Emperor pill. After Master obtains the Holy Flame Emperor pill, you will advance to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, adding a supreme expert to Genius Prefecture and the Empire. That's a great thing. Jiang Chen spoke with a smile. He was willing to concoct the Holy Flame Emperor pill for Dongfang Yu. Just like what he had said, given Dongfang Yu's identity and status, there was no need for him to reward him with the Holy Flame Emperor pill during the day, because there were too many rewards in Dan Prefecture. Even the 8th grade pill that Xianzhong had concocted was given to him by Dongfang Yu, which eliminated the greed in his heart. To a cultivator this was very rare. Moreover, concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill was a piece of cake for Jiang Chen. Of course, Dongfang Yu had to prepare the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill by himself. Those herbs were just too precious and he couldn't afford them. All right. Jiang Chen, you are a straightforward person. I like to be friends with such a person. In that case, I won't be polite with you anymore. Dongfang Yu's gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with admiration. Who wouldn't like such a genius? He directly took out the herbs for concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill. Even in the entire Dan Prefecture, there weren't many of such herbs, but given Dongfang Yu's status he could still afford it. Master's being too polite. Take a rest first. I will start concocting the pill now. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. More than 10 kinds of herbs flew towards him. His tide-like soul force instantly enveloped all the herbs. 3 types of supreme flames also rushed out, turning into a sea of fire fusing with his soul force. All the herbs were thrown into the sea of fire and began to extract their essence. Dongfang Yu's eyes brightened. Despite having seen Jiang Chen's concoction technique once, he still couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Such a technique was simply heaven-defying and shocking. What a good kid. He has actually advanced to the Immortal King realm. It seems like the Holy Flame Emperor pill has given him great benefits. Only now did Dongfang Yu notice that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was no longer the half-step Immortal King realm, but a true early Immortal King realm. Given his eyesight, he should have already noticed the change in Jiang Chen's cultivation base when he came in, but Jiang Chen didn't release the slightest bit of qi. Plus, he was preoccupied with concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill, so he didn't pay attention to the change in Jiang Chen's cultivation base. Hoo-hoo. Waves of fire surged. In just a few minutes, the essence of more than 10 kinds of spiritual herbs had been completely extracted. Such a situation made Dongfang Yu shake his head and sigh. There had always been miracles in this world. These miracles couldn't be measured with common sense. Jiang Chen was such a miracle. The emergence of this man is the greatest wealth of my Genius Prefecture and Great Qian Empire. His future achievements will certainly be limitless. Plus, it seems like it wasn't a coincidence that he could walk out of that valley. Dongfang Yu felt that he was witnessing a miracle. It was the greatest fortune of Genius Prefecture and Great Qian Empire to have such a genius. Bang! More than 10 minutes later, a bang was heard from the sea of fire. Then a scarlet pill flew out. Dongfang Yu's eyes fell on the pill. Immediately, a strange brilliance bloomed in his eyes. There was a flickering shadow of a dragon on the surface of the pill. There was a wriggling saliva inside the pill. The entire pill was full of spirituality, looking extremely mystical. Given Dongfang Yu's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the grade of this pill was exactly the same as the one in the daytime. It was a perfect 10th grade pill. Such a situation shocked Dongfang Yu because even if he was the one concocting pills, there would be times when he would make mistakes. Plus, even if he was asked to concoct a 9th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill, he would need at least an hour to complete it. However, Jiang Chen only used 20 minutes to complete the concoction of a 10th grade pill. More importantly, Jiang Chen had no chance of failure at all. Chapter 15-16. Jiang Qin took the Holy Flame Emperor pill, handed it to Dongfang Yu and spoke with a smile. Master, the pill has been concocted. Are you satisfied with it? Satisfied? Of course he was. If he wasn't satisfied with this, what else could he be satisfied with? A 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill was what Dongfang Yu desperately wanted even in his dreams. Dongfang Yu carefully received the Holy Flame Emperor pill. The pill was hot to the touch. The energy inside was extremely dense. Dongfang Yu was almost sure that as long as he refined this pill, he would be able to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm and break the bottleneck that he had been stuck in for many years. Jiang Qin, I owe you a favor today. Dongfang Yu left behind a sentence and vanished like a ghost. It seemed like he couldn't wait to refine the Holy Flame Emperor pill. However, such a feeling was understandable. When a person suddenly obtained something that he had been dreaming of, it was only natural for him to be excited and impatient. Although Jiang Qin didn't seem to have gained anything from concocting the Holy Flame Emperor pill for Dongfang Yu, he had gained a promise and a favor from a half-step immortal venerable. This was the greatest benefit in itself. In the entire Genius Prefecture, perhaps only Dongfang Yu owed a favor to Jiang Qin. De Huang Dog's sleep wasn't short. He had slept for 2 days. During this period, Jiang Qin had paid attention to De Huang Dog's condition and found out that De Huang Dog might have eaten a spiritual herb that was extremely beneficial to him, allowing the medicinal power to completely fuse with the essence of the immortal execution sword that was stored in his body, allowing all the essence that he hadn't absorbed before to be absorbed at once. Coupled with the support of the powerful medicinal power, it was imaginable what De Huang Dog could obtain. This bastard is really lucky. It seems like he will be able to reach the late immortal king realm when he comes out of seclusion. Jiang Qin had a smile on his face. If De Huang Dog could advance to the late immortal king realm, then all the spiritual herbs in the herb garden wouldn't be eaten in vain. This would be a great leap. 2 days later, an incomparably powerful qi suddenly rushed out of the room. It was a golden qi wave. The power of the qi wave was so strong that it opened a big hole in the roof. Your sister. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes and hurriedly set up a restriction to isolate the aura of this place. Every time this guy advanced, he would cause a huge commotion and destroy other people's houses. 10 minutes later, the qi waves vanished. De Huang Dog walked out of the room laughing. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, the current De Huang Dog had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. His cultivation base had reached the late immortal king realm or even the peak of the late immortal king realm. For a divine beast with a complete bloodline, such a cultivation base was undoubtedly very terrifying. Given De Huang Dog's current cultivation base, it would be very easy for him to kill a half-step immortal emperor. If he used his innate ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight an early immortal emperor. Damn dog, you're not bad. Just a little bit of medicine and you're already exploding. Jiang Qin teased. Of course. Don't you know who Lord Dog is? Lord Dog is peerless in this world. De Huang Dog shook his head in a narcissistic manner. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin turned and left. He knew De Huang Dog too well. If he allowed this guy to continue showing off, he wouldn't be able to play with him anymore. It was early in the morning. The air on the mountain was very fresh. It could easily make people feel relaxed and happy. As soon as Jiang Qin pushed open the gate of the courtyard, he saw a disciple of Dan Prefecture walking over. He was none other than Xianxia. Senior brother Xianxia. Jiang Qin greeted. Xianxia had given him a very good impression. He didn't like him, but he absolutely didn't hate him either. Junior brother Jiang, someone is looking for you outside. Xianxia spoke. It seemed like he was here to deliver a message. Given Xianxia's identity, he wouldn't do such a thing. He should be here to express his gratitude. Oh, who's looking for me? Jiang Qin was stunned. He was sure that it wouldn't be Yang Bufan. Even if Dan Prefecture wasn't open to the public, it wouldn't be able to stop a young king like Yang Bufan. I don't know him. He only said that he's your friend. Alright, he seems to be from Yen City. Xianxia said. This was the first time he heard of a small place like Yen City. Yen City? Could it be Qingqing? Jiang Qin thought. Back when he rescued Yen Qingqing from the evil abyss, Jiang Qin left One Line Sky and came to East Xuanyu. Since then, the two of them didn't have much contact. Thank you, senior brother Xianxia. I'll go out and have a look. Jiang Chen replied casually and strode towards the exit of Dan Prefecture. The people of Yen City would never come looking for him if there wasn't a reason. At this moment outside Dan Prefecture, an old man was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Jiang Chen, his face immediately revealed a look of surprise. "Young Master Jiang, I finally found you." The old man's tears almost flowed out. "What happened? How did you know that I'm here?" Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He didn't know the name of this old man, but he knew that this old man was from the prefecture of Yen City. He had seen him before in Yen City. What puzzled Jiang Chen was that this old man was merely a heaven immortal expert. How could he accurately locate him? Xianxia was just too big. It wouldn't be easy to find a person. "Young master, save us." A few days ago, an expert called Fu Kuei went to Yen City and killed many people of the prefecture, capturing the city lord and young lady. It was Fu Kuei who told this old man about your location. He asked Old Shi to tell you to go to Fu City personally. Otherwise, the lives of the city lord and young lady will be in danger. The old man spoke anxiously. He couldn't help but shiver in fear when he thought of how powerful Fu Kuei was. He didn't dare to imagine that there was such a terrifying person in the heavens and earth, but he couldn't be blamed. How could a mere Yen City, a place where heaven immortals ruled, understand the terror of an immortal emperor? What? A surge of anger rose from Jiang Chen's back in an instant. Needless to say, he had already understood what had happened and the truth of the matter. He had killed 2 of Fu Kuei's sons, which must have caused the other party to hold a grudge against him, but since he was in Genius Prefecture, Fu Kuei couldn't find a chance to take revenge. Therefore he began to investigate Jiang Chen's origin, and then went to capture Yen Donglu and Yen Qingqing to threaten him. The old man in front of him was merely a heaven immortal. It would take a few months for a heaven immortal to fly from Yen City to Great Qian Empire, but now Jiang Chen understood that it was Fu Kuei who brought him here. Moreover, Fu Kuei knew where he was, which was why he asked the old man to tell him the news. Chapter 15-17. Young Master, only you can save City Lord and young Miss now. I beg you, young master. The elder spoke and was about to kneel down in front of Jiang Chen. It could be seen that this elder was also loyal to Yen family and regarded the lives of Yen Donglu and his daughter as more important than his own. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Get up quickly. Jiang Chen pulled the elder's arm. He couldn't bear such a great gesture. He must save Yen Qingqing and Yen Donglu. Putting aside his feelings, the reason why the 2 of them were captured by Fu Kuei was entirely because of him and those innocent people who died in the hands of Fu Kuei. He didn't kill them, but they died because of him. In other words, it was Jiang Chen who indirectly harmed them. Jiang Chen could imagine that those people in Yen City were as weak as ants in the hands of Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei really shouldn't vent his anger on those innocent people in order to kill Jiang Chen. This had already violated Jiang Chen's bottom line. Jiang Chen certainly couldn't stand by and do nothing about this matter. He had to solve it himself. The grudge between him and Fu Kuei would have to be settled sooner or later. Jiang Chen didn't want to implicate more innocent people. The current Fu Kuei had lost 2 sons and had turned into a mad dog. He would bite anyone he didn't like. In order to avenge Jiang Chen, he would do anything. Such a person was the scariest. The only way to deal with such a person was to kill him and make him disappear from this world completely. Motherfucker. Scope. Call Yang Bufan. Let's go to Fu City and kill that old bastard. De Huang dog was infuriated. He was a temperamental dog. After hearing the elder's words, he began to get angry. He couldn't wait to fly to Fu City and kill Fu Kuei. This kind of guy who used the people around him as a threat was the most annoying, but it was basically impossible for Fu Kuei to cause any big waves. How could a puny early immortal emperor fight against Great Qian Empire? Given Jiang Chen's current identity and status in Genius Prefecture, it was too easy to kill Fu Kuei. Young master, that Fu Kuei has said that you are only allowed to go alone. If he sees you bringing any helpers, he will immediately kill City Lord and young Mississippi, the elder hastily said. He could already see that Fu Kuei was a ruthless man. He would certainly do what he said. Plus, he had already known the whole story. Jiang Chen had killed 2 of his sons, which had caused Fu Kuei to fall into a state of madness. Such a man was the scariest. He wouldn't care about any consequences, not even his own life in his heart. As a matter of fact, it was true. To Fu Kuei, both of his sons were dead. All of his hopes and future had been cut off and deprived. So death wasn't scary to him. His only wish now was to kill Jiang Qin and avenge his sons. De Huang, let's go and meet this Fu Kuei. Let's see if he has the ability to fight to the death. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated and spoke to De Huang dog. For the safety of Yan Qingqing and her daughter, he decided not to call De Huang dog. Plus, the current strength of Jiang Qin and De Huang dog was no longer the same as when they were in Futian Manor. In his half-dragon form, Jiang Qin was already strong enough to fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. De Huang dog was also a late immortal king expert. He could also fight an early immortal emperor with his full strength. Therefore, Jiang Qin had nothing to be afraid of in this trip to Fu City. This time it wasn't just to save people but also to end the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. All right. De Huang dog's face was full of excitement. He was a guy who couldn't stay idle. He liked to fight and do great things the most. This trip to Fu City was just the right time for him to go all out. Let's go. Jiang Qin grabbed the elder's shoulder, tore the void with his bare hands and vanished in a blink. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of miles away, far away from Genius Prefecture. Amazing! The elder swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His eyes were filled with awe when he looked at Jiang Qin. That realm was unimaginable to him. Walking inside the spatial zone was even more unbelievable to him. When he first met Jiang Qin in Yan City, Jiang Qin was just a puny earth immortal. Today Jiang Qin had already grown to a height that he couldn't even reach. The distance between Genius Prefecture and Yan City was tens of thousands of miles. It was too far, but Fu City was much closer. After all, Fu City was in the territory of East Xuanyu. Although it was still some distance away from Genius Prefecture, this distance was nothing compared to the future. Young master, that Fu Kuei must have laid out an inescapable net in Fu City. You have to be careful. That Fu Kuei is too terrifying. He's a legendary emperor. You can't deal with him at all. The elder spoke with lingering fear in his heart, reminding Jiang Qin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang dog couldn't help but smile. To the elder, an immortal emperor was a supreme figure in the legends, a high and mighty supreme emperor, a godlike existence that couldn't be fought. This was the difference between realms. Without reaching this realm, one would never understand what was going on. Furthermore, to a heaven immortal, an immortal emperor was indeed a godlike existence because the gap between them was just too great. Don't worry. I will personally take action. I will ensure the safety of City Lord and Qingqing. Jiang Qin said. Upon hearing this, the elder seemed visibly relieved. He knew Jiang Qin very well. This man was incomparably confident and would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Back then in Yan City, he also understood that an immortal emperor like Fu Kuei might be high and mighty in his eyes, but it might be nothing in the eyes of Jiang Qin, because the current Jiang Qin gave the elder the same feeling as Fu Kuei. The place that Fu Kuei was looking for wasn't in Fu City, but in a valley 1,000 miles away from Fu City. He had already laid out an inescapable net in this valley. An altar was built in the middle of the valley, and a black cage was constructed on the altar. Yan Donglu and his daughter were imprisoned in the cage. Both of their faces were pale and unsightly. Daughter, are you afraid? Yan Donglu asked with a smile. Daddy, I'm not afraid. Big brother Jiang will surely come to save us, said Yan Qingqing. Back in the evil abyss, she had already died once. It was Jiang Qin who saved her and gave her a second life. Even if she had to die for Jiang Qin, she was willing to do so. Chapter 15-18. Yan Donglu sighed and didn't speak. He knew his daughter's feelings for Jiang Qin better than anyone else. Plus, Jiang Qin was the benefactor of their prefecture and had saved the entire prefecture. Even if Jiang Qin suffered a catastrophe today, Yan Donglu wouldn't say anything, nor would he have any complaints. The only thing he was worried about now was his daughter. Yan Qingqing was infatuated with Jiang Qin, but the two of them weren't from the same world. Jiang Qin was a peerless genius who would stand at the peak of this world in the future, whereas Yan Qingqing was at most a talent from a small place. Although she had extraordinary beauty, How could she be worthy of a figure like Zhou Xian? How could Yan Qingqing not know what Yan Donglu was worried about? She knew very well how big the gap between her and Zhou Xian was, but sometimes, love couldn't be controlled. Since the moment Zhou Xian walked into her heart, the shadow of Zhou Xian was destined to linger in her heart. There would never be a second man in her life. Therefore Yan Qingqing didn't desire to get Zhou Xian in the end. It was enough for her to have a concern in her heart. At this moment, a large number of experts had besieged the entire valley. The lowest cultivation base of these experts was an immortal king. Their positions were carefully chosen. The void was filled with invisible ripples of seals. It could be seen that a powerful formation had been laid out here. These immortal kings were here to support the formation and provide it with a steady stream of energy. These experts were divided into 6 directions, firmly sealing off the valley. There was a mighty immortal emperor in each direction. Just like Fuqing, they were all early immortal emperors. As a famous figure in this generation, Fuqing had considerable strength and made many friends. In order to kill Zhou Xian this time, he had made great preparations and paid a great price to invite so many experts. After all, this was a major event. Even if they were his friends, he couldn't let them help him for free. Fu Kuei stood at the easternmost position, which was also the most important position of this formation. His face was solemn and his expression was extremely ugly. Thinking of his 2 dead sons, he couldn't help but erupt with anger, wanting to burn this mountain. Brother Fu, I think you're too nervous in making a mountain out of a molehill. Is there a need to make such a big fuss just to kill a mere Zhou Xian? 6 early immortal emperors? Isn't Brother Fu thinking too highly of that Zhou Xian? An early immortal emperor elder spoke. That's right. 6 great immortal emperors have to act at the same time just to deal with a puny immortal king. I think that brat probably doesn't dare to come over. He's not a fool. Would he still come if he knew that he would die? In that case, let's see how the status of these 2 immortal kings captured by Brother Fu is in Zhou Qian's heart. As long as Zhou Qian comes, he will die for sure. Given our current strength, killing an immortal king is as easy as crushing dust. The few immortal emperors had a relaxed look on their faces, completely disregarding Zhou Qian. In their point of view, Fu Kuei had already lost his mind after losing his son. It was a complete waste to use such a big force just to deal with a puny immortal king. This time, Fu Kuei had almost exhausted all of his savings by asking them to act. But to these immortal emperors, they had also seen that there was basically no danger in this matter. Could be said to be an easy task. Plus, there were benefits to be gained. So when Fu Kuei came to them, they agreed without hesitation. Humph. Don't underestimate that brat. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He had already inquired about everything about Zhou Qian. He knew that this young man wasn't as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Of course, this wasn't because he was afraid of Zhou Qian, but because he didn't want any accidents to happen. Zhou Qian was in Genius Prefecture. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Now that he had lured him out, he had to make sure that he would be killed in one strike, not giving Zhou Qian the slightest chance of survival, because once he lost this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find another one. Alright, let's not talk anymore. Brother Fu is eager to avenge his son. We should understand that. If that Zhou Qian comes, we will certainly help Brother Fu to take him down and let Brother Fu kill that brat personally. An immortal emperor spoke. His tone was incomparably relaxed. It seemed like he didn't put Zhou Qian in his eyes at all, but this was also normal. After all, it was an incomparably difficult thing for an immortal emperor to pay attention to an immortal king. Unfortunately, without truly dealing with Zhou Qian, they would never know how terrifying Zhou Qian was. That kind of terror wasn't something they could imagine. We have been waiting for so long. Don't tell me that brat won't dare to show up? Some of them had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Big brother Jiang won't come. Just give up. Kill us if you have the ability. Yan Qingqing Lung spoke. Her face was filled with disgust as she looked at these legendary experts. They only knew how to use despicable means, using the friend of their opponent as a hostage, which was despised by the world. Humph. As long as Zhou Qian doesn't come today, all of you will be dead. Fu Kuei Lung spoke, his eyes blazing with anger. You so-called experts are nothing but shameless bastards. You can't defeat Zhou Qian, so you used his friend to threaten us. That's really shameless and despicable. Unfortunately, you have found the wrong person. Us father and daughter aren't that important in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen won't come. You are destined to work in vain. Ah! Yan Donglu burst into laughter. At this moment he wasn't afraid anymore because he knew that it was useless to be afraid. They would die either way. Even if Jiang Chen came, he wouldn't be able to save them from the hands of that lunatic. They were now firmly besieged. It would be difficult for Jiang Chen to break through the defense of so many experts to save them. He was afraid that he and Yan Qingqing would be killed by that lunatic before he could break through the defense. Yan Donglio's words made everyone feel embarrassed. After all, what he said was the truth. What they were doing now was more or less disgraceful. It would be shameful if it was spread out. At this moment, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog had arrived. They were hiding in the mountain not far away and had seen the situation clearly. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He couldn't hide his anger, but he didn't act recklessly. Fighting was not his priority this time. Saving people was the most important thing. The scene looks a little tricky. The whole valley has been sealed. It will be difficult for us to break through and save people. De Huang dog said. De Huang, let's split up. I will confront them head-on, and you will sneak past their formation to save people. Chapter 15-19. This was the most suitable way to deal with the current situation. It just so happened that De Huang dog had just advanced to the late immortal king realm, which made him much more powerful than before. Any ordinary formation would be useless to him. Moreover, if De Huang dog erupted, no ordinary early immortal emperor would be able to stop him. If Jiang Qin and De Huang dog fought together, they wouldn't be afraid of these people, but the most important thing right now was to save Yan Donglu and his daughter. As long as they were rescued, the next step would be to settle the grudge between Jiang Qin and Fu Kuei. All right, it's settled then. De Huang dog said, then vanished with a sway like a ghost. His disappearance didn't even cause any ripples in the void. Such a powerful technique stunned the elder. He deeply felt that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well in Yen City. If he didn't come out, he wouldn't know how big this world was. In this vast and boundless East Xuanyu, any random person could already be a hegemon in Yen City and become a supreme expert. Young master, I will leave young lady and city lord to you. The elder said. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to them. Jiang Chen said. Young master, what do I need to do? The elder asked. Stay here and don't move. Don't go out no matter what happens if you don't want to die. Jiang Chen patted the elder's shoulder and said with a smile. The old man blushed with shame. However, he knew his position very well. Given his ability, he would probably be killed instantly if he went out. Celestial immortals were too weak. If he could get close to them, the aura that erupted from their battle would be enough to crush him into powder. If he went out, not only would he not be of any help, he would also become a huge burden. Therefore, what he had to do was to stay here and protect his life. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flew towards the direction of the valley. When he wasn't far from the valley, he unleashed a tremendous qi that soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble as if it was going to be torn apart at any time. Such a powerful aura and movement naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over at Fu Kuei's side. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen, Fu Kuei's anger couldn't be suppressed. He roared and couldn't wait to rush up and tear him to pieces. It was this person in front of him who killed his two sons and severed all his hope. This hatred made Fu Kuei unable to sleep day and night. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. So he's Jiang Chen, an early immortal king. I never thought that he could release such a powerful qi. Sure enough, he's a peerless genius. No wonder he could kill the two genius sons of Fu Kuei. It seems like he isn't simple. Humph. So what if he's powerful? If he dares to come today, he's dead for sure. He clearly knows that it's a dead end, yet he still appeared. This is a typical case of brainlessness. A brainless person, a reckless person, no matter how much of a genius he is, will still die in the end. What a pity. For many of them, this was the first time they saw Jiang Chen. They had only heard of him before. Today they all praised Jiang Chen for being a dragon and phoenix among men. At the same time, they also felt that it was a pity. They felt that Jiang Chen was a reckless person. Despite knowing that it was a dead end, he still took the initiative to offer himself. Clearly he had come to die. In their point of view, the so-called loyalty was nothing but a fool. How could a fool achieve anything great? Jiangchen. Big brother Jiang. Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing also saw Jiangchen. Both of them exclaimed at the same time. Complicated expressions could be seen in their eyes. They were worried and happy at the same time. They were worried about today's situation. Jiang Chen's arrival was destined to be very dangerous. On the other hand, they were happy that Jiang Chen had come for them. This indicated that they still had a certain position in Jiang Chen's heart. Very soon Jiang Chen arrived at the valley and stood opposite to Fu Kuei. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He said to Fu Kuei in a cold voice, "Fu Kuei, I thought you were a great figure. Never had I thought that you are also a despicable person. How could you use such despicable means? Now that I'm here, let them go." Jiang Chen's attitude was incomparably domineering. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. At least he wanted to delay until the Huang dog rescued them. It was impossible for Fu Kuei to release them personally. Even if he committed suicide in front of Fu Kuei wouldn't let them go. Release them? Ah, Jiangchen, you are too naive. Let me tell you, I have already laid out an inescapable net. As long as you dare to come, you will die for sure. Not even the God of heaven can save you. As for these two, it seems that they are very important to you. I have no intention of letting them go. I will kill them in front of you and let you taste the feeling of losing important people. Fu Kuei said ferociously and gnashed his teeth. He had never intended to let them go. Since Jiang Chen had come, it meant that he had caught the right people. These two people occupied a certain position in Jiang Chen's heart. It was better to keep them alive. Then he would kill them in front of Jiang Chen and let Jiang Chen taste the pain. Big brother Jiang, you should leave quickly. Don't worry about us. Yan Qingqing said loudly. She was already very satisfied that Jiang Chen was willing to appear for her. If Jiang Chen was sacrificed to save her, Yan Qingqing wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if she died. It seems that this woman has a special liking for you. Jiang Chen, many brothers here have been drooling over her beauty for a long time. Do you want me to let some of my brothers defile her on the spot? Fu Kuei had a hideous look on his face. You dare. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. Boundless killing intent burst out from his body. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before. It was a great honor. This Fu Kuei had completely infuriated him. Today he would eliminate Fu Kuei at all costs. This was a madman who could do anything. If he wasn't eliminated now, there would be great troubles in the future which could be said to be endless. Haha, you don't dare. Jiang Chen, I will let you experience the pain you have left me 100-fold. Brothers, serve this beautiful girl well. Let Jiang Chen see the process clearly. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He had already done everything he could. Fu Kuei burst into laughter. He had already resorted to all means possible. He didn't care about face or dignity anymore. He only wanted revenge. He wanted to kill everyone around Jiang Chen that he could kill. He wanted to use all the methods that he could use to make Jiang Chen feel pain. He wanted Jiang Chen to regret killing his own son. He wanted Jiang Chen to know that killing his own son was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. Jia, let me go first. This young lady is as beautiful as a fairy. I have been impatient for a long time. Chapter 15-20. This man seemed to be in his 30s and had a pair of peach blossom eyes. One look and one could tell that he was an unparalleled pervert. From the moment he saw Yan Qingqing, he was completely captivated by this fairy-like girl. There were several times when he wanted to make a move but was stopped by Fu Kuei. Initially he thought that Fu Kuei was pretending to be a gentleman. But now it seemed that Fu Kuei was even more sinister than him. Many men on the scene had committed all sorts of evil deeds. Face was nothing but floating clouds to them. Benefits and enjoyment were the most important things to them. This little girl is so beautiful that I'm drooling over her. Why don't you join us? Count me in. This old man has been eyeing her for such a long time. Another 2 people stood up. The 2 of them shook their heads and began to discuss one by one. I'll go first. Brothers, I won't stand on ceremony. The first man who came out walked towards Yan Qingqing step by step. This was an immortal king expert. When he stared at Yan Qingqing, his eyes were about to spit out fire. Get lost. Yan Qingqing was anxious. She wasn't afraid of death, but she absolutely wasn't willing to be defiled by others. Facing this devil that was getting closer and closer, Yan Qingqing's emotions were incomparably agitated. She would rather die than to let this man have his way. Bastard. Yan Donglu cursed. He pulled Yan Qingqing into his embrace. If this man wanted to touch his daughter, he would absolutely not agree to it, unless this man wanted to step over his dead body. Kill the old one. Fu Kuei said indifferently. You guys are playing with fire. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold and his tone was even colder. His tone was so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. What these people had done had seriously crossed his bottom line. Playing with fire? Jiang Chen, are you angry now? However, it's useless. You will die for sure today, but I want you to die in agony. Fu Kuei looked at the anger of Jiang Chen. Only then did he feel better in his heart. The depression that he had been suppressing these days seemed to have been released a little. He will die miserably, Jiang Chen said. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, a deafening roar suddenly sounded out from above the cage. The sudden movement immediately alerted everyone. Everyone turned to the source of the roar, and what they saw was a majestic big yellow dog appearing out of nowhere. He opened his mouth wide and tried to bite the man who had just escaped from the cage. That person's gaze was still wandering around Yan Qingqing's body. Suddenly he felt a great sense of crisis. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. His head was swallowed by De Huang Dog in one gulp. With a cracking sound, that person's head was bitten off by De Huang Dog. His blood-curdling scream also stopped abruptly. Lord Dog is here. De Huang Dog laughed arrogantly. Damn it! How did this dog manage to sneak into the formation? Hurry up and kill him! Fu Kuei bellowed. An early immortal emperor struck. He reached out a huge hand and grabbed at De Huang Dog. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog's combat intent surged. Initially he intended to fight an early immortal emperor, but then he thought that the most important thing right now was to save Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing. Given the cultivation base of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, they would surely die on the spot. I won't play with you first. Two light wings grew out of De Huang Dog's back. He opened his mouth and bit the cage. With a flicker of the light wings, De Huang Dog and the cage vanished with a swoosh, causing the attack of the immortal emperor to miss. Seal the formation. He can't escape. Fu Kuei bellowed once more. Unfortunately, as soon as his voice faded, De Huang Dog appeared next to Jiang Chen. At the same time, Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing appeared as well. Additionally, the cage that imprisoned the two of them had vanished. This proved that no matter how powerful the formation was, it was useless to De Huang Dog. He could enter and exit at will. Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing still had a look of astonishment on their faces. The instantaneous change just now made them feel as though they were dreaming. Given their cultivation base, the means of De Huang Dog was beyond their imagination. However, the two of them regained their senses very quickly. When they saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog beside them, their faces revealed a look of ecstasy. Both of them thought that they were going to die today, but they had never thought that De Huang Dog was so powerful that he could pass through the Grand Formation and rescue them so easily. If they didn't experience it themselves, how could they be happy? Big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. It's all right now. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qingqing's shoulder. He knew that Yan Qingqing had suffered a great injustice this time. All of this was because of him. Fortunately, the two of them were safe and sound. If anything happened to them, Jiang Chen would feel guilty for the rest of his life. On the other side, everyone was shocked. The facial expression of the 6 immortal emperors changed. They had never thought that the formation that they had painstakingly set up would turn out to be useless at the critical moment, but they knew very well that this didn't mean that their formation wasn't powerful enough, but that dog was just too miraculous. His attainments in the field of formation weren't ordinary at all. Damn it! How could this dog be so powerful? We couldn't even detect him when he entered and exited our formation. Someone cursed. Humph. So what? Even if we don't use the formation, they will still die today. Fu Kuei harumphed coldly. He hadn't expected such a situation. Initially he wanted to use Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing to provoke Zhou Xian, but he didn't expect that a powerful dog would appear and rescue them at the critical moment. This made Fu Kuei very angry. "Young Master Jiang, thank you for saving us." Yan Donglu clasped his fists at Zhou Xian. Looking at Zhou Xian in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The change was just too great and too fast. Back in Yan City, Zhou Xian was just a puny earth immortal. The current Zhou Xian had grown to an incomparably terrifying level. The qi radiating from Zhou Xian made Yan Donglio's soul tremble. "There's no need to be so courteous, City Lord. All of this happened because of me. I, Zhou Xian, feel very sorry for all of you who were killed in Yan City. As for those people who were killed in Yan City, I will certainly avenge them and put an end to them today." Zhou Xian spoke. There was nothing more to say between him and Fu Kuei. It was either you die or I live. Amazing. The elder who was hiding in the distance was dumbfounded. He had been worrying about the safety of Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, because it was just too difficult to save them in such a situation. He had never thought that the dog would be so terrifying, saving them so easily. Felt like a dream. "Zhou Xian, so what if you have saved them? All of you will die today. None of you can escape." Chapter 1521. Zhou Xian Lingling smiled. "Fu Kuei, don't worry. I won't run away today. It's time to settle the grudge between us. If you want to kill me to avenge your son, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Similarly, the blood of those people in the prefecture can't be spilled in vain." Since he had already come, Zhou Xian had no intention of leaving just like that. Some things had to be settled eventually, just like the grudge between him and Fu Kuei. It was a kind of irreconcilable enmity. Since there were so many experts here today, it was just the right time for a massacre. "Arrogant. Zhou Xian, I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. How dare an early immortal king say such words? Could it be that you think that you can fight us with just a late immortal king dog? You're too naive." An early immortal emperor spoke. He felt that there was something wrong with Zhou Qian's brain if he didn't choose to flee immediately after rescuing his son. Even a fool could see the current situation. Staying here would basically mean certain death unless Zhou Qian had the strength to fight them. However, this was impossible. Zhou Qian ignored that man. With a loud bang, he turned into his dragon form and spoke loudly. "I'll give you all a chance now. If you don't want to die, it's still not too late to leave now. If you don't leave now, none of you will be able to leave later." Zhou Qian was ready to start a massacre. None of these people were good people, especially those who tried to humiliate Yan Qingqing. It was impossible for them to leave. Zhou Qian would never be polite to those who wanted to kill him. He was now giving them a chance, but if they didn't cherish it, Zhou Qian would never be polite to them. "Haha. Funny. This is too funny. Zhou Qian, you're just a puny immortal king. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Do you think that you can fight us just because you have some transformation technique? Too naive. Arrogant and ignorant junior. You're still so stubborn even when death is at hand. Since you don't want to escape, only death is waiting for you. Today not even the Heavenly King can save you. Zhou Qian, no one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. It seems like you can't see the situation at all." Sarcastic laughter was heard from the opponent's camp. Everyone felt that Zhou Qian was just telling a joke, and it was the funniest joke. Even though Zhou Qian had displayed his transformation technique, no one put him in their eyes. After all, Zhou Qian's cultivation base was just too weak. The gap between him and an immortal emperor wasn't just a little bit. If a fight really broke out, they were afraid that he would die instantly. Zhou Qian, Chen Zhang Huang Dog Chen and Zhang Cheat. Chen Huangzi Chen I to say it. In that case, I'll teach them how to write it. Kill everyone here today. Leave no one alive. Zhou Qian drew out the heavenly saint sword with a clang. The blood-red sword looked like a blood dragon, mystical to the extreme. It emitted a dazzling sword light. The sword whistle soared to the sky like the roar of a dragon. The heavenly saint sword wouldn't appear easily. Once it did, it would drink blood. The fact that Zhou Qian had sent out the heavenly saint sword was the prelude to a massacre. Zhou Qian wouldn't show any mercy to these people. Zhou Qian tore a gap on the gate of the Zulong Tower and said to Yan Donglu and Yan Qingqing, Qingqing, you and your father go in first. It's safe to hide inside. The battle that was about to happen would certainly be incomparably intense. The destructive power and lethality of the battle between immortal emperors would be too shocking. By the time the battle ended, the mountains within a few hundred miles would be destroyed. Given Yan Qingqing and Yan Dongliu's cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to survive such a battle. Even if no one targeted them, the aftermath of the battle was enough to take their lives. All right. Yan Donglu and his daughter nodded. Without any hesitation, they walked into the gap of the Zulong Tower and entered the interior of the Zulong Tower. To them, hiding inside the Zulong Tower was the safest place. There wouldn't be any danger to their lives. Unless Jiangchen died, the Zulong Tower wouldn't collapse. Kill them all. Fu Kuei was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his head and roared. Instantly, all the experts released their powerful qi. Several late immortal kings wanted to show off. They were Fu Kuei's subordinates, so they rushed to the front. The powerful qi of a late immortal king was released perfectly. The combat weapons in their hands were raised high, as though they were going to split a hole in the sky. Unfortunately, they were too hot-headed and had forgotten how their young master Fu Wei died. Fu Wei was also a late immortal king, but he was much stronger than them. Even if 100 of them attacked at the same time, they would still die in front of Jiangchen. De Huang, show them what you're made of. Jiangchen spoke. He didn't even have the interest to attack such a figure, so he left it to De Huang Dog to deal with. Wakaka. De Huang Dog cackled. He raised his huge head and rammed at the few late immortal emperors. Dead dog. Go to hell. When one of them saw De Huang Dog charging at him, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. The long sword in his hand slashed at De Huang Dog's head. In his point of view, if this slash hit the opponent, it wouldn't be a problem to split De Huang Dog's head in half. Clang. The fact proved that the man's long sword had indeed struck De Huang Dog's head accurately. Unfortunately, the scene of the dog's head being split in half didn't happen. After a powerful king weapon collided with De Huang Dog's head, it didn't even leave a scratch on the dog's fur. Instead, a large amount of sparks was produced. Under the strong recoil of De Huang Dog's head, the long sword in the man's hand flew away. He couldn't even hold it tightly. Bang! Before the man had the time to be shocked, De Huang Dog's head had already hit his chest. The poor late immortal king didn't even have the time to scream. His entire body was smashed into countless pieces by the dog's head. What? Upon seeing this, the other few late immortal kings exclaimed. Their faces changed dramatically, looking at Big Yellow as though they were looking at a ghost. Such a horrifying and bloody scene had truly stimulated their souls. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Without saying a word, they turned and ran away. They knew that they had underestimated De Huang Dog. This dog was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Not even a king immortal weapon could leave a mark on the dog's head. That dog's head was just too abnormal. Sons of Bichis, do you still want to run? Chapter 1522. Big Yellow's head was an indestructible divine weapon. To an ordinary cultivator, the head was the weakest part of the cultivator. It was imaginable what would happen if the heads of those late immortal kings collided with Big Yellow's head. Big Yellow's head was like an invincible divine weapon. His head was the most vulnerable part of the cultivator. Big Yellow's speed was just too fast. After being locked on by him, it was completely impossible to escape. In an instant, Big Yellow's head collided with the late immortal king's head. A loud bang was heard. Before the expert could utter a wail, his head was smashed into pieces by Big Yellow's head. Bang! Big Yellow's head was smashed by Big Yellow. The scene was just too bloody and terrifying. A mighty late immortal king was completely vulnerable in front of De Huang Dog. He was like an ant that could be crushed easily. Brr! De Huang Dog had gone mad from killing. As a divine beast, he was born with ferocious and murderous nature. Blood was the best way to stimulate his nature. After going berserk, De Huang Dog was undoubtedly very scary. Those immortal kings were completely frightened. Now their intestines had turned green with regret. If they knew that their opponent was so terrifying, they wouldn't have rushed out in such a hurry. Now it would be hard for them to escape. It was very easy for late immortal kings to escape because their speed was very fast. They could instantly tear the void apart and escape using the spatial force. Unfortunately, in the face of De Huang Dog, they felt that even a split second was an extravagant hope, because they could clearly feel that all their opportunities had been locked on by De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog could kill them in a blink of an eye. Go to hell for Master Dog. De Huang Dog's chi was like a rainbow. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. Each ray of light was like a sharp sword, indestructible and able to tear the void into pieces at any time. Poochie poochie. Shrill cries resounded throughout the valley. All the late immortal king experts were pierced by the light without exception. They had also made an extremely strong defense and used all their strength, but unfortunately the gap between their strength and De Huang Dog's was just too huge. It was so huge that it was impossible to make up for it. All of their defenses seemed so pale and powerless. In just a blink of an eye, 6 late immortal kings died tragically. The time from the moment they attacked to their deaths was just too fast. It was so fast that even Fu Kuei and the other early immortal emperors couldn't react in time. In the distance, the old man from Yen City saw all of this and his mouth fell open in horror. He was shocked out of his wits. In the Zulong Tower, Yen Donglu and his daughter were also shocked out of their wits, but they had finally seen how much Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had grown. Seeing how terrifying De Huang Dog was, the worry they had for Jiang Qin lessened a little. They could almost imagine that Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were enough to deal with these experts in front of them. Of course, they knew that the experts they thought were not necessarily experts in the eyes of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Damn it. I'll kill this dog. You guys go and kill Jiang Qin. An early immortal emperor elder cursed. All of a sudden he reached out a huge palm and enveloped De Huang Dog. Come. Master Dog isn't afraid. De Huang Dog's strength had reached the extreme. After advancing to the late immortal king realm, he now had the strength to kill a half-step immortal emperor. He could even fight an ordinary early immortal emperor. At this moment, in the face of the attack of an early immortal emperor, De Huang Dog unleashed all of his chi. The tide-like divine beast bloodline instantly enveloped his whole body, making De Huang Dog look incomparably divine. It was a kind of power that came from the desolate era, noble and powerful. De Huang Dog's head glowed with dazzling divine light. There were dragon marks flickering on it. As the dragon marks rippled, a light shield enveloped his head. His already indestructible head had become even more unimaginable after adding such a powerful defense. De Huang Dog roared, then rammed his head against the huge palm of the immortal emperor. Humph! I'd like to see how hard this dog's head is. The immortal emperor harumphed coldly. His face revealed a sinister look. The terrifying huge palm slammed down on De Huang Dog's head. Hong Long. The terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor had tremendous power. Instantly the sky turned dark. Ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. A large expanse of divine light spread across the sky, shrouding the entire body of De Huang Dog. However, such a destructive attack didn't cause any substantial damage to De Huang Dog's head. It only produced a large number of sparks. Wakaka! De Huang Dog cackled. Shaking his majestic body, he lunged at the immortal emperor once more. De Huang Dog didn't even feel dizzy after his head was hit. If they didn't see such an abnormal scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Damn it! What's this dog head made of? The immortal emperor had the urge to spurt out blood. Such a head was simply invincible. He was afraid that only De Huang Dog had such a head in the entire heavens and earth. Hong Long. The immortal emperor and De Huang Dog were locked in a fierce battle. A new battlefield had been opened up. High up in the sky, the void was shattered. On the other side, Fu Kuei and the other 4 immortal emperors had besieged Jiang Qin. The rest of the immortal kings were surrounding Jiang Qin. Since the formation was useless, they might as well cancel it. Without the formation, those immortal kings seemed to be useless. In such a battlefield, they would only be a burden. If they rushed forward, they would only become cannon fodder and be killed by Jiang Qin instantly. 5 immortal emperors really think highly of me. Make your move. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His whole body was filled with soaring combat intent. This was his first time fighting a mighty immortal emperor, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was full of confidence. "Arrogant kid, let me test you first. Let me see what makes you so arrogant." An early immortal emperor stood out. The remaining four, including Fu Kuei, didn't make a move. The three of them must have felt that it would be a little embarrassing to attack a puny immortal king at the same time. Fu Kuei probably wanted to see what kind of ability Zhou Xian had and what made him capable of killing his two sons. 9 Phantom Wolves. Zhou Xian was the first to strike. With a sway of his body, he casted out the 9 Phantom Wolves. Phantoms of his doppelgangers appeared on the battlefield, stunning the immortal emperor who was about to attack him. For a moment he couldn't even sense it. Arg! In the next moment 2 screams were heard at the same time. The phantoms of Zhou Xian vanished. 2 human heads were hanging on his long sword. Blood was still dripping down. These 2 were none other than the 2 men who had tried to humiliate Yan Qingqing. Zhou Xian had already said that they would be the first to be killed. No one would be able to stop him. Even if there were a few immortal emperors here, they wouldn't be able to stop him. So fast. Everyone was trembling with fear, especially those immortal kings. Each and every one of them retreated hastily. Even those immortal emperors had a face full of shock, because Zhou Qian's speed was just too fast. He was even faster than that dog. Zhou Qian unleashed the 9 phantom wolves as well as the dragon wings and flaming wings on his back. With such a powerful boost, his speed was naturally unparalleled. When his opponents were caught off guard, killing 2 of them was a piece of cake for him. The sword chi of the heavenly saint sword vibrated. The 2 heads were crushed and turned into a mist of blood. Their death wasn't unjust. From the moment they decided to attack Yan Qingqing, their fate had already been decided. Those whom Zhou Qian wanted to kill had never survived. Courting death. How dare you kill people in front of me? The early immortal emperor was infuriated instantly. He felt that this was an incomparably humiliating thing. Just as he said that he would kill Zhou Qian, 2 of them were killed by Zhou Qian in front of him. Such a scene made him lose his face and incomparably furious. The expert moved. He flipped his palm. Incomparably massive energy instantly condensed into an illusory mountain. It was a powerful energy mountain that was completely condensed from energy. It was as heavy as billions of caddies. If one was hit by this energy mountain, one would certainly be smashed to death on the spot. Hong Long. The void was shattered by the energy mountain. The terrifying mountain had locked onto Zhou Qian's chi and was hurtling towards Zhou Qian. This was the terrifying strike of an early immortal emperor. The chi that it emitted was destructive. Come on. Let me see how powerful an immortal emperor is. Zhou Qian's chi was like a rainbow. The wings on his back flapped. The heavenly saint sword in his hand turned into a blood-red fire dragon, slashing at the energy mountain. Hong Long. This was a fierce contest. The energy emitted from the collision was strong and violent. The void was instantly shattered. The heavenly saint sword was worthy of being called a divine sword. Under Zhou Qian's full force attack, it slashed the huge mountain of energy and split it into 2 halves. What? This kid is merely an early immortal king. How can he have such a powerful combat strength? He can even destroy the energy mountain that I have conjured. The early immortal emperor was truly shocked this time. He wasn't the only one. Everyone, including Fu Kuei, gaped in astonishment, feeling that they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Without witnessing the power of Zhou Qian, one would never know how terrifying Zhou Qian was. Now they finally understood why Zhou Qian was able to kill Fu Tian and Fu Wei. This was a peerless monstrous genius that couldn't be judged by common sense. This kid is too powerful. I have never seen such a monstrous genius before. One of them spoke. So he must be eliminated today. Given his speed of growth, if we let him escape today, it won't be us who will kill him the next time we meet him. Chapter 1523. Fu Kuei knew that Zhou Qian was powerful, but he didn't expect that Zhou Qian would be this powerful. He could actually fight an early immortal emperor with just an early immortal king cultivation base and didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. Initially, Fu Kuei thought that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue, but now it seemed like his decision was correct. If his camp wasn't strong enough, even if he could suppress Zhou Qian, it wouldn't be easy to kill Zhou Qian. Just like the others, Fu Kuei finally understood why his two sons died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Judging from Jiang Chen's current ability, he indeed had the ability to kill Fu Wei, but the more powerful Jiang Chen was, the more determined Fu Kuei was to kill him. A monstrous genius like Jiang Chen was undoubtedly very scary. Plus, his speed of growth was just too fast. Compared to the time when he was in Futian Manor, the changes in Jiang Chen were simply incomparable. If he didn't get rid of such a heaven-defying talent today, it would be hard to tell who would kill who the next time they met. Raging storm wave. The early immortal emperor struck once more. His powerful attack was actually blocked by an early immortal king brat. If this was spread out, it would be too shameful for him to continue living in the future. The immortal emperor exerted all his strength to strike out the ferocious skill that he was proud of. The energy in his body rushed out like a wave, turning into a huge energy tide. These tides were energy pillars. When they rushed out, each pillar turned into an invisible energy dragon, pouncing at Jiang Chen. An early immortal emperor isn't easy to deal with. Given my current strength, it will be extremely difficult to kill them. Fortunately, these early immortal emperors are very ordinary. I will be able to suppress them with the great divination art in my dragon form. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His combat intent was boundless. Fighting against such immortal emperors was what he longed for, but today was a life-and-death battle. So, what Jiang Chen needed to think about was how to get rid of his opponents. Given his current combat strength, he would certainly be no match for an early immortal emperor genius. However, these old bastards in front of him were obviously not geniuses, so they weren't that scary. Jiang Chen's dragon form was enough to deal with them. If he used the great divination art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to completely suppress an early immortal emperor. The attack of Raging Storm Wave was an omnidirectional attack. The violent energy formed a terrifying domain, sealing the void and completely locking Jiang Chen. Fusion of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen bellowed. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Under the circulation of the great divination art, he could easily detect the flaws of the opponent's attack. Furthermore, he had cast out the mighty fusion of dragon and sword. His entire being had turned into a true dragon, a blood-red dragon carrying the chi of desolation. He was no longer the half-human half-dragon existence, but a true mad dragon. Ho! The dragon's sword let out a roar. At this moment, the sword was a dragon and the dragon was a sword. There was no distinction between them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, countless sword beams shot out from the heavenly saint's sword. Each of the sword beams was an azure dragon, a peerless dragon sword. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, colliding with the raging waves formed by the energy. Hong long. The heavens and earth shook. The void was torn apart. The entire battlefield was crushed into pieces. This was Jiang Chen's most powerful attack. The fusion of dragon and sword had unleashed an unparalleled power. This was a battle of the pinnacle. In the end, the raging storm wave cast by the early immortal emperor was destroyed by the heavenly saint's sword. This was the most powerful technique of an early immortal emperor, but it still couldn't do a thing to Jiang Chen. Instead, it caused the chi and blood of the early immortal emperor to be disrupted. From afar, the elder of Yen City was already dumbfounded by what he saw. If Big Yellow's strength had shocked him previously, then Jiang Chen's strength had completely subverted his understanding of cultivation. To him, Jiang Chen's strength was like a legendary existence that could destroy the heavens and earth. Such a scene was something he couldn't even imagine in his dreams. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, the father and daughter were also dumbfounded. Yan Qingqing was still fine because in her heart, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. He was like a great hero that no one could surpass. Therefore, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen became or what kind of miracles he created, Yan Qingqing wouldn't feel too surprised. She only felt proud of the man that she fell in love with. No one would be able to shut their eyes. However, Yan Donglu was different because he had met Jiang Chen before. When he saw Jiang Chen's tremendous progress in such a short period of time, he couldn't accept and believe it at all, because the existence of Jiang Chen had also subverted his understanding of cultivation. Damn it! How can this bastard be so powerful? Is he really only an early immortal king? The early immortal emperor seemed somewhat exasperated after failing to do anything to Jiang Chen twice in a row. He didn't even manage to suppress Zhang Chen. Old Wang, this kid isn't easy to deal with. I think it's better for us to join forces and get rid of him. Fu Kuei spoke. Jiang Chen's performance had made him somewhat anxious. Such a scene had obviously gone beyond his imagination. So he couldn't wait to get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Only when Jiang Chen was dead could he feel at ease. This won't do. I must kill this kid with my own hands. All of you don't interfere. The immortal emperor who was called Old Wang was completely infuriated. He felt that given his cultivation base and strength, it would be an incomparably shameful thing if he couldn't take down a puny immortal king. Playing. Old Wang drew out a combat sword. It was an incomparable combat sword. The body of the sword was engraved with complex sword marks, radiating 7-colored radiance. Jiang Chen, you are indeed the most powerful genius that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too weak. You are merely an early immortal king. If you are a little stronger, I will certainly not be a match for you. Next, I won't hold back anymore. Be prepared to die. Old Wang spoke sternly. It's still hard to say who will die. Jiang Chen smiled lung. He had already tested his combat strength. It was absolutely impossible for an early immortal emperor to kill him. No matter how many early immortal emperors attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Jiang Chen had a great advantage in fighting an early immortal emperor. Apart from his terrifying means, he wasn't afraid of energy consumption. He had inexhaustible immortal qi. The millions of dragon marks in his qi sea could provide him with endless energy. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of energy consumption at all. Falling flower sword, go to hell. Old Wang attacked once again. He casually swung the combat sword in his hand, causing numerous sword flowers to appear in the void. With incredible speed, he slashed toward Jiang Chen. However, just as his attack was halfway through, Jiang Chen also attacked. The Heavenly Saint's sword accurately pierced the flaw of his sword technique, making it impossible for him to use the rest of his attack. Clang. The two swords collided. The immortal emperor was actually pushed back 3 steps by Jiang Chen. What? This time the expert was truly shocked. He had already used his immortal weapon and had exerted all his combat strength, but he was still pushed back by Jiang Chen. This was simply unbelievable. What shocked him even more was that Jiang Chen was able to accurately capture the flaw of his combat strength and seize the opportunity to interrupt his attack, causing him to only be able to exert half of his combat strength. That was why he was pushed back. He knew very well that if he could fully exert his attack, he wouldn't be defeated by Jiang Chen. Naturally, he didn't know that this was the terror of the great divination art. Jiang Chen had fully circulated the great divination art, allowing him to see through all the flaws of his opponent during the battle. Again, falling flower sword. The immortal emperor attacked once more. In his point of view, Jiang Chen's attack just now was just a coincidence. Swoosh. However, the same thing happened again. When the immortal emperor's attack was halfway through, Jiang Chen struck again, pushing the immortal emperor back with a single slash of his sword. Clang clang clang. Next, the immortal emperor continued to attack, but each of his attacks was blocked by Jiang Chen, making him unable to exert his full combat strength. Such a battle was incomparably frustrating. Not only did it affect his combat strength, but it also affected his mental state. The immortal emperor was shocked. If it was luck at the beginning, it definitely wasn't as simple as that now. Jiang Chen had used a terrifying technique that could accurately capture the opponent's flaws. Playing. Tila. Jiang Chen took advantage of the distraction of his opponent and attacked again. This time his strength was even more terrifying. The opponent's sword was sent flying away from his hand. At the same time, the sharp sword qi left a deep wound on his opponent's chest, causing blood to flow out. Impossible. The expert shook his head violently. His eyes were about to spurt out fire. He couldn't accept such a fact at all. It was just too shocking. He, a dignified early immortal emperor, had been defeated and injured by an immortal king. This was a scene that he had never dreamt of, but it had really happened. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Fu Kuei and the others were also dumbfounded. They had witnessed the whole process of the battle and deeply experienced the scariness of Jiang Chen. Those experts who had looked down on Jiang Chen before had an incomparably ugly expression. They finally knew that this was a young man that they could never underestimate. They also understood that the reason why Jiang Qin didn't choose to escape after rescuing the man wasn't because of his brain, but because of his formidable strength. This kid is too terrifying. Everyone attack him together. Don't hold back. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.